Hello, everyone. Welcome back to NADCL. Welcome myself back to NADCL. It's been a minute, but I'm back for the playoffs. I'm joined here by Bard, and we are going to be running the panel for today, getting into our first weekend of the playoffs bracket. Bard, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. We should have some pretty good matches tonight. We got Sporkface obviously going 19-3 in the standings. Pretty dominant force to be reckoned with. And the Honored Vanguard, not starting out too well there in the group stage, but ended up pulling out a solid 10-12. Pretty respectable, enough to make upper bracket. So I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good night.
Yeah, we're starting out strong because we're starting out in the upper bracket, the quarterfinals. Whoever loses, this is a double elimination bracket, so they're going to be knocked down to a lower bracket to face the people that ended up on the lower end of our standings coming out of the group stages. But you're right, we have a super exciting matchup today. We have Sporkface Killers versus the Honored Vanguard, and these are two groups that have been a part of NADCL for its current iteration for the whole duration. Sporkface Killers and Honor Vanguard have been here since season 4. We're on season 6 now. So these are both names and orgs that have been around, and a lot of these players have also been around in the NA scene as well. Sporkface Killers has been one that immediately off the bat looked like a powerhouse team, but even the Honor Vanguard has nice players. Old White, Door, these players have been around for a while. But just based off of the players, who do you think has the advantage going into our matchup tonight?
I mean, I've got to say Sporkface. You know, you got Babatich, you got Fade, the two highest ranks in the league. Like,
MMR is not just a number.
You know, once you hit 11,000, you're definitely a good player at that point. You know, you've proven yourself. 11,000 is a number.
Good to know. All you need is 11,000, and you're no longer a disappointment to yourself or your parents or anything like that.
Yeah,
that's all it takes.
Anything below that might as well be the same rank, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, I have to agree. Although we've had seen some stand-ins come in for Sporkface Killers over the duration. Babatich not being able to make every game, having Leem stand in for them. So we'll see exactly what roster Sporkface Killers comes up with for tonight.
I must admit, I don't know that much about their stand-in Leem, like what rank he is or anything.
He played last season, although I feel like he played safe lane, if I remember correctly. Obviously, he'd be coming in and standing in for Babatich in the mid lane. But I know for Sporkface Jaw, I played with him in Div 2 on Bullish for like a weekend or a week, because Div 2 was in the weeks last season. And Jaw is a super flexible player. He can play mid, he can play safe lane. So there's definitely some versatility coming out from the Sporkface roster.
Cool. But then the Honored Vanguard as well, Old White. I played some Combine games against him, and I think I went 0-5 against him. Like, he is definitely a force to be reckoned with in that mid lane.
Yeah, he's a great player. Although I feel like typically he's an offlaner, but he's here in the mid lane for Honor Vanguard. Maybe just saying, hey, man, you're the most experienced, have a super high MMR. Just take the lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, it seems like that's what a lot of these teams are wanting to do. Just put your highest, like, most experienced player in that mid lane, kind of dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah. If we take a look at our playoff bracket going forward, Sporkface Killers versus the Honored Vanguard isn't the only matchup we have tonight. We also have later on the evening Pronouns versus Fryboys. These are Pronouns is a new org to our NADCL. Fryboys has been around a while, but we actually have a draft underway, so we can put our discussion about Pronouns and Fryboys on hold and head straight into the draft of Sporkface Killers. Just kidding.
We're not draft is not live.
Continue the discussion about Pronouns and Fryboys.
Yeah, I want to talk about this Pronouns team. I'm on their Div 2 team, and I just want to say, behind the scenes, don't want to give too much away, but they have definitely been putting in the work, playing a lot of scrims, playing a lot of pubs. They're looking to go to the grand finals for sure. The confidence over there definitely at an all-time high. It'll be interesting to see how they do on the opening night of playoffs.
Yeah, with a 4th place finish in group stages, nothing to scoff at. It's a pretty decent result. So definitely the team could go far, especially if they're putting in the work, like you said.
And their opponent, the Fryboys, obviously the org has been around in NADCL for a while. but I'm looking through their roster here, and I don't actually recognize too many of their players. I think
So
Zor is the one who stands out the most to me, but
yeah, so Zora and REM, I believe they played together before. Even Jed, I feel like they've all been on the same team.
okay.
Um, Maybe the Felt or the Cut or something like this. Yanbara was on um the Mexican stack that was in Div 2. Um, Something Sand King. The
Oh,
logo
San
was
King
like a Sand
Gomez.
King with a sombrero. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Sand
yeah,
King
yeah.
Gomez. Yanbara was on that stack. So
Okay.
these are names that I recognize.
Yeah, they've got some experience. They've played in
Yeah,
tournaments.
for
Uh,
sure.
that match, I just my initial thoughts going into it. I feel like that one's going to be a lot more of a close game. Might see a game 3 there, but this first series, I've got to be honest. I've got Sporkface taking it 2-0.
Yeah, I think definitely on paper, Sporkface Killers is a standout lineup for the entire season, not even just this initial matchup. But we've seen the
Mhm.
Honor Vanguard go far as an org in past seasons, so I don't completely count them out. But I agree, roster to roster, it's looking like Sporkface Killers does have an advantage here, and I completely agree that Pronouns Fryboys looks like a way closer matchup.
Mhm.
Both have name players, Pingu, Shaggy, Frugos on Pronouns. Even Mr. Achy Bones and Destiny have been around in ADCL for the last few seasons. And then on Fryboys, we have name players, Rem, Jeds, or LGTK, Yanbara. People that, if you're around in the NADCL scene, you see these guys come up all the time.
Mhm. For sure.
As we head into the draft, or as we're waiting into the draft, are there any heroes that are kind of standing out for you, either through this NED sale season or maybe just in the meta in general that you expect to see in the draft that's about to be underway?
I feel like supports right now, especially, have some of the best heroes. We got that Nature's Prophet, we got that Lion, Vengeful Spirit, Hoodwink, even. All of these heroes being pretty common first phase bans or picks. So I expect to see maybe one of those supports get through. And then as far as cores go, uh, I would not be surprised to see like a Dragon Knight or a Faceless Void come out, as those have been two very strong cores throughout the group stage.
Yeah, I feel like this initial matchup is going to center around a lot around this sort of like three position hero pool because, like we said, even though Old White's playing mid, his
Mhm.
hero pool is not going to change drastically. He's not going to become a Tinker player
Yeah,
overnight or anything like that. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of these sort of Dragon Knights, Mars, Kunkas, these heroes that can flex between the 2 and the 3, the mid and the off lane,
yeah.
for both these
Timbersaw
styles.
as well, I think, falls into that category. We've seen the just going Blink Dagger and pumping out tons of damage. Pretty effective in both mid lane or off lane.
Yeah, that hyper aggressive timber build from the mid lane can be super
Yeah.
scary. And speaking of heroes, we're going to see what heroes are being picked in our first matchup. Sporkface Killers versus the Honor Vanguard. The draft is underway, and we can throw it there to see who is going to be banned first. See who these teams are fearing
Right
initially.
away, we got that Dragon Knight taken out of the pool. Makes sense.
And the Timber Saw that you
Timbersaw as
mentioned.
well. Yep. And it looks like Leem is going to be standing in for Sporkface here. So maybe still a very strong mid laner, obviously, but maybe a little bit weaker than Babatich. So who knows? Could be an interesting game here.
Yeah, like I said, from what I remember, it seems like Liam was playing a lot of safe lane
Hmm.
last season. So we could see Jaw move to the mid lane. I know Liam stood in for Sporkface before, and I'm not exactly sure what position he took up then, but we'll see. Time will tell. We're about to head into a Dota game, so all
Yeah.
questions will be revealed as, like I said, the offlane pool. We have
Yeah.
DK, Timber, Doom, Magnus bans.
Yeah. Those three bans from Sporkface, I'd say, are definitely the three strongest offlaners right now. Definitely focusing Mr. A or sorry, no. Uh who's
Uh,
the Vanguard offlane?
It's going to be KK, who I
KK, yep.
not
Definitely
familiar with at all.
focusing his hero pool here a little bit. The Chen as well, though. being taken out by the Honored Vanguard. We've seen it be a very high tempo support playing position 5, wants to end the game in that like 20 to 25-minute range if possible. So Honored Vanguard taking it out, not wanting to get run over immediately. Makes sense.
The Venge ban that you're talking about earlier, I feel like a lot of these bans are centered around the sort of Vladimir's offering sort of purchase. A lot of these offlaners are picking up this early aura item, getting some early armor and lifesteal, and then Chin is a support that can pick it up, which might allow you to pick an offlaner that doesn't want to build Vlads or something like this.
Yeah, I've definitely seen Vlad's be a very good item. Lion is going to be the first pick here. Makes sense. A lot of high control, a lot of damage output. Very annoying in lane with that mana drain. So, pretty good hero. And they take out the Nature's Prophet as well, which can be another just like super annoying hero teleporting to both side lanes.
A very early Pudge pickup.
Now, I don't know what to think about this Pudge. I know a few years ago we used to see like Pudge carry with the Ags rush. I feel like teams have started to move away from that in the most recent patch. Maybe this could be like a mid or an off lane, or it could even be support. I don't really know where to place this Pudge.
I mean, that's a strength of it being an opening, right? Is that you have a bunch of flex and you're able to cover with bans. Right now, the main thing people are picking against this Pudge, if it's an offlaner, is the Slark. But I guess is we're going to see a Slark ban coming out from Sporkface to cover it. And then also it either opens up illusion carries for you or completely takes them off the table for the Honor Vanguard. So the Honor Vanguard aren't going to be picking up heroes like Naga or PL or Terrorblades, stuff like this. Maybe Terrorblade. And it allows Sporkface killers to have that as an option because there's not going to be the Pudge counter later on in the draft.
Yeah, I like that pick coming out from him. Definitely has that flexibility, like you said. Honored Vanguard, not really sure what to do here. They're going to be banning out the Luna. I assume just because it's a strong carry right now. With that Aghanim Shard getting, what is it, like 40% damage reduction while active. Definitely a very strong ability there.
Yeah,
and then the Mars as well.
A lot of tempo.
Not a whole lot of offlaners left in this pool. Might end up just seeing something kind of boring like a Tidehunter or something. But
I'd really like to see a Slardar from the Honored Vanguard. I feel like against Pudge, the Corrosive Haze is really strong. Pudge suffers a lot from minus armor. And like you said, we're running out of strong offlaners. So I think Slardar could be a very good potential pick here for the Honor Vanguard. And they can unlock other things. You could pick a PA, a TA, stuff like this. And yeah, there's a Slark ban. They go straight into a Rubik.
Yeah, I like this Rubik hero a lot, actually. Especially as an opener. It kind of just makes anything the Honored Vanguard picks after. Like, before you select that pick button, you have to think, like, wait, does Rubik get some really good spell steal here? So, definitely like that. It denies a lot of the, like, big ultimate offlaners, like that Tidehunter.
Speaking of big ultimates, Void straight off the bat. One of the strongest carries in the meta, having overall late game dominance. It kind of gives you a little copium injection because no matter what point in the game, eventually Faceless Void is going to carry it for you.
And I like this lane a lot coming out from the Honored Vanguard. Assuming the Lion is 5, Void plus Lion can be very annoying with the mana drain and time dilation, and obviously having a lot of lockdown. Definitely a lot of kill potential going to be coming out from the Dire safe lane.
Yeah, we should see a support here. It's going to be the Morana.
Okay.
It's kind of nice because the invis that comes from her ult is going to allow the Lion to move across the map. Sometimes it can be a little awkward for Lion to like rotate. He's not the fastest hero pre-blink. So Morana will set that up, and there's okay arrows set up. Impale, a Chronosphere.
Yeah.
We're going to see what Sporkface decides to respond with, and it's going to be the Enigma.
Okay. I've seen Enigma played as both a 3 and a 4, so still keeping their positions kind of a mystery here.
We've even seen it as a 5 in the Dacha tournament. I think Toronto Tokyo was playing it as a 5 in the safe lane.
Yeah, just another one of those super dominant lane winning heroes with those Eidolons. They got a buff in the most recent patch. Like they're just a pain to deal with.
To be honest, I've even seen Enigmas in the mid lane. Like I feel like I've seen this hero every single position besides one.
Yeah.
And that could be said about every single Spork face hero right now. Like they could go in any lane in any of these combinations.
Yeah, for sure. Like Rubik middle, not the most common position, but definitely can work if you go for that phylactery build.
Sure.
So
I think I'd
definitely
prefer to
keeping
see the
things
Enigma there
interesting
before
here.
Rubik, but we'll see what
Yeah.
Spork face is cooking. They need a
Meepo.
oh dear.
Okay. Things just got interesting. Uh Meepo versus Lion. I actually like it a lot, even though Lion has like the AoE stun with Earth Spike. I feel like most of the time Meepo is able to just kind of split up his Meepos, get on top of him, net him. Uh, so aside from the Chronosphere, I don't think Dire has a great way to deal with this Meepo so far. But
Yeah, I'd like to see something like an Invoker maybe come out and just try to like go for overwhelming damage. Because that's the
yeah,
issue right now that the Honor Vanguard have is they don't have that much damage. They have a lot of control, but they run out of damage eventually. So maybe just going for like the over the top big bonk of Invoker Sunstrikes into Chronosphere could be the way.
yeah.
Um,
The other hero I see standing out a little bit is Winter Wyvern.
yeah, oh, yeah,
That ultimate just very good versus the Meepo. It's able to cancel Chronosphere or Black
Black
Hole as
Hole.
well.
Yeah, you're totally
Oh,
right. Even Dismember, it's nice against. It's a little tricky against the Rubik. Try not to get it stolen, but
yeah,
the problem is where do you lane it? Because it's like, oh, I feel like typically it's a 3 nowadays, but then you
yeah,
have like a Wyvern Marana, Wyvern Lion lane. You'd almost have to put it mid or something.
yeah. I've definitely seen it mid a few times, but they're gonna go with the Zeus instead. I
Similar
like this.
concept to the Invoker, right?
Yeah, gives a lot of chrono damage with the Arc Lightning plus the ultimate.
Yeah, it's magic damage into Meepo. Meepo's a really high armor hero. It like benefits a
Yeah,
lot from just stats. And so having magic damage to pierce this is gonna be really nice. Obviously, it's a kind of rough into Pudge Rubik though, right? Trying to
yeah,
reposition away from the Pudge. Rubik gets a lot of value from stealing Zeus spells.
yeah. That is true. I think Zeus is gonna have a pretty hard time mid lane if he's just by himself. But the Honored Vanguard do have two supports who love to rotate, and that Mirana and Lion. They're going to be able to go mid for that 6-minute rune, make some plays, and
Yeah,
hopefully give Zeus an okay game.
they're gonna need an offlaner that also rotates around because right now Zeus Void is like pretty greedy in terms of
Hmm.
like having a safe laner and a mid laner go. So they're gonna need an active offlaner, and like half the offlaners in the game have already been banned.
The
So
Centaur ban coming out as well. That would have been
yeah,
another nice, just blink, initiate pickup for the Honored Vanguard. But
for sure. And it's not like a huge Rubik steal sort of
mhm.
initiation. The Slardar is still in the pool. I mentioned that earlier. You mentioned the Tide Hunter. You know, how many threes are there
Yeah,
left?
I don't know how much I really like the Tide. It just kind of it's one of those heroes who can just sit in lane by itself. So it makes the Mirana able to roam pretty freely. Uh, but aside from that, I don't know. You've got the Rubik to steal the Ravage.
Yeah.
Like,
And once Enigma has BKB, it like stops being a black hole counter. And they go for the Wyvern ban.
yeah, it's a bit of
Uh,
an awkward pick here for the Honored Vanguard. I'm not exactly sure what they're gonna take. The Slardar is still in the pool. I think Slardar is pretty okay here. It's a
it
hero who
provides
likes
minus
to just
armor.
yeah, and it's definitely a hero who wants to group up with the supports and start making plays around that 10 to 15-minute mark once he gets that blink dagger.
Yeah, I could see it working out. There's also something like an Elder Titan, which might like it's a classic Meepo counter, and you
Yeah,
could play it as a 3. I'd almost maybe rather prefer like a Morana 3 ET4 or something like that. Like give farm priority to the Morana and get her like an early Ags or something to get magic damage into the
yeah,
Meepo.
and it doesn't give any big like spell steals for Rubik, and they are gonna go for it. I like that a lot actually.
My brain is
Pretty good
huge.
last pick. The biggest
Uh,
of brains.
Now we have the last pick for Sporkface. What do they even need?
I think they're looking for a carry, just something maybe like a Troll Warlord, something that's able to just get in there, do a whole bunch of damage, soak up spells, and kind of just give room for this Meepo.
Yeah, I kind of like that because the weakness of the Honor Vanguard's draft is going to be this offlane, this like ET Marana or ET Lion offlane. So
Hmm.
picking like a lane dominating safe lane doesn't seem like a bad idea. You could even go for like a Sven or something like that.
Yeah. Just looking at it, I imagine this Pudge is a 5 so far for Sporkface.
Could be a Rubik 5, could be Enigma 5. They go for the troll,
Troll
like you
Warlord.
said.
All
Nice
right.
call.
Yeah, looking at these drafts overall,
Liam is
I imagine the
Enigma.
Honored Vanguard is gonna have a pretty good control of the early game, but once you start getting this BKB from the Enigma and the Pudge Blink Dagger and the Troll has some items, I think it's going to be pretty hard for the Honored Vanguard to hold on. I think the pace coming out from Sporkface in that like mid game around 15 minutes or so might just be a little overwhelming. But you are running into a Chronosphere, so the Honored Vanguard definitely does have some answers. They're gonna have to play it smart.
Yeah, there's ways to kite away with the Marana ultimate as well. So we're gonna see how it goes. Both drafts are pretty greedy. Troll, Meepo, Enigma as cores. They require a bit of items, and the same can be said about the Honor Vanguard, Zeus, and Faceless Void, requiring some items to come online. We're gonna see how their support duos are going to fare, making space for the cores this game.
Yeah,
In terms of just looking at it, do you have a prediction? Who's gonna take it? Game one.
I expect to see a lot of Honored Vanguard supports roaming to the mid lane, and if they're able to get something done there, then they may be able to take it. But if the supports play too slow, I think Sporkface have got this one.
Yeah, it feels like they have a lot of tools in their arsenal. Their spells just kind of look better. But we're just the panel. We have an amazing casting team that's going to take over this game. Let's toss it to Tawasha, Brennan, and there's a third one, Ian, to cast game number one.
Yo, can you guys hear us? Is this it? Are we in this?
Think so. What do you feel about the draft?
I think we talked about, Liam coming in and hitting position 5. We got Henry in position 1. He's played that a few times.
Is he 1 or mid? I think he might.
Is he mid?
Meepo mid?
Oh, yeah, Jaws Troll. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We know our own team. By the way, we are the original 3 founders of Sporkface Killers. So
this will be a non-biased cast.
So it's going to be a biased cast.
So Brennan, how do you feel about Elder Titan this game?
That's a good pick. The Void ET is a very, very strong. If you can get the cast off with the Spirit, and then if you can sleep at the right time to set up, or to right after the Void play, or protect the Void from other people who didn't get into the bubble. The problem is if you got anyone on the Sporkface team can kind of like disrupt. You got Pudge can hook you. You have the Adelons that can disrupt. You have, obviously, whatever that hero's name, Rubik can take. I have to say, what are those heroes? Yeah. Rubik can take you. You can get netted. I feel like there's a lot of disruption. So if ET gets caught, it's just not. He's not going to do anything.
Yeah. So how many games do you have on ET? Probably.
I'm probably getting close to about 500, 600 maybe.
So you're going to be critical?
I mean, they probably standalone have more games on ET, and they don't even max them.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I mean, I'll be watching. The thing is, can I remember ET's own moves like correctly?
Okay, that's the hardest part.
Natural Spirit, Natural Order, and what's the last one? Oh, Earth Splitter, sick.
I think the team fights are going to be really fun this game. I think there's going to be a lot of posturing as well because there's a lot of ults.
A lot of baits.
One thing led to another, and GG.
Oh, they're going to really fight. Low ground.
Oh, here, Pudge hook.
Oh, nice hook.
Oh, nice save.
I would have gone teamwork.
See, Sporkface is all about teamwork. Sporks dine together. You can get it?
Mm-hmm.
You can get it?
I think the Marana kind of was not there for the
Missed the
arrow.
arrow. Yeah,
That's
didn't
a
even shoot the
big
arrow.
misplay.
So it looks like we'll probably split runes. Oh, just going to punch that ET a bit. Dodged
Nice
it.
dodge.
So we got, they
So on
got
skill shots,
yeah, we got
sports are up
2-2.
2-0.
2-2 runes, so even start.
I think
Get some
Radiant
hits off
Zap.
the top lane. Pretty sure. What lane do you think is going to be the best for Spork Face and the worst for?
Oh, well, looks like mid's going to be a pretty easy lane.
First blood? Yeah, I think so.
Nice. Oh, he gave it. They split it. Interesting.
Henry knows he doesn't need all the
Yeah.
all the gold.
But yeah, Troll's going to suffer a little bit because of that.
Dire Zap.
He's going to get a little push to our lane, but it won't be too bad.
But to answer your question, I think top's going to go the best. You always win Enigma lanes.
Yeah, you pretty much do. It's hard not to.
I mean, he's the highest MMR player in the game, so surely he wins his lane, right?
You think he knows what he's doing with his Adelons.
You would think the 11K wins the lane.
Do you think the weakest lane then is our safe line or Spork Face safe line?
Yeah, but you have a pudge in that lane. But
He's gonna be pulling
ET and a lion. That's a lot of harass. I think Troll's gonna definitely struggle to do much in that lane.
We played. Wait, who was it? I think I played. Yeah, me and you played like Lion ET off lane before.
Yeah. It did not go well.
No, I don't think it did actually. I think we just kept missing the timings on the sleep and spike. So okay, wait. What is Lion stun called? Let's see if I can remember.
Earth Spike.
Earth Spike. I said spike. Okay, cool. I got half of it.
Ooh,
No.
almost.
You got the back. You got the back one, man. You got the range creep. That's money.
From just the hero picks themselves. I mean, who do you guys think is going to win this late game battle if it does go late game, or do you think one team needs to end quicker?
I mean, you're usually pretty good at that. I mean, honestly, Bubble just always massively strong, but
Yeah,
I think
that bubble late game, but you have the black orb, the black hole.
Yeah, I think it's just going to come down to whoever gets the best fights.
yeah,
With
I
either
think,
black hole
team
or
fight
Chrono.
only. I mean, Meepo
Both teams
trolls
have a save as well.
badly. If they just start moving around mid late, I mean, I don't know. That feels really, really strong.
Mm-hmm. The CT's getting quite a lot of last hits compared to the troll. That ET starts to get a big. Oh, nice lion.
Can they trap him? No, I think he's out.
There's the
Oh no,
slow.
blood
Yeah,
cave.
got him.
No, we're good. We're good. That's first.
There we go.
Second blood.
That's gonna help the troll out a lot.
You don't need
Yeah,
to
so
farm
we have-
creeps, just farm heroes.
This is truth.
Question
Yeah,
is, does this ET go Aghanims and then also BKB? Is he gonna go full?
Looks like he's gonna go blade mail into
Yeah.
into Ags,
I guess
maybe?
face boots.
Or face boots into Ags. So what does the Ags do on ET? Can you enlighten us?
Yeah. So
Fernando?
you hit heroes. If you bring back the spirit, you get a BKB. Dana's dead.
Oh.
Dana's
Oof.
dead. Can you get a rebuttal? No, he might die.
But Fade
might
gets a
die.
kill on the faceless void up top.
Okay,
so,
top.
you know,
Yeah.
Unless Jaw's gonna
Oh
die.
yeah, he
here.
dead. Oh, good start for ET though.
But Marana's struggling top. Is Marana gonna die right here? No, he backs off.
ET can punch hard. I don't play a lot of offlane ET. People want me to. Terrible at it. I'm support only. But people keep saying, why? It's so easy to be good on him offlane. I'm like, okay, sure, why not?
Ooh, Fade a little deep. Gets the kill, but that faceless void does do some smacking.
Question is, how many bubbles is Rubik gonna steal? What's the over under?
Hopefully
Just
0. I hope 0.
You don't want it. You don't want him to have
One
bubble.
thing led to another, and
Who's on our team?
GG.
Rubik? I mean, faceless void can still go through
Oh,
faceless voids.
That's
It's
true.
Cronus Void.
But if you throw it in the back line, it's kind of
I would rather him steal Earth Splitter and
Earth
throw that
Splitter,
into
yeah.
the Faceless
I
Void
think Radiant
Chrono. I
sucks.
think that would be nice. Little
You can get
thing
the
they can
range
get
for it,
going.
yeah.
This does look like a fun Rubik game. I mean, you start looking at all the skills.
One thing led to another,
Morana's got some
and
really fun
GG.
skills. Zeus has got some fun skills. Lion, I mean, all Lion's skills are nice ones to steal. You can just use your ult on him and you get a great spell.
Call it.
Who has the hardest game out of all the teams?
Probably Marana.
Zeus,
Yeah.
Marana?
I think the
don't know what she's gonna do.
Maranas. Yeah.
Door, but is Door going to struggle unless he finds the pickoffs early?
Yeah, I think unless he can just land, he doesn't really have that much set up for his arrows besides the lion stun, and he's kind of got to be right there. He's got to be pretty on about those. Just gonna get him right here.
One
Can they
thing led
finish him
to
off last
another,
hit?
and GG.
Ooh, a couple more. Nice
Cool.
blood grenade. Oh, but the body blocks. Unfortunate.
Dying by the neutral.
Still got him.
Oh, wait.
Nope.
Oh, with
Nope,
the...
Rubik hit him with the
yeah, I
with,
didn't see that. Nice.
telekinesis, I think.
So it's a pretty even laning stage.
Ooh, got a Meepo with haste. Let's see what he can do with it. Maybe hunt.
We can
hunt
find
that
Marana. It's easy.
I think Radiant sucks.
There's a lot of fighting going on, which is nice. I like these
Yeah.
active games. I hate the ones where they just sit and farm. and-
almost got the grab.
But I don't know if you want to hook ET, man. That seems scary, hooking a ET
Yeah, the
into
debuffs hurt. Debuffs
your carry.
This might be dead.
Yeah, I think this is Dead Lion. Or, sorry, Void.
Yeah, they are feeding off that Faceless Void, which is not good for Honor Vanguard. But you know, Spork's got to eat, man. Spork's got to eat.
Sport's all about eating, man. Dying together, die together, dine together. What is it? What is the OG saying? What was the OG saying? Win together, play together, win together,
Slay together,
die together,
slay together, slay
Play
together,
together.
slay together, slay together. I don't know.
If Sporkface had to have a voice line, if they were in the competitive scene and had to submit a voice line, what would be the voice lines?
Oh,
We are in the
trash
competitive
like
scene.
me, just like that.
Would we just do them all?
Yes, we would. They're all going to come from this game. Oh, 3 TPs coming
The
in.
fun
bot.
thing is when we were watching
They
them
want that.
on the
They want
comms,
that troll.
yeah, with Henry, I didn't know. I know Babatish was Russian, but I didn't know Fade spoke Russian. So it was kind of cool because they would like speak Russian on the side, and then everyone was like, "What?"
I mean, this game's a little bit closer than what it seems like. I mean, losing that top tower, the net worth is still not too far
2K?
off.
I don't know,
Yeah, it's
2K
not.
before 10 minutes.
I mean, it could be worse. I mean, losing your top tower that early and you're still. Oh, if the void dies here, that's,
Oh.
that's
Yeah, that's dead.
going to be
Yep.
unfortunate. Well, there's the first hole. You know, get a kill with the first hole is always
Yeah,
always ideal. You always want that. I think he just rage quit. I think the game is over.
Yes, the game over. Or wait, or is this the pause where he has to go
I believe-
salute his general or
I
something?
believe he has to go salute his general. But I mean,
Yeah,
it
I think this is the
it's-
3 minutes where we should all sing the national anthem.
Ian,
Thanks to
go
the
ahead and
military.
I think.
Wait, do you think the military probably uses more sporks than anybody on Earth?
I don't
The
know.
most diverse.
My son
tool
uses a lot of
equipment.
sporks. My son uses a lot of sporks to eat.
Dude, they're great. Look at it. You believe he needs 3 to 4 minutes?
So this is.
Should we all
this is why
salute?
only
Should we all
draft
just, like-
players with good internet, right? We don't want to deal with this.
What was that?
What are we doing?
Sporks only got players with good internet. We don't want to have to deal with people disconnecting on our team.
Oh, this isn't disconnect. He has to go do some actual IRL like saluting.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
I think the timing is quite funny because he did just get black
He
hole.
did just get
How many faces voids have you had get black hole underneath their tier 2 and just rage quit out of the game?
Not just rage quit. I feel like in Turbo they just go solo farm for the entire game and hope they come back.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do in Turbo, solo farm, and then show up at 30 minutes with the tier 5 item.
If this was a Turbo game, who would you pick? Which team? Not on players, but based on draft.
Based on draft, we'll Pudge is never ending scaling, so
Yeah, turbo
kind of hard
scale.
to not go with. I think Enigma is OP in turbo. You get a refresher blink dagger pretty
Yeah.
quickly. Yeah, it can get game over pretty quickly. But this isn't turbo, so I still think
You
Sport
never
Face has
know.
got it. I think this is gonna be. I think this might be a sub 20-minute game from the looks of it. This Meepo is starting to get a little big. Yeah.
So what item is Troll going first? He's not doing great farm wise right now.
It looks like Maelstrom. Is that what
Okay.
I'm seeing? Yeah. I mean, I like
That's
that.
good to
I'd
catch
rather
up.
get a Maelstrom than a Battle Fury. I'm not a huge fan of Battle Fury at the moment.
Why is
I like
that?
the Maelstrom. I don't know. Just not a fan of it.
Okay, that's fair. Seeing lightning's fun.
Yeah, I like the Lightning.
So I haven't actually logged into Dota for quite a while. What any minor or big major changes in the last like 2-3 weeks? I haven't.
No,
paid
I
attention.
think it's still the same patch. Healing is OP. That's why Chin.
Yeah, I was gonna say healing OP.
I think healing's OP. I'm surprised we didn't see a Phoenix pick, but I guess since
Was
Henry's
Phoenix
playing
banned?
Meepo, was it banned? I don't remember.
I don't remember. I'm already bad.
But I think Phoenix is pretty strong. So
So should we share insights into how we drafted such a damn good team, or should we keep that secret?
secret for sure. We can't
Okay,
leak our
cool,
secrets.
cool. Yeah, you don't want to leak our secrets.
Yeah, we don't want to tell people you pay PPD to allow us to draft the best team.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah. How
wanna
much
te-
do we tell?
you don't
them
wanna
what our
tell
prize
people that.
total cost was?
So
The real
we could
PPD
probably
is
talk
actually in
about
our closet.
kind of how our team operates and like kind of who's the captain and all that stuff.
Well, go ahead. Give it a go.
I don't pay attention to any of that, so that's going to be up to you two.
All right, fair. No,
Like,
we just focus on good vibes synergy. You know, teams gotta love each other. Ever since the first season, aka season 4, we had the dark horse of the season. You know, we realized what's more important is a vibe that works together.
Sure. I think people were pretty salty that Sporks got to keep 2 11K players, but
Well,
we
that's where
lost
the
our
pride comes
11K
in.
players. So
That's
if they're able to win it again this season, they can't say, "Hey, we stole it because we got two keepers." Hey, we did it with one of our keepers gone. So
That's
All
true.
right,
If we win, if we go deep without Babatich, then yeah, we definitely have the crowd on our side. No, I don't know. All I know is honestly, we always talked about the biggest thing being Thana Fade. Oh, we're looking to go. Let's go.
Yeah, we're since season 4.
And Henry as the captain. He's a very, very strong organizer.
it is.
Motivator.
Henry was a sleeper pick for sure. And I don't know how we got him.
I'm surprised
again
people
this
let us
season.
have him. I mean, dude, that was
Uh-oh,
wild. We kind of felt nervous.
Fade sense this? I don't know. This could be bad.
Oh,
He's
He did.
no black hole. Yeah, he's. Oh, the missed arrow.
But we
He's
got
dead.
Finger
He's
coming
dead.
in.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't have Finger yet. Oh, so he still got him.
But, I mean, 5-man gank top. I mean, it's gonna happen. Hopefully, we can.
4 rotations.
Yep. Meepo's still able to farm, so you can't be too mad. It's unfortunate, but you gotta push through it.
I mean, ET's getting. I mean, he's getting his
He's getting there, man.
last hits in.
He is. I would like to see maybe a gank on him. He is he the highest net worth on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the highest net worth. Yeah.
He is the
Yeah.
highest net worth. It would be nice to see if maybe you get a smoke gank on him. Maybe let the troll get that kill even too. Get him a little boost.
Do you think even an early lead on ET is it really that strong? That's the thing is I feel like he needs too many better items.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he does get those, starts to
Yeah.
build up those items, he can start smacking. I mean, I've seen you ET late game Just
No, that's
smack
great.
people with
The
your-
thing is, you don't
your-
even need
your
farm to be
briefcase.
good. Yeah, but I don't know if a farm DT is better than just a not farm DT. You know what I'm saying? Early game.
Yeah,
Early game.
Yeah.
like like if he has Ags and Shard and a BK bead, ET TPs on top of you after stunning you, that's scary.
Yeah, he's gonna kill you. I mean, they're and they're
That's probably dead.
nice hook.
Oh,
That was
no,
a nice stun
Marina.
by Lion. Can they finish it? Ooh, the
Yeah.
leap. He's got
Ooh.
leaps. Nope, not gonna go for it.
Sad.
I don't know if I like that. I think he should have. I think he could have gotten that.
Oh, now he might get punished.
Ooh.
Liam's
But he has
punished.
leaps. He's got 2 leaps. I
Oh,
think
missing
he
the
gets-
arrow doesn't feel good.
No, it does not.
Door, what are you doing?
We had Door at
Making
one point,
space.
didn't we?
We did back in season 4. We were able to pick him up. Oh wait, was it or season 5? I already forgot.
We had him in season 4. We drafted him.
final for the
I
final.
think- Yeah, we had him on our finals team. I think we drafted him the week 2. We picked him up as our first pick, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Dana.
Dana, we originally drafted.
Well, we
Dana.
originally had
He's-
Dana,
he's
and
an
then
OG.
yeah, and then he was like, if A and B stays, I'm out. And then A and B left us because I was committed to the first pick, as in, hey, we made a first pick. I'm not gonna kick him off our team, but he made that decision, and that actually helped us quite a bit.
Because that's when we got Fade, right?
We would have had
Yeah.
Fade no matter what. I think we had the
Okay.
first pick. We had the first pick that week.
It's funny how the chaos of season 4 actually has set the entire team
It really did set us up this season and last season.
because it let us figure out who we did really like.
Ooh,
Ooh, man,
it's
this
gonna be a
is-
finger stack. It's, this last couple minutes since the pause, like the Honored Vanguard have kind of like
He got
Refocus.
military glory. Once you
He did.
salute
He
your
got
general, you
salute.
get a buff. You get an IRL
He
buff.
sung the national anthem. He got his buff. I mean, he's just hitting creeps, but the rest of his team, he must have had his mic open so his
Mhm.
team could hear what was going on in the army.
And then his general was like,
inspiration.
this is it, do or die. You better not let me down.
His general could be over his shoulder right now. We
Right
don't
now.
know.
All military tacticians in the American army play Dota. That's why they're so good at war.
Hmm.
That's
This is actually like Ender's
This
Game.
is an
They
actual
are actually
fact.
playing war right
This
now.
is an actual fact. One of my dreams in life was to be a war game designer, where you actually work for the government and the military and the DoD to design war games. I thought that would have been so much fun. But then I was too busy playing real games, so it didn't work out.
As happens.
As
to
it
most of
happens, as we
us.
do.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Ooh.
dude.
Oh,
They're
man.
catching
Kill
us
on
out.
Pudge.
He's been dying a lot this game.
I mean, he's just a
That's his
pudge.
role.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not a big deal. He's just trying to make space, trying to find some hooks, dismembers. I mean, I would like
our
to have
supports
maybe
still
the
have
Rubik
better-
roam with him would be nice. I think that would both of them
Yeah.
could roam together.
Our supports have better farm, though. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
as long as we're above their farm on supports, it's okay.
look like they're trying to come gank Fade again. Senses
Oh,
it. Nice sense.
nice sense.
The thing is, I think go back to ET. He's getting a lot of farm, but he's not doing anything right now.
That's what I'm trying to tell
He's
you.
top
is
net
that
worth,
ET
but
farm doesn't do
he-
shit. It's like the
he's just
same as a
hitting
non-farm.
creeps. He's just taking his briefcase and smacking him in the head. But
I think probably around the 18-minute mark, might see some ET action.
But I mean, for how much this game started quickly, it's kind of slowed down. Ooh, they're coming from the back, and there's the first chrono.
First bubble.
That's-
It's not going to kill him. Oh,
The arrow connects.
line of arrow.
Oh, he gets the
Wave,
ult
give
off.
him the wave.
Oh, tragic,
what?
tragic.
Oh no, is he gonna live
Oh,
through?
no.
Oh no, you
In the
hate
black
to see
hole.
it.
Mm.
Oh, you hate to see it. The ET didn't.
I
do
mean, the
anything
ET
but that
finally
earth-shattering.
contributes and
Yeah.
He did get a
gets
point,
the
but-
kill. If
Oh.
Spurs can get a kill here,
Oh.
that would be huge.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ooh,
ET's doing.
Wow.
Oh, ET's hitting
Yeah.
hard.
And that's the power
Oh
of ET.
no!
That's
Okay.
Oh, that's
That
it.
is-
That's the ET stop.
That is a briefcase
Oh no! He's
smacking
gonna sleep.
cow.
Catch him? Nah, he
that's
missed.
great.
That is so he went straight to the Echo Saber. That yeah,
Dude, that's perfect. Fast Echo Saber. That's
and he's
kinda
gonna get
nice.
this tower. Looks like yeah, he's hitting for 300 a pop
300 damage right
with
now. Let's
his
go.
Astral Spirit. Yeah,
He popped off. I think there was a heal that Liam threw on Rube, but like he two-shotted him basically.
yeah.
Lucky. Dude, when he gets,
Is he gonna get? You think he goes to cleave or the natural?
dude, he's going to go to
order
cleave. You don't do
range?
cleave. What are
You
you
gotta
doing?
go cleave.
No,
right?
that's just not even fun. Dota. Sometimes
If
you
you're
just
not going to
pick,
cleave.
fun Dota skills.
True.
The cleave at 20 is the greatest thing. I mean,
It
ET
is-
is,
it
just,
is nice.
is so much fun once you hit 20.
Go cleave straight into Hyperstone, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
So what
I
do the
think they
sports
need to
players
gank
do
this
after that fight?
ET.
Yeah.
I mean, we did get a lot more out of that than we could have. Because it could have been an easy pick off on Troll. But
True.
we got
Yes.
something out of it. So
Um,
it wasn't the worst. It wasn't good, but it wasn't the worst.
It wasn't good. Yeah, and I think Henry showed up a little late. Oh, no, he was there.
Yeah, just couldn't get into the mix.
Yeah.
I think Radiant sucks.
First chrono not going to kill.
Oh no, this is not good
frustrating.
though.
Nice
Oh,
hook.
no,
With the
nice.
lightning.
Damn, nice lightning. Okay.
Yeah, the
and
Honor
we're looking
Vanguard
sus
are
right now.
putting some stuff together. Sporks. Ooh, I think that's going to be a dead Meeps.
Yep.
Oh,
Wow.
And Faceless Void chrono up? No, he's
He is.
this Rubik should be dead. The Zeus is coming
Yeah,
around.
I think the Rubik's
Yep.
on smack. Oh, the aura's here. The debuff from ET.
Yeah, I think
They could easily pick off Thana
I
again.
think Enigma needs to start split pushing, allow Meepo and Troll. Troll's really struggling now. He's pretty far behind the. I mean, Faceless Void is just behind him too, so both
Yeah.
safe lanes are definitely struggling.
ET and Zeus are capitalizing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Void feels a little bit more impactful with no farm though.
That's true. You can chrono with ET and Zeus, and they can clean up everything else. This Pudge is just tactical feeding. You know, give them the kill streak and allow
And let him to take it back
Henry
later.
to get the kill streak goal. It's understandable. It happens.
Comeback gold's underrated strategy.
It is.
Used to be better, but still strat. But usually that's a strat in the early game. You got to die early enough to where it doesn't matter. Now it feels kind of painful.
Yeah, I don't think the Sporks were able to get enough out of their early game lead. This Faceless Void, if he's left to farm like he is now, when he
Dude,
hits
that's a general buff,
level
dude.
20, he's gonna be a problem at level 20 for sure.
I think we just have to bank on a Blink Meepo with Hex, just obliterating them.
With a good black hole.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go Mega Meepo though. I like this. I'm a big
Mega
advocate
Meepo
for
fan?
Mega Meepo. For my macroing skills, I'm a big advocate for it.
Yeah, it's not about the micro, it's about the macro Meepo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why have 5 heroes when you can just have
Just
one?
have one big hero, right?
Just have one big hero.
Facts.
So is ET a counter to Meepo with his spirit and the extra damage he's going to get?
Yeah,
from
if
all
you
of
can
them?
sleep the right Meepo, it's really nice because they're just stuck.
Well, I think he's saying with Astral Spirit, does it stack?
Oh,
with
the
each
debuff.
Meepo?
Yeah. Oh no, each Meepo counts. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a bunch of damage.
So I think Mega Meepo will be.
find out
Maybe
that.
that's
I actually have no idea. But if it does, that is a big counter. Yeah.
that could be one of the reasons why they picked it is for that reason. And I mean, once he gets to cleave and he has that, yeah, that's gonna.
Yeah, exactly. I've never
Maybe-
felt like playing ET against Meepo. Yeah, it was always pretty easy.
Yeah, that's probably why Henry's thinking as well. Is like, hey, I'm gonna grab the Mega Meepo just so he can't get buffed. Because I think that's what happened in that fight down bottom. Is he got every single Meepo had the plus 280 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has Ags. That's the biggest update for Elder Titan.
That's big.
Yeah.
big.
Hex is
So what
probably
does
Shard.
Axe do again? It just
Remember, so every hero you hit, that's the number of seconds on your BKB when it comes back to you. And then when you get your shard, you'll teleport on your spirit, and you'll get all of that BKB right when you teleport on him. So it's like an instant rather than having to wait for it to come back to you.
It's gonna be. We're just gonna be running. The Sparks are gonna have to.
Yeah,
run
I
for
think
that when it
that's what it
happens.
needs to be. I think let our
And
carries
the best is when
farm.
you sleep teleport during the black hole and then 3-shot the the fucking black hole dude, whatever his name
Enigma?
is. Enigma. Yeah.
Yeah, the black hole dude. Yes,
Black
that guy
hole
needs to be.
Yeah, identify heroes by what their strengths are, not by their names.
Okay.
True Dota.
You got Bubble
Dota
Dude,
Pro.
you got Claw Dude, you got Sleepy Rude.
Looks like it's starting to chill out a little bit. Not a fan of that, but it's good for the farming.
Yeah, I
Looks like,
think the later this game goes, the more it benefits Sporks.
All right, so now Pudge has got his shard. So with that
And what's
said,
his shard do again?
the Sporks have the most healing spells in the game. In
So
this
we win.
match.
Auto
so
win.
Therefore, with how the meta is, they should win, right? The team with the most healing wins, correct?
That is
If
correct.
we went back and actually looked at the professional games, I do feel like that's true.
This
And
is a
no one's
professional
mentions
game.
it. No one talks about that meta.
I mean, I think the pros understand because you see some of the bans. I mean, Doom, DK.
So the casters, they don't cast that meta, and I just haven't heard them say.
Maybe the
talk
pros
about
just understand it, so then they don't need to talk about it. I don't know. But I mean, you see DK. DK's banned a lot. I mean, at the Bet Boom, I think it had like almost an 80% pick ban rate. I think most of it was banned just because I think the offlane it's super strong. It's got that stun and that healing regen. I think people are trying to figure out how to replicate Heart with Heart getting nerfed. That's my thought, but I'm only a 1K player. But that's my.
What are
opinion.
the type of items that amplify healing?
Anything that gives you a health regen?
Okay. I meant like if you have a spell, is it spell damage? Does that increase out to healing as well?
So there's like the magic wand upgrade that does healing. I can't remember what it's called. Holy Locket.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously Mech and Guardian Greaves and all those fun things as well.
But I think for the cost and the benefit of those, they're not the best. I think that's why people are trying to pick heroes that kind of compensate for that, like Chen with his big heal and the creep aura. You don't have to build as many auras because the creeps can help you with the auras and then the healing.
Sporks have no idea this is going on.
Yeah,
This is not good.
But they can't do anything. I mean, they have Chrono. Zeus
Like if
ult,
Sporks went in there, it would not
ult.
go well.
I mean, yeah,
Oh, we have a BKB on Enigma now.
that is
That
huge.
that's very
That
big.
is huge. Maybe he's gonna try to sneak. Yeah, I think he realized it a little too late.
So only thing that can stop Black Hole now is going to be Chrono.
This isn't good. I think this is going to be a dead Meepo. Yeah. 5-man rotation. That is a dead Meepo. Oh?
Oh, he got out and sent
He
more
got the
in.
Mega Meepo out. That is some impressive skills. He's still going to die, but that was flashy. That was pretty flashy.
I think he would have lived if, well, he definitely would have lived if he would have gotten that one out and not sent the other ones in. I think it was just
Well, I
chaos.
think he got the other ones in and then became a Mega Meepo to save that one's health.
Gotcha.
I don't think he would have been able to get out unless he did that. It was flashy. Oh, this troll is in pretty deep. And that's Chrono still available. Yep.
BKB might help. No, debuffs. We got him. He's
That's
dead.
a 9-second BKB down.
There's some chain feeding going on right now. And then
How are they
Enigma's gonna be
still
able to get up.
commanding such a...
Oh,
he did.
The power of the Zeus, dude. The
Yeah.
power of the Zeus. They also had some wards looking at that, so I guess power of the ward.
Power of the ward. But they were able to clear out.
Oh, now
all
they're
the-
hunting Pudge. Oh, they're
There's
just hunting heroes. They don't care about last hits. They're hunting heroes now.
Yeah, I feel like this is a
that's-
turbo game.
It's not looking good for the Sporks. They somehow have a 2K lead.
That's what I was saying. They're still
but
farming like way better.
as if you could not see the lead, and if you were playing the game, if I was on the Spork side, I would be getting a little testy. But
I think we can take a fight here, though. We have
Oh,
Chrono,
nice blink.
Or we have Black Hole. They don't have Chrono. I think now's the time to fight.
I think so too. Yeah. They still have Earth Splitter and Mirana's ult up in 5, so they can still kind of got to play around that. I think Rubik really needs. I like the Blink Dagger on
Oh, they're
Rubik.
going in. Oh,
no.
but he had to.
Oh, he's gonna
no.
die in 2 hits.
Oh,
Ooh, nice net. Yeah, I think this Rubik's definitely gonna have to steal some spells and do some flashy moves.
Oh, Pudge, get out! Pudge, get out! Pudge, get out!
Yeah, I think this troll pick. I'm hating it more and more as the game goes on. It's hasn't done anything, and I don't see it doing anything later in the game. If I'm being honest, unless he can ult, do a lot of damage, and then Pudge eat him. As a pretty much give him a second life, let him heal up again, and then spit him back out. That could be something. It could be dirty to Pudge hook infest or just hook and dismember someone who's chronoed. Those could be.
Oh,
cool.
here we go.
We have no follow up there.
Yeah, we have a little bit.
Nice. The ages.
I mean, it's the ages though.
Ooh, and our splitter.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah, oof. Oof.
That's rough. I don't know if that's worth a.
I think he's gonna catch. No, I mean,
No, it's not at all. This is just a masterclass in how to play Elder Titan, it feels like.
I think so.
Oh, they let him go.
That doesn't feel good. Oh, that doesn't feel good at
Oh,
all. He stole the orb, so there's one orb stolen. Yeah, this is starting to. I think this is a bit of a shocker. To me, I don't know. I guess Liam doesn't seem comfortable on the Rubik. I think he's trying to do stuff, and his moves aren't doing much. Yeah, I think I'd rather fade. I also like fade on more of a carry role, being a carry from the offlane rather than being a supportive role. Yeah, I feel like his best heroes are usually ones.
His Legion Commander is.
His Legion Commander is outstanding. I would have really liked that, but it is what it is. He's still a great player.
I'm not counting this out this game though. I think
I'm not either. I think
as long as we stay composed, we get to the late game.
Refresher Black Hole is something to be feared, for sure. But this troll, okay, Meepo's coming to back him up. Their ults are all down, so this is a good time to fight. Troll can. Oh, that's. Ooh, he's gonna get that.
Is he gonna get him?
Nice.
Yes.
Follow-up kill.
But that ET is hunting in the back. But his BKB is about to go down, or his spirit sense.
There's the black
Just
hole.
one-on-one.
This
Oh,
is a
there we
big
go.
kill if they can
Okay.
get it. There we go.
Good find. Okay, now lead up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Good turnaround.
Hey, 3 for
Back,
1.
baby.
3 for 1. You take those. I think you go hit this top tower. Push that top tower in. Or they go farm. I think the Sporks are like, hey, we can get the farm. I think we have the late game. Let's just stay focused.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this will be a 45+ minute game.
Yeah, and that was a gank by Honor Vanguard too.
Yeah.
And so if you're getting ganked and you only lose one person and kill 3, and my math checks out, I think that's a win for the team. I could be wrong. Someone might need to double check my math.
Someone needs to chat GPT that.
Yes.
Yeah, let me see. I'll chat GPT your questions. See what the result is. In Dota, if you try and gank and lose 3 heroes and they lose 1, which team won? Which side?
So Marana got her Ag Shard lead. Ian, you play Marana quite a bit. How do you feel about this
One
shard?
thing led to another.
I think it's a
GG.
very unimpactful shard. You have to line up the leap
Radiant sucks.
so that it does damage. Like when it leaps, it gives you attack speed. That's going to be nice for the Elder Titan. You get an extra leap charge. It's something that you're never gonna buy, but if you get it from the Tormentor, you're
And
never
you get a
upset.
spree.
You're not
Yeah.
mad about it. Yeah.
All right, here we go. ChatGPT says this. It is better for the team that got ganked.
Call it.
There we go. Losing
Nice.
fewer
Nice.
resources in terms of heroes than your team. Such a trade can lead to net gain and golden experience for the enemy team.
Every hook you don't throw, you miss, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say that to ChatGPT. Every hook.
Oh, Fade is hunting. He's in,
No.
or Thana is in
Right?
trouble.
One thing
I
led
think you
to
just
I think
another.
you let him
Thana
die. I
here.
think you let your pledge die here. I think you go.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, ChatGPT knows Dota lore like crazy. Yes, that's a popular saying in the context of Dota 2, often associated with the hero Pudge and his ability Meat Hook. The phrase, every hook you don't throw, you miss, is a way of encouraging players to take risks and attempt hooks.
Excellent.
Thank you for these updates, Brennan.
Should I ask
Predict.
ChatGPT how
See
to-
if ChatGPT has a better prediction than Gaben. See
Wait,
who has.
ChatGPT probably knows something about the Sport Face team. Let's ask it. You ready for this? How popular would we be? Spork! You know about the NADCL team Spork Face Killers?
We haven't really
No.
talked about this Zeus very much.
One
He's
thing
doing
led to
a
another, and
pretty interesting build,
GG.
in my opinion.
They do know about NADCL, but nothing about Spork Face yet. We're not popular enough.
Zeus is top net worth out of nowhere. I mean, he's
What-
farming like a crazy
What is this
person.
build?
Manta, I guess, to get out of
Net.
net. Yeah, definitely to get out of net and then just to get away from the Meepo. Looks like he's just building to get away from the Meepo and then just burst him down. That lightning hands. Yeah, I just noticed the lightning hand shard. That looks pretty good. Oh, and Pudge dying once again, but he will get the dismember off.
No, yes, I think this is a
Oh,
good
but
counter.
Hex.
They can counter it right now.
Comes
Yeah.
troll. Ooh,
Oh!
that's a dead. Ooh, face gets
Oh,
out of there.
wow. Oh, the bubble, but
On a
Trolls,
blade. And then the
blades.
bubble, I don't think he remembers that.
That's a great bubble right
That is a
there.
good bubble.
but you still get Zeus. Oh, the Ursh.
But then the
Oh no,
Turf
ET
Spirit-
hit hard. Oh,
Your
ET.
Elder Titan is here, yeah. And that's a
Is he gonna
dead
get out?
What?
No.
This ET's got a pretty big
no.
briefcase.
ET's briefcase is stacked.
Brennan, I think this is why we tell you to go carry ET.
Oh god, it looks so good.
And you got that cleave now. Oh man,
Yeah,
that's a lot of damage. Ooh, that's a lot of damage by ET.
yeah. And the plus spirit
So
hero. Yes.
7k damage from ET out of their 15k damage on that team. That they need a. I think they need a hex on the Meepo. I think
yeah.
you were right, Ian, about that. Meepo jumps and hex them. I think that might need to be the play.
Yeah, if
I
you hex ET,
Once you get late
it's
enough,
game.
it's just going to be us picking
But
them off.
this could be that fight could be actually good for Sporks because now they don't have Earth Splitter, they don't have Void Ult,
Oh,
and
just
and-
almost up.
and Roshan is almost up.
Yeah, they
That
should be able to
could
contest
be.
it.
I think you want to contest this. I think you try
Yeah, I
to even
think so.
force it. Those ults are down. You tried, but they gotta. I don't think they have anyone to check it out. Marana knows it's up, so
They're
Honor
going.
Vanguard's going for it. They
Yeah, they're gonna
they
go for
need
it.
to.
Well, we have the
Force-
TP advantage, so if someone just
They
TPs,
do, but they have scans too. I mean, I would.
they're gonna
I
take
think
it.
Black Hole's down. We can't fight without
They're
Black
not even
Hole.
gonna
That's
contest.
true. That's true. Yeah,
It's not a good look.
that is a dead Roshan with the Roshan banner as well.
So explain the Roshan banner and how you think you should appropriately use it. Properly use it.
When you're high grounding, so when you're ready to seize the high ground, drop that down and kill the high ground.
Is there a specific side of like the river? Should it always be on your side, or like should you just go aggressive with it since they can destroy it? I guess. Ooh! Liam just took. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Yeah,
This
Zeus
right
is-
click
Zeus
Zeus
hurts.
is
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, nice hook. Can we get the dismember off? There,
Oh.
that's a dead Zeus now.
but the back we got. Fade needs to survive. don't think
It's
he
okay.
is.
He doesn't have black hole.
Yeah,
Enigma
that's
can
true.
die without black hole. It's not.
You're allowed to die without black hole.
And we traded Enigma for the highest net worth in the game.
Yeah, I think you
that
take
is-
that. I mean, what was that trade off gold wise?
Well,
we
you
got
the.
pretty close gold wise, but
Ooh, you did.
ooh, that's a dead. All right,
And a
I would
stack.
normally say it's okay from the die, but that finger stacks are starting to
finger stack hurts.
get up there. That's 6 stacks on finger. That's not ideal.
So
think
would
this
you
is gonna
put
be a
you put the
tower.
war banner here?
Who
Right?
has it? Yeah, Morona has it. They don't need it right now. That's the thing is you don't really need it right now. You
Put it on another lane. You split push with it or
Yeah.
something. Oh, I think. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Wow. ET is so strong.
yeah, this ET's harpoon ET's looking like a better pudge.
I think Radiant sucks.
Yep, and I think that's gonna be the first racks.
Here we go.
But you
Here's
don't-
Oh
Enigma.
no, black hole's up, right?
True. Black holing
Yeah.
in ages. Ugh, that feels so bad.
Well, they might just take care, as in they might know it's up and just sort of back
Back out.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you might be able to keep it. Honestly, it's one of those things where I feel like the better play is to let them use it. Like, just keep punching buildings until they
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah, they could think they have the late game, so they're not worried. Hey, we can do this. Our ET's a truck. He's not gonna die. He almost has 4K health. Looking like this is gonna be a long one. I guess I was completely wrong about it being a sub 20-minute game.
Yeah, that stopped.
I think we've gotten 2 kills since I said that.
Yeah. Not
Oh,
looking good for
that is
Yeah,
a
right
great,
You guys
great
blew a
Chrono.
Think-
50K gold
Yeah, this
That
this
might
is
be,
looking
that
like
might
the
be
end
2
game.
racks. Oh, the buyback
Oh.
black hole onto the void, onto the
But
ET.
he's
Can we
still
get
got
the ET?
Aegis, and
Got
he's
the ET
dead.
though.
It's
Can we get the Zeus? The Zeus is right there. Oh,
That really
Yeah, it's a
hurt.
hit.
That Liam
Couple
hit.
hits.
Liam
he's
hit
dead.
Jaw with the chrono, and that just really hurt us.
yeah.
Troll's dead.
That's the only problem about stealing Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
Ooh,
stealing
boys.
Chrono is not the play. I feel like stealing Earth Spike, Hex, or one of Zeus's spells might be more impactful, to be honest.
Yeah, you
Uh,
might be true.
I disagree, but
So where do you put the
I
banner
can't
down?
argue with
Now
the
you
fact
put
that
the
we're
banner,
doing bad.
Sure. You put that banner down now.
Here, they already put it down. They put it down somewhere.
One thing
Okay.
led to another, and GG.
I'm not sure
That's
where.
probably GG's.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's GG. Hey, we didn't reach 45 minutes.
yeah. I guess he must have gotten a real talking to by his general. His general's like, "Yo, you can't be dying to black
You
hole."
can't be. I'll let you
in
play Dota.
behind.
I'll let you
your
play
tower.
Dota, but you better
You can't
goddamn win,
lose.
sir.
You can't lose. Yeah.
So
You
what do
have
we
to
want
be
to see
winning.
next game?
I want to
Well-
see Fade. I want to see Fade on a more carry role. I
Yeah,
want
carry
him
roll. Absolutely.
on a more of a carry role, and maybe Jaw on a less carry intensive safe lane, even maybe like more of a
I don't know
like a
what they're
tanky,
doing
maybe
right
a razor from Jaw, and then put Fade on him.
Oh, the Mega Meepo save, but the
Yeah.
fucking he can't move though.
Oh, there's the
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
GG
that's
called.
GG.
GG called.
Yeah,
All
well-
right, boys. Well,
It started early, pretty good for the Sporks. They dominated that top lane, but I think the general of the United States Army just gave Honor Vanguard that extra push they needed to come back and demolish the team fights.
Okay. Do we
Any
pass
thoughts?
it back over to someone else?
You don't have any thoughts of the game?
Oh,
yeah. I'm blaming draft. When it all goes wrong, just blame the draft.
Yeah, I was not a fan of the troll pick. I think troll last pick, you want to get something more out of that. But that ET pick that was a game changer. Only 2 deaths, 12, 2, and 13. It's pretty impressive.
Leaving him alone for that long,
Yeah.
like you said,
Yeah.
built up his net worth enough to where he could start getting powerful.
It's true. Yep, throw it back to the cast. Let's see what they their thoughts on the game. Hopefully, Sporks can bounce back and take this 3 games.
Yep.
All right,
Hello.
Wesley. That was quite the game we just watched. What did you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, we were wondering how short we were selling the Honor Vanguard. You know, we were walking in,
Mhm.
you thinking, oh, Spork face. We were looking at the MMR, we were looking at the stats. But the Honor Vanguard came through. I mean, KK, what a player. That Elder Titan performance. Like,
That
I
Elder
didn't see it
Titan,
coming at all.
yeah. The ET versus the Meepo. You know, you send out that Astral Spirit and you get each Meepo counts as an individual hero. So you're getting like 3 or 4 heroes worth of damage when that spirit returns. And
Yeah,
then you just punch people.
it's not only that, it's the natural order, right? Or the
Yep.
passive. Just eliminating Meepo's stats completely. It allows so much damage to come in onto that hero. The main thing I'm surprised about, though, is how that lane went. Like, to me, an Elder Titan shouldn't be beating a Troll Lion lane. But, or sorry, an ET Lion shouldn't be beating a Troll lane. But they made it
Right.
work. They made it look amazing. I'm not sure exactly what specifically went wrong in that lane, besides that I feel like that just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I totally agree. And one of the heroes I really want to point out is Bray on that Faceless Void. You know, he got off, he had a terrible start to the game. I think he had like 3 or 4 deaths in lane. But something that a lot of people don't realize on Faceless Void is you don't need to be a carry. You know, as long as the rest of your heroes do damage, you just place that Chronosphere and you let the Zeus right click and the ET just run in. That's all your damage right there. Like Faceless Void doesn't need to have the Daedalus, the Rapier. As long as he's able to get in and disrupt the fight and sort of zone those supports, you know, that's what that hero really excels at, in my opinion. And so Old White on the Zeus, I imagine he probably had the highest hero damage in that game. Just the bounce lightning chain does so much damage.
Yeah, he was also one having a stellar lane on the side of the Honored Vanguard, and it makes me wonder how effective it was putting that Meepo up against the Zeus in the mid lane, because they had the last pick Troll, right? So they
Right.
had options to move this Meepo to the safe lane, to the off lane, but they put it up against the Zeus, and Zeus just went to town, had a field day with that mid matchup, and was able to transition it. And like you said, it stopped mattering whether Faceless Void had the most perfect game on the planet, because you had his other 2 lanes going exceedingly well. And when that happens, Void can just be a Chronosphere placer, and that's what happened.
Yeah, for sure. For Sporkface though, like, you know, they have Fade, highest MMR player on that Enigma, and he owned his lane. He was highest net worth at like 10 minutes. What do you think went wrong from like that 10 to 20 minute mark for Sporkface?
I think it all comes down to that Troll lane. Like, I think that ideally in that draft, Troll is coming into the mid game with a lot more presence. You pick that hero to crush the lane, and then hit a fast BKB timing and head into that mid game. But because that lane went so poor, it made it so that the game plan for Sporkface could never really tie together. And without that Troll having a game, the sort of black holes that you hit or whatever aren't going to have as much impact, because your Troll is either playing catch up in the jungle or showing up to fights without that much presence. We're going to see what happens though in our draft number 2. We can toss to it. Are we going to see a Meepo in game number 2? That's my question for you.
I would like to. You know, it obviously didn't have the best performance there, but I really believe in this hero. I think between the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter, it has just 2 get out of jail free cards. I think as long as it's able to snowball the early game, I think it's an unbeatable hero. I totally agree with you about that last game. The troll just wasn't really able to make those active moves that he needed to. And so I wonder, our casting team talked about putting Fade on a more like playmaking offlaner. You know, they talked about his Legion commander. So I wonder if they're gonna go that sort of route and give a hero to Fade who's able to like open up this map a little bit more. Because Enigma is one of those heroes who, even if you're winning lane, you don't really want to rotate. You know, you kind of just sit in a lane, you hit the tower, and you're not making space anywhere on the map. So
Oh yeah, I mean, you're making space in the lane, right? You're
yeah, in your lane.
Yeah.
You guys blew a
So I think if
15
Fade gets on a more mobile hero, someone who wants to make these plays, it would set up for a pretty good Meepo pick. You know, having that early game under their belt, and Meepo having another core who wants to like make plays with him. Because that game, the Meepo, he kind of just for those first 10 minutes didn't have anyone to play around. I feel like.
Yeah, he made that nice rotation up top on the back of a haste rune, but it felt in the fights he didn't really have a space. And there was that one moment, kind of at like the 20-minute mark, where just like Meepo and Troll just died on opposite sides of the map alone, and it really indicated the state of the game where they felt like they couldn't play together. They had to play catch up, and it led to these sort of pickoffs from the side of the Honored Vanguard. Speaking of pickoffs, they go for the point-click stun of the Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
Immediate
Dragon Knight
thoughts
is
there.
just one of those heroes. It basically plays itself. You know, it sets tempo in the game. You pop Dragon form. Every time you pop it, it's either a free tower or a one-team fight. A very easy hero to play around.
Yeah, and this is not the Dragon Knight of yore. This hero actually scales now with that Manta style build. You get a Mage Slayer on it. This hero becomes a late game threat as well, the Aghanim Scepter. But Darkseer, he turns these illusions back around on you. I guess that's why they're picking it here, right?
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be the Fade hero. Definitely, he's able to win lane just like that Enigma. I think we're going to see him have a super strong lane presence. But then once he starts to get those first few items, I expect to see a little bit more active rotation, getting that wall down and creating those illusions and try to win some team fights.
Yeah, like we talked about last draft, he's a Vlad's builder, right? He's going to build these aura items that are going to enable the rest of the team.
Payment received.
We're going to see what the second pick is. Probably just a support, right? You could go back for the Rubik. I think stealing Dragon Tail is very nice.
Yeah, we see a lot of supports out of the pool already with that Venge, Enchantress, Lion, Shadow Demon.
And they go for the Hoodwink for the break. Get rid of that pesky passive that keeps Dragon Knight so tanky.
Yeah. Nature's Prophet is still in the pool here. I may like to see that for the Honored Vanguard.
It's a little bit tough into Hoodwink because Hoodwink just scurries out of your Sprout.
That is true. The Darkseer as well. I imagine most Darkseers are buying a Quelling Blade, so he can just cut and then surge away.
This was a hero ban last time. We see the Chin picked up by the Honored Vanguard.
I like this opening from the Honored Vanguard a lot. The DK, the Chen, both very high tempo heroes. They're going to be able to definitely make some moves here in the early game.
Yeah, I wonder where you're going to see to counter this. I could see something like an Ancient Apparition to go against all this heal that's coming out, but then you'd need something to deal with the creeps. Then you have like Hoodwink, AA. It's a really squishy backline.
Yeah, another good way of dealing with heal is Vessel. So any Vessel buying supports. Hoodwink can go it, but most of the time I see Hoodwinks wanting to get like Mage Slayer into Gleipnir. So
yeah,
the nature. Ooh,
I mean, AA is looking beautiful. I mean, it's like the most perfect Ancient Apparition game I've ever seen.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
You could also
Nature's Prophet as well for Sport Phase, potentially.
You can build
it's a Vessel builder.
Yeah, also Invoker is a Vessel builder. It's a lot of magic damage to these heroes.
Get to see some flashy plays in the mid lane.
Yeah, yeah. And you have like the team fight set up with the Vacuum.
Yeah. Faceless Void, though, one of the big Invoker combos taken out of the pool already.
Yeah, it's not a great Void game, though, right? Because you're like Coronaing a DK or an Alk. Like maybe if you get Alk without Chemical Rage, but they're pretty tanky heroes to try to kill in Chronosphere. And Alchemist is probably going to be building a Radiance, so you're like missing and taking burn damage. It's a little awkward. Something we could see is like a life stealer, because you can like possess the Chen creeps. You get a lot of healing into clicking into DK Alchemist. I feel like this could be a Nyx game.
Yeah, and Lifestealer loves playing with the Ion Shell plus Surge from Darkseer as well, so I think that's a very good carry pickup here for Sporkface. Gonna go for that AA though. Makes sense. Plus
I almost thought that was a life
Beast.
stealer. I was about to
call it 2 for 2.
Yeah, I was about to run around the room.
Yeah. The Primal Beast. I feel like I don't see that much of this hero. Like, it's not a super common pick, but in games where it is picked, it usually is like the MVP. I feel like I see this hero getting that Aghanim Scepter and the what's it called? Uproar. Just, it applies the break to DK this game, and it just outputs tons of damage.
Yeah, it doesn't really care about the zoo. It's nice because you can kind of place them in front of towers to try to defend. Interesting Bane pickup.
The combo with Darkseer as well, the Surge with your what's it called? Trample? Is that what the Primal Beast W is?
Yeah.
Gets
Onslaught,
a lot of
Trample, Uproar.
Yeah,
Slam.
you get a lot of bonus damage from the Darkseer Surge with the increased movement speed.
I mean, there's a lot of save. The Honor Vanguard, they're drafting around, keeping their people alive.
Yeah, I think from Sporkface, I'd like to see someone who can play for pickoffs. Primal Beast can kind of do that, I guess. But for the early game, I feel like he wants to just be farming up stacks in the triangle, trying to get that Aghanim Scepter. The Hoodwink wants to run around and get these kills on like a Chen or a Bane, but doesn't really have a mid laner to do that with. So.
Yeah, I mean, you need a carry on Sporkface, right?
Oh, yeah. Primal Beast mid.
Yeah. Darkseer offlane. So.
Right.
I mean, there's carries that get pickoffs. The only one I can think of is like Spectre or like PA, but then you're running like the weakest safe lane on the planet.
Yeah. That's true as well. They need something that's able to sustain in the lane.
Yeah.
And we see a Grimstroke. Is this going to be a Grimstroke mid?
I think so. Or a Bane mid, but probably a Grimstroke mid.
Okay. Both of those heroes commonly played in the support role, obviously, but Bane can be a mid with that Aghanim Scepter. He's able to right-click during the Fiend's Grip, so you can build like a Maelstrom and go for the right-click Bane. Or the Grimstroke, obviously, Ethereal Blade combos well with all of his spells. So.
Yeah, the only merit I could see of putting Bane mid is that Enfeeble is really annoying. But do you care as a Primal Beast that you're getting Enfeebled? Like, not really.
Yeah. Another thing to consider here is the Grimstroke ultimate. It's definitely going to be disrupting a lot of what Sporkface wants to do, holding down that Primal Beast or that Darkseer, and they have a lot of spells to combo it with the Dragon's Tail, Fiend's Grip, Unstable Concoction.
Yeah, especially with the kind of hero Sporkface want to pick up. Like, it's going to be like a Sven or a Troll or a Nyx, like heroes that are super easily kiteable with the Grimstroke ultimate. We're going to see what they go for. It's going to be Illusion here, the Naga Siren.
Okay, I don't love that pick. I feel like the Honored Vanguard has some ways to deal with it, like the Radiance from Alchemist, gonna just burn away all those illusions. But if it's able to get farmed, no one wants to play against a 6-slotted Naga Siren. So
it is gonna be a mid Bane. Old White's on the Bane.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Interesting.
This will be
because
cool.
I thought even Grimstroke would be nice against the Naga Siren because you're nuking all their illusions with your Q, but gonna see. Interesting. We're gonna see what Old White decides to build and for this mid Bane.
I think this is going to be a very high tempo game coming out of the Honored Vanguard with that Chen DK. Going to see a lot of early towers taken, cut off a lot of that map, a lot of where Naga Siren wants to farm.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Alchemist is gonna have really early timings.
Yeah.
Especially because you can go like Mjolnir Radiance, you know? You can go every single AoE magic damage item in the planet against Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Nothing stops him, but that's our thoughts. We're going to toss it over to our casting team of Tawasha, Ian, and Brennan. Take it away, boys.
Yo.
A spicy matchup in the mid. How many games have you seen a Bane versus AA outside of Turbo?
Yeah, never.
Well, you only play Turbo, so probably not.
Yeah, true.
Should be interesting. I'm a big
I mean,
fan
Primal
of Carry
Beast
Bane.
on Fade. I'm not hating it.
Yeah,
Wait,
he's
so
gonna
who's
need
our mid this game? Who's the Sporks mid?
AA, Ancient
He's
Apparition.
not. He doesn't have items like he is, does he?
Unless he's going support and Liam is going mid Darkseer?
Yeah, it's possible.
Could be, or maybe Dana has a no. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I'm going to say this game is kind of a toss-up, though. I'm not.
I
super bullish
like
on
Honor
either team.
Vanguard's
draft altogether. Yeah, I mean,
Sport.
healing.
Bane with Grimstroke
Healing.
is pretty dirty. Here you
I
got to
think
really fight.
Radiant sucks.
They definitely know both of each other there.
One thing led to
The
another.
AA needs to hit some
GG.
outstanding ice blasts for this game to work
Yeah.
for. And Dana has to make space. Like he's moving somebody out. I mean, he's got to make space for this Naga, or they're just gonna get ran over.
But I do see Fade, Dana winning their lane, and if Fade
Yeah.
gets really, really snowbally, then it could be one of those.
Yeah, I can see Honor Vanguard, DK, Grimstroke, and Bane just roaming together at 10 minutes and just causing chaos.
Yeah.
Just hunting the Naga all game. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Fade mid. Okay, and then Liam offline on the dark side. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to have a Primal Beast versus Bane. That's going to be tough for the Primal Beast. I don't know. Oof. That's going to be tough with Enfeeble on.
He'll just be able to
on
trample most of his
That's true.
stuff.
I guess so. I think if he starts to struggle, I think he needs a switch with the Darkseer and Darkseer farm with Iron Shell or something.
Yeah. The good thing is Fade is the best player in this.
He
game,
is.
so
If he's going to do something, he's the one to do it.
Yep. He'll find a way to make this work.
Yeah. There's one thing the Sporks have. They have versatility with this lineup. They don't really know where they want to fit Liam, but they're going to try to figure it out. That might be the strategy of why Sporks got so many forfeits. They realized the bitch wasn't going to be there, so they were like, all right, they need a fill-in. Let's forfeit our last game so they don't get to practice with this guy.
Yeah, some really deep meta.
Surely that's what was going through those teams' minds when they
absolutely.
forfeit. Surely.
Multiple teams.
Oh, it's going to be a first blood on Alk with the blood grenade by Thano.
Nice.
Love that.
You do gotta love that. The rat is annoying, man. I've been playing some games with the rat against the rat, and it is a frustrating hero to kill.
Are we talking about Hoodwink, or are we
Hoodwink.
talking about Darkseer? Because they're both rats, aren't they?
Is Darkseer a rat or an alien?
I don't know, man.
Talking the rodent, the hoodwink. I find his acorn shot into bushwhack is a dirty combo early game. It does a lot of damage very quickly. I think he might be able to prey on this Grimstroke. But yeah, once Grimstroke hits 6, I think him and DK are just going to be able to just demolish people. I think they're going to be able to just roam together and find kills nonstop. That's going to be scary.
Yeah. The good thing that Sporks have is a lot of Honor Vanguard spells are like timed. So whether it's Grimstroke ult or Alk ult, you can just Naga Sing and wait till that's over, and then just fight.
Defensively. Yeah.
I mean, if Jaw can micro his mirror images pretty well, if he does get
Well, they're chasing.
silenced.
Nice little steal there on the Lotus. Both
Lotuses going
Lotuses,
to
is that
sports.
an indicator of winning? Both Lotus is good for both lanes.
I mean, more region is always better, right?
Yeah, more region is better, as we know.
Region is king.
Ooh, Fade is
Fade's
not
looking-
off to a great start.
That enfeeble, man. That enfeeble, it can cause a lot of problems. I have been running Bane mid in turbo, and it is you make people rage. It is frustrating to play against. And when he gets Nightmare 2, when Primal wants to get away, it's gonna be a struggle for sure.
I almost want to see Fade just do exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Stack.
he's like, nah, I'm not gonna do this lane. I'm
Yeah.
gonna play the jungle game. Maybe do some lane shenanigans, maybe.
Yeah, get a couple stacks and just leave the lane.
Yeah. I mean, this Darkseer's doing pretty good. He's getting his farm in, as Darkseers do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, ooh, they're gonna get the Alk right here. Ooh, the nice bait by Thana to bring him back.
Yeah, they got him.
That's
There
a
you
dead Alk.
Keep that up. Keep that up.
Liam is looking a lot more comfortable this game on the Dark Seer.
Yeah, he. I don't think he's really plays position 5. I think he felt out of position there, and he was like, "Guys, don't let me do that."
I think we got another kill here with the block. Yep.
Yep.
I
Ooh,
think they're
oh,
okay. I think they're
that
okay. Get back to
DK.
base. Yeah, or get back to the tower.
Double bracers on DK, 10k or 1k health.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to burst him.
Yeah, a lot of armor. Yeah.
And Liam looks in trouble as well.
Or if he runs around just enough. Nope. Oh no, Dana, no.
Ooh, that's gonna be a double kill.
Oh, not.
Well, that's not
Not
ideal.
what-
Yeah.
With a full
3
wave under the
kills.
tower too.
Yeah,
No one getting
3
XP.
kills. Yeah, no one in mid getting XP either. Vayne pushed out of bounds. This is not looking good. Last
He's found-
minute.
He's found Fade stacks.
But can they do anything about those stacks? I mean, what is Bane gonna go steal those stacks?
No.
Ooh, he's got a Fiend's Grip. This might be a dead AA.
No mana.
Tower,
No
get the
mana.
tower.
He's got oh. Nope, not able to get in range. I don't know. I feel like going for the brain sap there might have been being a little griefing himself. Maybe he thought he could have gotten the kill with it.
Maybe.
Hard to say. God, minus 48 attack damage. That is rough. This could be
Yeah, they need to hold
just a
him.
couple-
a good kill. Ooh, but the
No,
TP
no,
invite
counter.
Shen. Yep.
Blood grenade.
But I guess that doesn't make space for Darkseer to push Alk out of bounds and leaves a 1-on-1 for Naga and DK. So you kind of take those, let them get a little farm, push the Bane out of lane a little bit. Yeah, pretty active / kind of farming right now. It's kind of hard. The supports are being active while the carries are doing what they like to do, hit the creeps.
Yeah.
Yep.
If
Who does this favor?
nice
Ooh.
wall. Nice wall.
This is a good wall,
Gotta get out though. Damn. Chin.
and that is a dead
Incoming.
AA, I think.
Could get a few
Maybe.
slows.
Oh, the hoodwink here. The hoodwink's
recover.
here.
No. Gonna get it fast enough.
So Blake, who does the start of this game favor so far? We're at 4-5. Looks fairly even net worth.
I mean, if I'm Honor Vanguard, I'm happy. You know, DK's doing what DK does. He's getting farm. He's gonna get big. He's gonna start smacking people when he gets that Mage Slayer.
Mhm.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten that tower yet. I feel like he's probably gonna start pushing that tower now with his ult. But we gotta Gonna kill top
Come on,
mid.
right here.
maybe?
One more kill.
Maybe?
And
Oh,
And top
no.
is also getting kills. Alchemist got his ult. He's gonna run away. Ooh, this could be a double kill for Al.
yeah, we're missing Sportface missing a lot of opportunities.
Yeah. Honor Vanguard is 100% happy with the first 10 minutes of the game. I feel like.
Yeah.
But Sporks aren't supposed to win the early game. They're supposed to win the late game with this Naga. Should be the strongest carry in the game, late game. Alk is going to get big, but I think he falls off, and the Naga's going to run him over, I think. They just kind of need to get to that late game. It's kind of weird. You have Honor Vanguards have these 4 really early heroes you want to play and make stuff happen on the map where Alk is like, nah, I want to farm for a bit. So
Yeah, the good thing though is Alk kind of fits into that because he gets big so quickly.
true.
He'll have BKB and Radiance if he goes Radiance against a
Oh, he's going
hero.
Radiance. Yeah, he's definitely going Radiance. He's got that
Yep.
Sacred Relic
Okay.
loaded up.
So yeah, he'll have BKB, Radiance, Blink Dagger, all that probably by 20 minutes with an early game lineup. That could be dangerous.
Could be. Yeah, I think this Darkseer is gonna have to do some shenanigans and rat it out a little bit and let this Naga get big. Liam should be fine here. I don't see them being able to catch him. But it looks like Sporks are gonna try to collapse on this Alk. I don't think they can kill him. He's with this AA
No,
down
the
bottom
AA
and Naga.
started.
I didn't even see that. Oof.
And they're not going to be able to get him right here under tower. No.
Yeah, no way.
You guys blew a 15.
He's going to stun himself, but no one's falling up.
It's going to be a bottom tower gone probably with the Chin army doing what the Chin army does. Push towers. Yeah, not looking good for the heroes of the game, that's for sure. Sportface are going to need something special to come. But you know what? Words of a wise man. If you go to lower bracket, you can still win it, right? Nothing wrong with
Easier.
it.
You get to play more Dota. Don't you like more
True.
Dota?
You get to play more Dota. If you like Dota, you want to go to lower.
Yeah, you want to
get
go
play
lower.
More Dota.
Let's not count ourselves out yet. I think Sporks still have this. We're gonna have some big Darkseer plays into AA Blast and
Yeah,
all
we
set
need
up by Naga Song. It's gonna be perfect.
just got to get to that late game. That's the question. Can you get to the late game? I think this is a dead Primal Beast. Yeah. I think letting them get DK and Chen was a mistake. I think they were the 2 most sought after at the Bet Boom.
Yeah.
And they're showing why. I mean, even with an Alk on the map, DK has the most last hits. Oh, no, he doesn't.
So us being Sportface killers, are we just casting curse our own team by casting?
I think so. I think we did
Yeah.
cast or curse our own team, even though we didn't pick them to win any of the games. I mean, this could be something. Yeah,
okay,
right here.
okay,
But then
hold
the
on.
DK's gonna turn into a dragon
Oh
and just kill them all.
no, but the blade mail hurt. Well, that looked promising
It looked promising. It's
for a second.
yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. We did a lot of damage there and still died. This DK
Really
is
meta.
just a thick boy, dude. This Bane is driving pretty deep.
Yeah, but he's trying to get
but-
just these last. Yeah, I mean, he barely got out there.
Yeah.
Hoodwink barely got out.
But good news is Naga's farming. So I mean, there's that. Naga is farming, very slowly, but farming.
Has Naga died yet this game?
don't think so.
Yeah, she got ganked
No,
bottom.
she got ganked. Yeah, never
Yeah,
mind.
when the Sporks ganked top on the Alk, they ganked her bottom. That's why the Alk was alone. Bane's finding Primal Beast
9K
here
at 12
again.
minutes. Does not.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a dead Primal with the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
And another follow-up chain feed. Nope, he's going to be able to get out, I think.
I don't know.
Oof. This Enfeeble is doing work. This Enfeeble is doing work with the Spirit Vessel. That is for sure. Enfeeble, underrated. Especially when you get the Ags 2 going. It's going to be some tough sledding to get that Bane out of Fiend's Grip. So how do you what do you guys think what is Sporks' how do they get back into this game? What do they need to do?
I think they need the other team to dive their fountain at this moment. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or just big Darkseer plays into AA Blast. I think that
is a good big
it
AA Blast
was.
here. Connects on 2. Shen's going to be useless.
They're tanky, though.
but
They're just so
the
tanky.
DK is very tanky. I think they're going to be able to get
Here
it.
comes
Naga's here to
Naga.
fight.
Naga's here.
Naga's here to fight. She does
Naga's
not have
not
her
doing
ult,
shit.
so she's going to die
Oh,
here.
this is dead.
Yeah. That's going to be a 1 for...
That was pathetic. she
We got
was
their-
like a wet noodle. She is a wet noodle.
We got their
is a
position
wet
4
noodle.
for 5.
And that will be a team wipe.
Dude, KK is good.
This KK guy is good. He
Who is this person?
Popping.
How did we miss him?
Even Henry is like, all right, this KK guy. KK guy's got some skill.
Yeah.
Oof,
Like,
feels bad.
For
Them
real.
farming
KK
games.
making Fade look kind of bad, not gonna lie.
I mean, but Fade is playing mid. I think they should have, when they realized Bane was mid, I think putting Primal Beast in the middle was a mistake. I think he should have. He should have gone right back to the offlane.
Yeah.
And they're gonna go right into Roche with this army of Chin.
Wow, that
Yeah.
is an army.
That is an army. Jesus.
Why aren't they in there? Oh, they're waiting for the stomp to go first.
Yeah. See, they're a little bit better than us, Ian. We would have just killed all of our skeletons instantly.
I'm a 2K turbo player with boomer reaction
fingers?
speed. Boomer fingers.
I think just make space, farm and make space. That's all the Sporks can do. This would be a big kill on Bane if they can get it, and they will. That is 1,400 gold going into Fade's pocket. That does feel nice.
Oh, I missed that. I don't know where I was looking, but
Do you think there's actually a comeback story here? I just feel like it's just delayed inevitability at this point.
It is 12K down at 16 minutes is rough, but I mean, if you can get the Naga big, Sharpshooter on the DK will make him less tankier, and then if you can just jump him with AA Blast, I mean, they have the abilities. They have a good high ground defense. I mean,
and so the good
Vacuum.
thing is they're all very strong, which means that the wall is very strong.
true.
That is true.
True.
That is true. The wall can definitely prevent high ground for quite a while.
Yeah, like the stronger they get, the stronger Darkseer gets. Worst case scenario, we lose. Best case scenario, Darkseer does Darkseer things.
This is true. And if Darkseer can get the illusions of DK and Black Dragon, that'll be some massive AoE damage.
Yeah,
as well
Black
against Chin's
Dragon.
creeps.
Black Dragon plus out, I think, is really what you need to get both those,
Yeah.
and then hit them with a blast so that their stuff doesn't really work.
They are looking for this Darkseer. They want him.
Oh, spicy out.
Oh, and he even TP'd top. Not even back to base. Like to see that.
Yeah. Farm efficiency.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you just avoid. You see an enemy and you run. I'm liking what Faye's doing, just cutting creep lanes.
Yep.
Avoiding
Fade
the
and
team fight.
Naga, both of them cutting
Yeah,
the lanes.
I think Spork's gonna have to play that Rat Dodo.
It's
Yeah.
rat time, baby.
Oh, that was a Dragon ult even used there. I guess they got the bottom lane.
They'll probably be able to pick off the
probably.
tower
Yeah,
unless they get back to base right now.
would
But
like to see Darkseer there, kind of defending.
they have a
little
glyph,
bit.
right?
They do. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you
Yeah, I
really
would
fight
like
this.
to see
Yeah,
Darkseer here a little bit quicker.
Just let the dragon. What's 2 more
So-
seconds?
The creep
No.
lanes cut. So I think they're good.
Yeah. A couple more
Oh,
seconds
yeah.
of being able to hit this. Nice hold. That fade cutting the lanes worked out well.
Yep.
Big
You just
brain
gotta
move.
get out there if they try to pick up on them, though.
Yep, and they're leaving.
Yeah, we were cutting 2 lanes there and
They just circled.
farming
Yeah, they're-
neutrals.
They're looking.
Man, looking. What do you think Fade's saving his money for? Divine Reaper? Is he buying Divine Reaper?
No, at this point, Reaper only, no defense items.
He doesn't even know. He's trying to figure out, all right, what do I do? I can only cut lanes right now. What do I do?
Yeah.
What do you go? Just a heart, survive.
I think you need that BKB. I think you need that
BKB,
BKB. You
yeah.
can't play against this Bane. You cannot play Dota as Primal Beast against that Bane.
Yeah, BKB. Because if you can just survive and do enough disruption damage.
Yeah, you just got to pray he doesn't get soulbind.
Yeah, it looks like he's going BKB. He's loaded it up.
Yeah, he's got it loaded, but he's got 4K just sitting there, not knowing what to do with it.
You better not die with that gold.
Is it griefing? I don't know.
Yeah.
Reminds
Oh,
me of the
Naga?
time when I played with my younger
Is
brother.
Naga?
Divine Reapers.
Save with the sleep.
Yeah, he got the BKB. He bought it outright.
There we go.
It feels
Okay,
bad. Your first item's BKB. That's never fun.
I think, yeah, do you then go... He's going Blink, so he wants to...
He wants to get on top of. He wants to get on
Yeah.
top of the supports. 100%.
Supports, yeah.
This would be a good kill if they can get it.
You got the... That's... Yeah, okay.
Get out. Just
okay.
get out. Get the kill. Get out.
He didn't blink it. He still has BKB, so we're good. Don't pop
Yeah,
it.
we're good. He's gonna be okay. Yeah, I think he wants to get on this Grimstroke, and Chen that get that back line and.
Why do I feel like KK is just always in dragon form somehow? Permanent dragon form, just pop it always.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, last 50 seconds, 70.
And its duration
second
60,
cooldown?
just keep going. 10-second downtime?
No, 40-second downtime.
40-second downtime. I don't know, man. Feels like it's long.
Okay, trading wisdom runes. We like to see that.
They're coming for him.
Are they going to pick off Grimstroke right here?
You solo?
I think they're waiting for him. They know he's there. They can see. They know he's there with the ward. They're waiting for him to set out a little bit.
Oh, Ian's dead. What do you
This Chen creep, man, that's a.
I mean, the
that tower was
pain-
full health, dude. That tower was full health, and it's just
Yeah.
gone.
it does look like they've stopped the bleeding, which is good.
Yeah,
They were on a
Yeah, it
rapid
was-
decline. They
it was
definitely stopped
13K
the
lead, I
bleeding.
think, at one point. Now it's down to 11.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that.
And
Okay.
you're going up against an out. You're gonna be behind. So,
Yeah, gold is less, but if you start to gain on it, you're
I think
doing
you take. What do you take? Like 3K, 4K off the true net worth with an ALK on your team. What is the?
They're still up by a lot.
it. Yeah.
If they get
Maybe
this
not
Bane
right
right
there.
here, that will be
Huge,
huge if they can get
Well,
this
if you can
Bane.
get him. If you can get him.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Get the Alk after?
Now
Let's
get
see.
out. Now
Okay,
get
walls
out.
walls up. That's a big wall.
They're not
Good
gonna,
luck. That ALK is falling. That is a dead ALK. There we go.
Buy his
That's what
cast.
you
Let's
needed.
go.
That's what you needed
Buy
right there.
his cast. We back. Yeah. Everyone wants to see game 3.
I didn't
We know
see
it.
what
Crowd
Naga
knows it.
ulted. I didn't catch Naga used her ult, but didn't see it. Maybe a misclick?
Or maybe just for a moment to stop. Maybe they
Maybe.
threw something, threw a little stun and sparked it. I don't know.
Guys blew a
It didn't hit
15K
anybody.
gold
I
lead.
think she just used it on accident.
Preemptively and then turned it off.
Maybe she thought she was getting jumped. I don't know. That was...
Yeah, fair.
Maybe DK was TPing and she used it to stop him so he couldn't join the fight.
Maybe that could have been what it was. I did not see what it was.
I didn't see it either, but I'm just gonna go best case scenario.
But wouldn't you just ensnare instead of Song the Siren there?
Maybe.
Who knows? His brain's bigger than ours. They won the team fight, so whatever he did was the correct way, I guess. Who's smoked up, getting this Alk again. That's gonna be nice. And the Bane's right there. That's a dead Bane. I think that is a dead Bane as well. These small little pickoffs are.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why he's got so much health? I mean, he's not dying. There we go.
That phylactery, man.
Down to 6K. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
They're turning it around. They definitely stopped the bleeding, and they are definitely repairing the wound.
that big push that they stopped bot could have been the
That
end of
was
the game.
huge.
That was
That
huge,
might,
yeah.
if they end up winning the game, I think they'll look back out on that and go, "Hey, that won us the game doing that."
That was just really good team coordination, which you don't always see at this level.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm sure Spade
Speaking
was
of
making some call outs about that.
new players, will you guys have any assumptions on who the new player is going to be for Nouns?
I'm gonna go with this guy named Copy. I've heard good things about this guy named Copy.
I don't think you're supposed to say that. Yeah, all right. Strike that from the audio, please. Well,
I mean,
hey,
I
if
would
you're
like
in
to see
ADCL,
Gunner
you're
back in
watching,
mid. I
you'll learn
would
some
like to
alpha,
see
man. You'll learn
Gunner
some
back in
alpha.
mid. I'm not a huge fan of Gunner offline, if I'm being honest.
If I'm
Not
being
a huge
honest.
fan of it.
I want to see Gunner at 4 so we can just see Earth Spirit every game.
That is true.
True. Very true. But enough about Nouns. I mean, when they starting to, I mean, if they stop the push, I think Honor Vanguard's on the back foot now. Even
Yeah,
they're
they
starting
really
to
are.
question. Okay, what can we do? I guess they're gonna look for this Roche.
Yeah, I mean they turned it around last game by making sure they timed all the Roches correctly. So that could
Yeah,
be
I
a
think they
comeback.
got all 3 Roches.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So not a
Roche,
good
do you
sign.
give it to Alf or do you give it to DK?
I don't think they're going to contest this either. I feel like
give it to the Alk. I think
I
the
think
DK is
our
too
team
big.
forgets about Roche. I feel like I see that often though. It's not just this game or these games.
I think their Roche awareness is pretty low. I mean, they're usually ahead though. That's the thing, is they're usually ahead, and they don't need Roche. And I think this is really the first time this season I've seen.
Is this
them
Alk? Is this a
kind
Roche?
of behind.
No, it's Bane.
Bane.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
And the cheese. No, you gave it cheese out.
Yeah, you don't want it on DK because if he dies in dragon form and you come back,
They just had it.
you kind of feel bad. You don't feel as impactful. So I'm not a huge fan of DK taking it, unless I'm playing DK, and then of course I deserve the Aegis 100%.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
So is Honor Vanguard going to try and make this push right here, or are they going to stall out? I can't really tell. They're kind of spread out a little bit.
I mean, you would think they would start pushing that bottom lane. It's pretty pushed in. They got to build up a Chin army again. I don't see a Chin army yet, so maybe they get that Chin army back up and then make the push.
Have we talked about this gem yet on the Chen? That could be big for controlling
It is big.
the vision in this game.
That's one thing they did control with the Zeus last time. They had a great vision control. Getting that gem definitely helped. But again, Sporks don't really need vision. They just need a rat.
Yep.
But this top tower is going to be taking a lot of damage here with this wave. They're going to need to get back and defend, or it's going to be a Rax.
Oh, wow.
They
it's
might
going
even go
quick.
mid Rax too.
There
Big
we go.
wall, got two of them. Yeah, that Black Dragon with Manta, man. It does some mean work.
Naga is still just ratting. I think she needs to come back.
I think so too.
Uh-oh, fades out.
Yeah, he's trying to cut the lane.
Yeah, I mean he has to,
he
but
has to. Yeah,
he can't get caught though. Can't get caught.
But they saved the racks. Didn't get the tower, but yeah, I think the sports just got to wait this ages out. Not much they can do against it. I think they might have. I guess Naga has song. Unless she she's dead here.
Yep.
Oh man, the Roche turned it around a bit again.
Oh, the BKB Alk.
What was that?
It's a lot of crowd control by Bane and Grimstroke for sure. And once again, KK is in dragon form. I think you are right, Brennan. He has some sort of.
I have yet to see him not in dragon form.
I agree. I've yet to see him.
There's a hack. There's a hack happening.
There's something he's doing. I still think it's not cool that these illusions have all these splash damages from the GK illusions. It is crazy how much those illusions damage they can do.
They stack if you got them. Black Dragon is freaking good.
Oh, Alk is
Big kill on that. Oh, that is a lot of
What
damage
just
by
happened?
Thana.
I don't even know how they did that.
What? Yeah, just
That is
instantly
a
two
lot of
heroes were
damage.
deleted.
But this DK
Is that
is still
just fade?
around.
Holy cow! Get the dragon! Get the dragon!
And he's out.
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh!
Oh!
What a charge.
What now? He's not a dragon anymore. This is it. This is
First
it.
time non-dragon form.
On dragon form, he dies. That's his first death, right?
Oh,
Yeah, that's his first death.
the
Pauses?
bad manner. The bad manner.
He's got to go salute his general now.
He definitely
Needs to
paused to BM and then realized he shouldn't be doing that, so he's disconnected. To
So
make
he
the
just
He
pause.
realized he's not in a pause.
Well, is anyone
He
watching
realized
Henry's
he's not in a
stream? Where is Henry? Is he off the stream or on the stream? Someone flipped the Henry stream. Wait, but there's like an 8-minute delay, 10-minute delay.
I think it's a 5-minute delay, something like that.
It's a nice little. Wes has got some nice little wine on his camera. I'm pretty jealous. Looking good. What are the tasting notes, good sir?
Who's got
the
that?
bouquet?
Henry's got that?
Yeah, he's got no, not Henry. Oh, and he's got a cute cat. Damn, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the wine and cat duo right now.
Yeah, it was a big fight. I want to see who did all that damage. I'm waiting for this damage report to come up so I can see how much damage they did. Or was it the Darkseer? It's hard to say. So this Ags Darkseer, talk to me about it. What is this? Does anyone know? I don't play Darkseer enough to know what this Ags does. This looks.
It's just it makes an illusion on a punch and like stuns them a little bit. but
Oh, so
not
when you
real
punch
stun.
someone, it makes an illusion?
Just like you have to use it as a skill, sort of like Walrus Punch.
Okay, but then it makes an illusion for them. All right, yeah, it was all of them. Dana, there's no way this is the full recap, is it? Could be. Yeah, just it could have been they just brought him down and then Ice Blast just procced, you know. Brought him
Yeah,
down
it
to,
was
like,
quick.
half
It was
a
so
minute.
quick. So yeah,
A
must
lot
have.
of bursts between vacuum into wall into. That is a dirty combo. Vacuum into wall with Primal Beast coming on top of you with Onslaught. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah. With the AA blast and the
Yeah.
sharpshooter.
They got the
thing.
burst.
Yeah.
I think Honor Vanguard are like, I think we need BKBs.
And we are above on the gold graph.
Wow.
Look at that.
You're behind, you're below net worth with an ALK.
Whew,
That's
that's a steep curb.
you never want that as an ALK. I think this is where the ALK starts to fall off. I feel like 30
Yeah, for
minutes
sure.
ALK starts to kind of lose its steam. He starts to get too squishy, and I mean, you start to like, all right, I guess I'll build ags for people.
Yeah, you're just an ag builder at that point. Yeah, I guess I'll go support.
I mean, Dark Portrait on Naga is gonna be something if Grim gets that. Who would you give Alk's Ags to first if he builds it?
Yeah, who already doesn't have an ags?
Maybe the
Ooh.
Chen.
Yeah, Chin.
Yeah.
Or,
Now he's got two black dragons on the Honor Vanguard side.
Yeah,
That's
that's
pretty OP.
cool. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
That is. It's gonna be a lot of tower damage for sure. Never really checked in on Naga's items.
It'd be cool if they had if there was some lines where if you control a black dragon, that you can like talk to it, and it says like one of the anime lines.
Yes, because that's what Dota's about, is anime lines.
Dota, yeah, you didn't know that Dota's just an anime now? It's not even a game. Actually, the anime is so bad now. Can we talk how bad it is?
Gavin is listening. Don't.
Well, first of all, Gavin is in a bunker in New Zealand.
Watching this stream right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually all he watches is NADCL. His favorite team is Sporkface Killers. I made sure of it.
Yes. Yeah, I think the Sporks are happy about it slowing down again, not feeling the pressure, and I think after that fight mid, Honor's like, we can't fight unless we have Aegis.
Yeah, pretty much they're gonna have to sneak another rush somewhere. Oh, what's
It's just an AA.
Just leave them.
Yeah, it's okay.
The sports have
ideal.
just been methodically cutting the map up
Yeah,
and
they're
cutting
definitely.
lanes for like the last 15 minutes, and it's serving them well.
Yep. And they got that gem off that team fight, so they're able to kind of start dewarding a little bit, help themselves out with the vision. But still, Honor Vanguard still has most of the map vision, which you hate to see if you're a Sport Face fan. But with the Naga illusions, you kind of don't really need vision. You kind of just use those to look out for the ganks. All right, you push with this DD on the dragon.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely.
This is going to be some massive damage for Darkseer.
Yeah, just so you can put the wall up.
And that Rax is going to die.
Jeez, even Illusion
He's
is doing
split
so
pushing
much
with his
damage.
dragons on the Rax.
Wow.
That feels bad.
KK, he's going places. I don't know where, but infinite dragon glitches.
If Nouns are getting rid of Gunner and putting him at 4, bring KK in to be the 3.
Maybe we put a pin on that one. Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if Fly would be okay with that. But he's definitely showing up this series. He's definitely looking like the best player this series. Unless, that's a big one right
Can
there.
you kill the dragon? Oh, he's not a dragon
Not
anymore.
like what you said.
He's just taking it. Get him a little bit
Wait,
more,
he's
and
dragging
he's gonna pop. A little bit more, and he'll pop.
He's too heavy.
His
The
fight.
healing is coming.
Ooh, can the hoodwink get out? Yeah, and everyone just splits up.
Oh, KK's hunting.
So buyback on the Grimstroke. No one dies from sporks. That's a good fight.
This is gonna be a long game, y'all.
Was there a buyback?
Yeah.
Wait, who? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Nice. I did not. What got him? Not see that.
Oh, they're gonna get the Roche again.
I think the initial jump.
Yeah.
How the hell did the Sport Face miss everywhere?
Yeah,
I feel
they
like
don't
in
have the
last
vision, man.
few
They have
games,
no
they hit
vision on the map.
One Roche.
Yeah. They can only see their base. They can't see anything else besides their base right now.
They have no true supports. It's all carries that just play. Oh, they
Why
okay.
buy-
They got
why
that.
buy-
Oh, there we go. It's too
Why
late.
buy wards when you can buy Mage Slayer?
Yeah, why? Yeah, why buy wards when you can just keep pumping the money in?
I mean, I support that.
Yeah, for sure. It's turbo players.
If they can find this Bane, that'll be big.
Come on, hurry up. You gotta hurry up, though. There we go.
There it is.
Oh, and a follow up.
In the dieback?
Roche.
In the dieback. But this DK is ratting hard, and Chin is ratting hard on the back base.
I think that's okay.
Yeah. Unless they get double racks.
Yeah, that would be
Ooh,
sad.
that's a
Or
dead,
lost
that's
the.
a dead lean. Oof.
I don't think it's okay anymore.
No. No.
God, those illusions hurt.
Those illusions are something special. I wish we could see how much damage the illusions have done. I bet the illusions have done more damage than
Oh
Chen.
no. They are two off that.
I kind of want to see him turn this fight. I think the Naga fights there. I don't know. I think the Naga.
No,
can
not
take
with
him.
the dragon in the background. Oh no, dragon. He's adding
Yeah,
dragon.
dragon form.
10 seconds. See, he almost has it always up.
Yeah, this Naga's slapping. She's top dog. I think now.
Is she?
I think the Spork should maybe start playing around her and start forcing fights rather than the Rat.
Yeah,
I
and
think-
get the
I think
damn
the rat's
Aegis
over.
for Primal Beast.
Right.
I think they're gonna keep farming until next Roche probably, and then there needs to
Yeah,
be.
both teams are going to chill till next Roche. I would like to see the Sporks actually contest the Roshan for once.
They
Maybe
have
actually build some
They have
vision.
to.
I mean, they have vision in the mid lane on their side of the river.
I'm just saying they haven't contested it yet, and they're winning this game. So maybe just keep letting them have it.
No,
I don't know. Imagine
that's
if
not how the
they
game. Yeah, wait, because this time it's a third Roche, right? So they're gonna
This is
have.
third Roche.
Yeah.
will be based on where it spawns, right? Or
Which
will,
will-
is it always banner? I can't remember.
Well, banner, but no, I think now they spawns the Ags
Ags.
or refresher.
Who would you give Ags to? AA?
Yeah, I guess I don't really need Ags. They'd hope for a refresher, probably.
Blast chilling chest
I-
all over the place? Or is the
I really like AA's Ags. The
I
stun.
like it too. No, it's not the stun.
Oh,
it's
that's the
non-stop.
shard.
Yeah, he's already got the shard. It's the non-stop.
Hey, going
chilling chest.
Dagon. He's trying to buy into it. What he just says,
The-
Dagon level 1?
So I think the Dagon actually one hits illusions.
Oh,
I
just
think
the,
you're
just the
right. I
level
think
one?
you are right on that. It does remove illusions.
Oh, that's kind of nice. So is that for the Dark Portrait as well?
I think
Could
Dark
be,
Portrait,
but
the
also
Dragon Knight.
The Dragon
Knight
Knight, yeah.
But then he
I-
makes multiple, right? So
Two. One, not multiple.
So that takes care of half of them.
multiple's more than one. I didn't have to give it a number.
I don't know if Dagon does that, but it did at one point.
Oh, Dana, what are you
Guess
doing?
we'll find out. I
Figure
think
it
you
out.
are right on that assumption.
But when did the Dark Portrait be more important to clear?
But he doesn't have the exip, so I mean,
Oh, he's gonna get it.
if he gets that, I mean, you have an op on our team. If you're
Yeah,
going late,
just
you're
give it to
gonna
him.
get it.
That's like how you come back. You just have so many good.
I mean, did they pull the EG 5 Dagans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really felt the impact of this Alk in a long time. He's definitely kind of just been hitting creeps, nothing else. Definitely think more impact would him just building ags. If I'm being honest, I would just say, hey, Alk, start building ags for us, man.
I like to see an Abyssal Blade on an Elk. I haven't seen
Really
that
good.
in a long time.
Bane right here. Ooh,
No.
nice force staff. by
Oh,
Grim.
good net. Okay, here we go.
I don't think Fade cares.
Yeah, he does not. He's still going. But there's the Bane ult on Fade. Collapse on this Alk. I think he collapsed on this Alk.
Yep.
Right here. Yeah. Not much Honor Vanguard can do against them. Yeah.
Great setup for that fight.
Yeah, that is a great. Oh, they got the DK as well. I didn't even. I guess Naga just tore him apart.
I think this game's about over.
I think so. That DK no dragon form for 50 seconds. I think this is gonna be a racks, maybe 2 racks, mid and bottom.
Yeah, they need to push bottom a lot more farther. You got Bane disrupting it.
Yeah.
Might just be one. I don't think you're getting a second. If you can't get the one.
I think they're gonna get. I think they're gonna get 2
5.
racks. Yeah. Definitely. Bottom.
Well, he's going deep.
It's an Alk buyback. No ult. That is. Fade is going hella
What
deep.
is going on?
Got the Alk. That might be a dead Alk right there.
Maybe.
Oh, is that a dieback?
That is a dieback.
is
100
huge.
seconds. That could be game.
Wow. It looked bad at first.
That did look bad. Still no GK.
Still no Raxus taken.
If he bought back,
there's
if
the
he bought
rack.
back,
Oh,
that
man.
might have been game for them. I mean, honestly, if he bought back
Yeah.
and supported, those would have been dead heroes. They were already on the
Chin,
step.
Chin getting some racks though. Chin getting racks.
Alk has to be yelling at DK right now for not also buying back that.
But
Yeah, that was-
DK didn't have dragon form at the time.
No, but he could. I mean, he still could have done enough damage.
He could have, but if DK died with buyback,
Well, then it's game over regardless.
It's
Yeah, but I mean, look at the. I mean, it might be game.
it's game regardless. Oh, that's a lot of damage from DK. They gotta lock him down.
But
There
then
it
get that
is.
chin real fast.
I think dire sucks.
Yeah, they need to get out. I don't think they can kill DK without AA blast.
Whew.
Yeah, but hey, mega creeps. Hey, you take that mega creeps. You get out.
So what did Sports
And then
lose?
take Roche.
They lost
lose bottom
bottom range racks.
Okay, that's not bad at all.
It's not bad. No. I think 6 racks is better than 1 racks. Brittany, can you ask ChatGPT if
Is 6
being-
racks better than 1 rack?
6 racks is better than 1 racks.
Right, ChatGPT, here we go. Is 6 racks better than 1 rack?
All right, Alk has realized he is useless and is building ags. I'm glad he has finally realized that. I think
So,
he is
yes, destroying 6
about
barracks is better than destroying 1 barrack.
good. Okay, calculations are still correct. All right, Roshan in 30 seconds. Do the Sporks go for it, or do they let Honor Vanguard get it?
I think you let him have it again.
You just let them have it.
It's been
Please
working
don't.
out this game.
Please don't. Please contest. Oh, I missed the blast, but no.
Yeah, I think
can't
they
see
need to get out.
Oh,
He has
no.
the Windwalker,
Oh,
so
no.
he's completely fine if he does not get stun locked.
Oh, good wall though. Great vacuum. Great vacuum. Should we have that AA blast?
That is a dead Bane.
Double
They-
wall.
They got the A blast on the DK. They just need to burst them. Yep. That is game over, boys. We are
GG's,
going
boys.
for game 3.
I don't know about it yet. They
What
said that
are you
buyback.
talking about?
They still didn't kill the DK. How did they? Oh my god, the character is broken.
There we go.
You
Got a
ban it
second,
next game,
second blast
or do you
on
let them
him.
have it to beat it?
I mean, you beat it.
There we go. GG's. Come on, call it. They're not gonna call it. They're gonna still fight. There
All right,
we
we're
go.
going to a game
There we-
with the Caster Curse is not alive because we were pulling for Vanguard the whole time on that one.
Payment received.
Yeah, I think we're gonna call it back to that part
One
where
thing led to
Fade
another,
and,
and
Absolutely.
Justin
GG.
to
Lane
cut
cuts.
lane, and they were not able to do anything on that bot lane, and they lost the momentum. Alk fell off, and that was game over.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back to the panel.
I did like that Fade was able to pick a more carry role. I think that was
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
big game
Need to do
changer.
that one more time.
I still want to see him on his Legion Commander. I think it's his best.
I would like the Legion. I'm a big fan of watching Legion Commander games.
Panel? Am I here? I'm panel.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a game.
I know.
The Honored Vanguard, I liked their draft going into it, and they definitely demolished that early game with the Chen and the DK and the Bane. But Sporkface able to hold on, split pushing lanes with the Primal Beast and Naga illusions. Like it was hard for Honored Vanguard to really do anything. They never had creeps.
Yeah, I mean, Naga Siren, this is the way this hero works, right? Is that it becomes really hard to gain any sort of map momentum into this hero because she's just sending illusions to all three lanes.
Yeah.
And eventually just hit this brick wall. And we talked about it in the draft. The Honor Vanguard had the tempo, had the momentum. When we saw that, it looked like the game was clear and done by the 20-minute mark. But
Mhm.
eventually, in the draft for Sporkface Killers, they had the tools, they had the breaks, they had the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, they had the Dark Seer Illusions to turn that DK against itself. So eventually I got to the point where all these tools that were in the Sporkface Killers drafts were able to be utilized, and the game completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, totally. I cannot wait for the next patch when they remove Dragon Knight Black Dragon. What a stupid ability. Just it's like a 80% BKB piercing move slow, attack slow, it does splash damage. It's insane. And yeah, you said it, that game, the Darkseer, able to get a Black Dragon of his own and just turn fights.
Yeah, we saw the impact of that Primal Beast Ags. It just seemed like the DK was broken for like the half the team fight. It was very hard for that DK to kind of reset after getting hoodwinkled, Primal Beast shard splinters going everywhere, breaking them. So it took a while for Sporkface Killers to get some of those tools to get online and then also just like kind of come together in a team fight. But once it happened, they totally had ways to deal with the lineup of the Honor Vanguard, especially once that Naga Siren was able to come online and man fight that Alchemist. It seemed like the Alchemist was playing on a timer for the whole game, and eventually he ran out of time.
Yeah. I'm a little worried for the Honored Vanguard going into game 3 here, because after a game like that, just what are you thinking after being that far ahead and then losing a game like that to a Naga Siren?
I mean, assuming that I'm not like tilting out of my mind and just in a downward spiral, and I was like the best version of myself, I would say, listen, we're obviously better than these fuckers, Like we beat them game number 1. We basically had game 2 in the bag. We just fell victim to not having a late game. So I think if you approach the draft, you continue to give KK, who is the standout player on the team, right? Like an insane ET performance on the last pick. You give him the best hero in the meta, the DK, and he shows why it's the best. So I think you set up KK to have an amazing game and you secure a late game for your draft, then I think you're in a good place since it was a very convincing first 2 games from the Honor Vanguard so far.
Yeah, I have been very impressed by KK's performance. Fade, the offlaner for Sporkface, I feel like just not able to have the impact that KK is on the other side.
Yeah, I
Why do you
mean,
think that is?
I think they in the drafts they've set up their offlaners to be different things. Like the KK either got the best hero in the patch, the DK, or he got overall last pick um into a meepo, into
Amiibo.
a hard counter.
Mhm.
So it's a thing in Dota where it's like not everyone could be the superstar player, right? And so
Yeah.
different players have to occupy different roles in the draft.
Do you think that that is something Sporkface should learn and try to adapt in this game 3? Maybe wait on Fade's pick until that like 24 pick or something?
It's hard to say. I think it's like up to Fade, you know.
Mhm.
Obviously he should be having a leadership role in the team since he is the highest MMR. Um, and whether he wants to enable someone like Jaw, who isn't as high MMR, to be on his best, most comfortable heroes, or whether he wants to prioritize his own game, I think is up to him and the team. Um, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I would love to see Fade on a DK or into the same sort of picks that KK is getting on the other side.
Yeah, I think one of the things that makes Fade so dominant is he's such a stable offlaner. Like you can first pick him a hero and he may like die once or twice, but he's gonna find farm. He's gonna be like one of the top 3 cores in net worth. You know, he's so good at playing these games, winning or losing, and just having a big impact. You know, and I feel like that's something that KK, I'm not 100% sure, but he might struggle on a little bit more if he doesn't get off to those good leads. So maybe drafting something, trying to focus this KK guy down and draft something to beat him in lane and not let him run over the game like he has these past 2 times.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, so far KK hasn't let us down yet. Um, and it might be just skill diff going into the safe lane of Sporkface Killers. Like I'm
Mhm.
not sure if their safe lane is nearly as strong as their off lane is.
Yeah.
And so far we've seen sort of Bray Bray on the safe lane of the Honor Vanguard have 2 pretty stable games. Like nothing like super standout, but the
Mhm.
Faceless Void game was super solid, got out of the landing phase, was able to hit Chronos, and then the Alchemist, he was able to hit some nice timings, be a sort of wall for his team. So it seems like they're kind of having Bray Bray play more of a utility carry to allow KK to shine a little bit, and it seems to be working out. So maybe the
Yeah.
Spork Phase can adopt something similar.
I feel like the Honored Vanguard has come out ahead in both of these last drafts, and let's go ahead and see if they can continue to outdraft Sporkface here in Game 3.
Yeah, we're gonna head to the draft, and if anything for Spork Face Killers, I want to see a kind of similar draft in the sense that they have all the tools to deal with the enemy lineup. They have the anti-healing, they have the breaks to deal with DK, and they secure an overall late game. So I think if you have those 3 combinations, you're in a position where no matter what the state of the game is, like disastrous like it was last game, you have an opportunity to win the game. And I think this is what um, can enable drafts at this level of competition.
We see a ton of offlane bans coming out.
Yeah, par for the
DK,
course.
Doom, Timber.
A
Yeah.
Brewmaster ban. That's something different.
Yeah, Brewmaster is one of those heroes who I feel like the ultimate, as long as you have it up, it's like a 1-team fight. Just having that tornado or the Earth Panda with the stun, like it's just so good at disrupting fights.
Man, we see the first pick, Hoodwink. Last time we saw this, it was into a DK. So the break had potential, but the Honor Vanguard are prioritizing it, and the break kind of still has potential, getting rid of the Centaur return passive.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan of this Hoodwink hero. I feel like depending on what state the game is in, it can either run around and rotate and get kills with your mid laner, or if you're playing like more slow paced, it can just sit in a side lane and push out those waves with the acorn shot. So I definitely like this hero from the Honored Vanguard, keeping their strategy open, you know, not revealing if they want to go for an early push lineup or farm.
Yeah, I think it's a nice hero for Fade, right? We're kind of talking about what kind of heroes we wanted to
Yeah.
see on Fade, and Centaur came to mind in the sense that he's very flexible. He can play greedily, like you said, or we can have early tempo coming out from him. It's a solid laner. It has mid game to late game impact. So it allows these sort of like high skill decision making to fall on your highest MMR player, Fid.
Yeah. Another thing to note here is so far, these first few bans, Meepo has gotten through. So unless Sporkface ban it right here, there is potential for a Meepo this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure how Sporkface is feeling internally about the Meepo. Whether they have confidence in it after game number 1, but we see the chin coming out, so a lot of tempo coming out from Sporkface in these first 2 picks.
Yeah, they definitely want to just run at the Honored Vanguard. You know, you have that Stampede, you have the Chen army. Definitely going to be a lot of in-your-face fighting in the first few minutes.
I wonder if we see something like an early Slark here, a hero that has a lot of prominence and has a nice matchup in his Centaur in the lane. I think more likely we see a 3 come out for KK, but what's really left in the pool?
Yeah, I think I like that Slark pick. Like I was saying earlier, I think the Honored Vanguard needs to sort of save KK's pick for later in the draft, just because he definitely seems like one of those. I don't know. He's always got like the gotcha pick, you know, like that Elder Titan we saw last game or 2 games ago.
They definitely centered their draft around KK's pick, but we see the CM come out. This leaves 2 very squishy supports, but the nice thing about CM into the Chin is the Frostbite just obliterates Chin creeps.
Right. Yeah, it definitely sets up your safe lane though. Like if you don't have a strong melee laner or something, you can definitely just get run over if you're playing like CM Drow or something like that.
Yeah, it almost makes me think of like an Ursa or something, like something with kill threat, something that doesn't like can just man fight through the Centaur health.
Yeah, the Slark as well, like you mentioned before, I feel like is still pretty good here. CM Slark.
Yeah, let's see if they want to show their safe laner here. I mean, in the first game, they picked
as well.
Faceless Void, right? Exactly. Yeah, we see
And
it.
there it is.
Just confident Brave's Faceless Void from game number 1.
Yeah, just one of those heroes. You know, it's going to be stable. Even if you die 4 times in lane, like we saw in game 1, you're still able to just hit those chronos and have impact. So
yeah, albeit it is on the back of the rest of this draft finding a way to pump damage into this chronosphere. I mean, they have okay ways so far with the sharpshooter, as well as the freezing field can be okay, but I feel like the mid lane really enables this Faceless Void pick, and we see the Luna come out, even more tempo from Sporkface.
yeah, I think from Honored Vanguard, I'd like to see either an Invoker or Ember Spirit in the mid lane. Both able to provide some pretty good chrono damage. The Earth Spirit, the Ember Spirit, able to deal with the Chen army pretty well. Just sleight of fisting nonstop. So
I could even see something like a Kunkka.
Yeah.
Oh my! I mean,
Hugna.
Who on Sporkface has a date?
Yeah.
You know, like
yeah, they gotta go.
Someone's like, I have to salute someone in like 20 minutes.
This game is over in 20 minutes. Whether they win or lose, that's up to them. But they definitely have a draft to just run it down mid in a good way.
Yeah, this makes the Faceless Void feel really weird, right? Because it's like, it's a hero that requires time. It plays on a timer around the chronosphere. You need someone on the Honor Vanguard to like sit in front of towers and have this D push.
Yeah, like even if you pick Invoker here, are you even gonna have the Ags before
You're
like
not gonna have
Sporkface is at your tier 3s?
No, I mean it makes me think of the Kunkka. It makes me think of like okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
You're able to just like stand in front of towers and just cleave, you know, place torrents, kill creep waves, and you provide decent damage into chronosphere with your water park and your ghost ship.
Yeah, I feel like the Honored Vanguard, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I just don't really like their draft right now. I feel like they don't have great pickoff potential. They don't have a ton of like early damage. They definitely need to like wait until they get that Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka or your Mjolnir on Faceless Void before you're able to like go for some of these kills on like a Luna or Centaur.
Yeah.
Who are pretty tanky heroes.
I mean, this is the problem with first twoing supports, like both your supports, is that it makes the second phase of your draft really awkward. You have to like third pick this like really major core, and then Sporkface just gets 2 picks immediately into it, and you're like, well,
Right.
good. We handed Sporkface 2 Faceless Void counters, or not counters, but like picks they want to play into that hero.
Yeah. The Honored Vanguard's gonna take out the Ember Spirit. I like that. It's another high tempo hero who, combined with Sporkface draft, would be able to just run him over. I feel like.
Yeah, from Sporkface, I'd like to see like a Pangolier or something.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be really nice.
I just like need another way into fights, and something that can lane against the Kunkka mid. Although it could be an offlane Kunkka.
Yeah, we could see KK on the Kunkka. I haven't seen it before, but after his performance in those last 2 games, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, I think at this point, the Honor Vanguard is just like whatever KK wants. We're picking it. We see an Arc Warden and an Invoker ban, so Sporkface is feeling. I think this is like reading confidence. You know, it makes Sporkface is thinking that the Honor Vanguard have to pick something desperate in order to come out of this draft.
Yeah, and they ban out 2 mid laners, so I wonder if Sporkface is thinking that this is a offlane Kunkka.
Yeah, it's definitely a potential.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what Sporkface round out this lineup with, because their first 4 heroes, honestly, I feel like aren't enough. Like they could play this 4v5 and stand a pretty good chance. So you get one last pick just to complement what you already have.
You know what I wouldn't mind is like a Coddle for the Honor
that
Vanguard.
could be fun. Yeah.
It's kind of like the same concept as like the Zeus, but it comes online a lot faster. You're able to depush from a distance, and you're dealing a lot of magic damage into this like Pugna lineup.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Coddle isn't the best scaling hero, so if you pick it, you want to have like a early game centric draft. And I'm not sure if like Kunkka, Faceless Void are the best heroes to pair with that, but it definitely would be a lot of chrono damage for sure. I just worry if this game goes to like 30, 40 minutes, if that Coddle starts to fall off a little bit.
It's definitely not the same kind of game that they'd have when in game number 1 where they pick Zeus, because Zeus scales a lot better. I think you're relying a lot more on Bray Bray having a game if you go for the Coddle. I just worry that if you pick a Zeus or like a Lina, you're just getting ran over. Like it takes too long.
Yeah, you need someone who's ready to fight at like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I wonder if OD could maybe be that.
A Storm Spirit. So greedy.
Okay, yeah.
It's
able to make plays in the early game with Hoodwink and Crystal Maiden. You know, we might see some early smokes, try to gank this Luna or something. But Sporkface might just group up too early. And Storm Spirit, before he has Ags, doesn't really want to team fight.
What if Sporkface just Huskars right now?
I feel like
very good. I guess
the
not
Honored Vanguard
Hoodwink.
might just GG out if this is a Huskar.
Oh, similar cheese. Similar vibe.
All right. I was wrong on the last game, but I think Sporkface have this almost for sure. Just I don't know how you fight into them really. You have the Centaur frontline tanking everything, and the other 4 heroes just melt towers. So
yeah, I think the Storm Spirit pick was kind of a mistake. I think it's like it requires too many items. You're not gonna be able to do enough early. You're giving them a last pick into you.
yeah. At the same time, though, we have KK on Kunkka, so he might be able to make some plays. We've seen him be very dominant in the early game.
Yeah,
So
it'll have to be the greatest Kunkka performance of all time, I think. I don't know. I mean, there's a big if, right, for the Honor Vanguard, and that if is if they win the lanes and if they get past the 25-minute mark, then the game's kind of a dub, like how they scale way better.
yeah, I think the hardest challenge out of what you just said is making it to that 25-minute mark.
Yeah,
The Sporkface draft is just tower melters. So
All right. We're going to send this game number 3 over to our casters of Tawasha Burnett and Ian. Take it away, guys.
Here we go. Game number 3. Can the Faceless do it again? Or is the Lone Drid Fade going to stop them?
Yeah, I think I agree with the drafting group up there that sports need to end quickly. I think Kunkka, Faceless, and Storm getting a lot of farm, super greedy. But if you can get to that late game, are they going to be able to touch Storm late game?
Wait, are they pausing so he can go get the General Salute buff?
No, no, it looks like Fade is out.
Fade wants the General Salute buff.
So the good thing is if it goes super late, Fade can get 12 slotted.
True. 60-minute, 12 slotted.
Yeah.
The thing is, if it goes that late, I think the team who has the best computers win because there's going to be a lot of flashing spells, Frozen Field, Ghost Ship, Torment Storm, Faceless Chrono, Storm flashing everywhere.
Multi-unit. What's the one guy? The guy who's got the orb that takes all the magic and the healing and things.
What are you talking about?
There we go. That dude. Wait. Go back to him. Nope. That
Pugna?
one.
Are you talking about Pugna?
Yeah, about Pug is the orb dude. He's orb dude.
True. But sports do. I mean, towers are going to fall and fall quickly with the sports for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we see all the.
I mean,
I think if sports don't get the tier 1 towers early, it could be bad. The healing from Jen and Pugnug is going to be dirty. That's going to be fun. That Centaur should have some fun.
And does Pugnus thing work on the Lone Druid's Bear? Actually,
yes.
Yeah, on the multi-unit. That's sick.
Yep. All of his stuff works on creeps too.
Yeah. That Nether Ward is going to do work on
yeah.
Storm.
Wait. So is there a max number of units it can work on simultaneously? Or is it like infinite life drain once you get the, what is it, Ags? No.
So it's I think the shard, which allows you to, and that only works on heroes.
Yeah.
Okay, only heroes. Yeah, okay. But
And
your
you have to
bear's not
target
considered a
the-
hero? Or, yeah, I think
No.
he is, right?
Maybe. But it's
Guess
so
we'll
like when you
find out.
So how the shard works is you target your little tower thing that you drop on the ground, and
it hits all the...
it hits enemy heroes, not allied.
Oh, hits enemy hero, but doesn't consume anything back.
Correct.
Well, totally messed up that play.
Won't be the first time. Last time. Words. It looks like we have another.
Oh, I told you, everyone's getting a salute today. So KK on the Kunkka. That's that will hurt. He's back.
What's the rule? 15 minutes.
I think it's 5 minutes.
Timeouts?
No, I'm reading what the chat said.
Wait. Should we have ChatGPT determine who's going to win this outcome?
I think so. I think you type it in while we're waiting for this.
That's a lot of
game to
type.
start.
Someone who said just
type
name out
fast.
the heroes right now.
Okay,
In a
Centaur.
row.
Laser pointer guy who sucks.
Laser
hell.
pointer Wait. Let's play that game. Give me a description and see which hero would you consider the laser pointer guy.
Definitely Tinker, right?
True.
Oh, dude, it got it. It got Tinker. Let's keep going. Give me another
So,
description.
how do you guys feel about Fade playing the mid? This is interesting. Worked out last time.
I'm not sure if it's a long-term solution, but
Yeah.
it's short-term that works. I think he's just so much better in the off lane.
We got to stop watching this game and keep playing with ChatGPT. Keep this game paused for a little bit while we see how many times ChatGPT can guess these heroes.
Okay, you ready for one?
All right, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
Wait, first of all, there's not even a Tinker in the game.
No, there's not. That's why
Oh, you
we
just
were
said that.
confused why you went there.
That is laser pointer dude for sure, though.
Yeah.
Is there going to be a fight anywhere here?
Looks like people are going to contest bottom. Looks like bottom might get a little action. Looks like
Pretty tame start for what we saw the last two
Oh,
games.
the bear's going to run in. No, maybe not.
Bear's gonna shoot fireworks. That's a lot of damage. That's underrated damage from fireworks.
Wait, does fireworks do a damage?
Of course it
Yeah.
does. Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, never use it.
It's 1 damage per fire shot thing.
Mm-hmm.
Official game rules.
Yeah.
Infinite damage.
Yep.
That would be cool if you could throw a snowball during the snowball stuff, only if they have 1 health point left and it actually can kill them. That would be pretty awesome.
So which lane do you think is gonna suffer?
So bot we have. You're gonna win that because they have a Chen. You just always win the Chen. Lane.
True. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard to lose a
That's
lane
just
with Shen.
annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
But you
top. Who's top?
Top, this Faceless is getting bullied pretty hard. He's already at
Yeah, because Crystal
Finish
Maiden's not
yourself.
going to do well. I don't know. She's hidden.
Crystal.
Oh
First
no!
kill.
Nice door. Wow, well played.
I have been playing with a couple Crystal Maidens in my pubs lately, and they have been doing work. I don't know if it changed, what changed made them stronger, but I feel like when she's on my team, we dominate, and when she's on the other team, we get dominated. Is it just
She's got a
that
lot of
cyclone,
damage.
that shard just too OP?
I think they upped all the damage early game. What does the shard do? I've never.
Ooh, Faceless
Doesn't
Void,
do it.
able to get out.
Blake?
So it slides her backward and creates or so. Looks like it's a disjoint and does a lot of damage.
Okay. I guess I know who I'm going to be playing next time I play support.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever played Crystal Maiden once in my life, so it's hard.
I was always the Crystal Maiden for you. No, only Crystal Maidens that never buy Blink.
Mm.
Great strategy, Cotton.
See how it works.
Why didn't you buy Blink? Was it?
Skunk is getting
this is a
bullied.
lot
It's
of
going to go
clicks.
down here.
It's a lot
Ooh,
of
they
clicks.
lose the
It's a lot of
vision.
clicks. How many items do you allow yourself to get that require click?
6.
The worst is when the game gets late and then I have to do non-passives, and
Yeah.
God, it's terrifying. It's terrifying. If you get anything beyond 3 skills that I need to click,
Yeah. It's hard.
it's tough. I'm an Aura guy. What can I say?
Ooh,
Dude,
that's
Dana
gonna be a
doing
dead
what he does
button
best.
again.
He feeds.
He does tactical feeding, underrated strategy.
Underrated strat.
Yeah, it's looking
Denying
not too
Storm
good for
Rune.
that top lane.
That's good.
It does feel good to see a storm mid though. I feel like I haven't seen a storm mid so
It is,
long.
dude. Storm games are always fun. So Honor Vanguard's going to get both the Lotuses. So it looks
Oh, wow.
like they have a 99% chance of throwing the game because of that. I mean,
Wait,
so
please.
last,
For them.
Here's
so
we did
last-
that.
yeah, last game we got both of the Lotuses and we won. So therefore, they will win now too, right?
I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works.
Ooh, this chin is not in a good. Ooh, but the missed bushwhack. That could come back.
Could be a counter.
No,
What
that
is
chin is
Chen
still going
doing?
down. That chin is being bold.
Yeah, but if the Luna can get the kill.
That could be worth. That could
I
be
think
worth.
that's worth
It
it.
could get a
I think it's
double.
worth
It
it.
could get a double for here for sure.
Oh, these purge
ooh, Glaives are doing work.
Ooh, the
give
vision.
vision,
The
give vision.
freaking rat. Oh, and while that's happening, Fade gets a kill on the Storm mid.
Oh, that's big.
That is big, and might get a CM right
And-
here.
And
Oh,
force a
spicy.
CMTP, and it's going to kill him.
Oh. A TP and a salve and a clarity. That's gonna hurt the CM a lot.
It really hurts that you only get 14 gold for these chain groups that are just like
Oh, is this
destroying
one?
your life.
and they're just dipping each other.
Yep. As they do as supports. And Fade is going hard on this storm.
He is.
Wants them again.
Yeah, just not letting them get any creeps,
Yeah.
forcing them into the jungle.
That's really nice for the Centaur. Then I mean, he's able to just keep hitting those creeps, get bigger and bigger. But like last game, I mean, Faceless Void didn't need much farm to start with, and he was just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not kind of against this lineup. I like Liam 3 and Fade.
I
mid.
think
It's
he
kinda fun.
mainly plays 3 from looking at.
I thought it
his
was carry.
Dota buff. I think.
From his like normal pub
his
games.
Dota buff showed him playing
Oh, well, that's
offline. I think we originally, when we drafted him one time, was for offline.
Oh, on season 4.
In season 4, yes.
Yeah, I think you're
believe
right.
so.
Feels good, when old sport faces come back. A
Right?
little nostalgia.
Mm-hmm. A little old and a little new mixing together.
Yeah.
That first game was more of a feeler, like, okay, yep, you can't play position 5. Let's put you in a more comfortable position.
yeah. I think that was definitely an
Worked out. Ooh, can I get the
hero for
conka?
him.
Ooh, that's a dead Chen, I think.
And
He's
Dead
a
Luna, no?
tanky. Force a rotation.
I mean, mid tower's fallen, probably.
Yeah, that's
Either you're gonna glyph it.
expected.
Did
I
it
mean,
glyph
there's not much that
Oh, she's
Just
going right in.
immediately running.
he's
at
going
us.
right at him. He's like, "Oh, you want to play?"
Charged right to
Come
him.
play.
Holy jeez. Is that dead?
Yeah.
Is he
That's,
dead?
oh. I feel like Fade is getting these infinite entangles right now.
Is this
man. Every time?
infinite bear glitch?
Mm-hmm.
Game that tried taking his creep somewhere else and Fade was like, bring those back.
No, he's like, I need these.
Speaking
How
of
else do we get 12
heroes,
That is a tower. That's a 6
yeah, it's
minute
a tower. Early tower, mid tower too. When's that new hero coming out? Feels a little.
Wait,
oh, wait.
you know what? I was thinking that the exact same thing the other day. Is hey, we got announced 6
That's the
months ago,
mushroom-
7 months ago.
It's like the clown, or what is it? It's like a.
Oh, the puppeteer.
Puppeteer, yeah, and I think you were talking about a hero that could like control other heroes. You were saying,
Yeah,
right?
this one would be kind of fun. I mean, I don't know how macro intensive it's going to be though.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you
Oh.
could control other heroes, get them out of position and stuff. That could be interesting.
Yeah, I wonder
Ooh,
if it's
Fade's
gonna
gonna find
fully
the
controlling
CM.
them or
Yeah.
controlling them like Winter's curse does from Winter Wyvern. If it's just
I
like,
feel like it would be able to mind control them for like 2 seconds
no,
or something like that.
I
You can't
think
use
no-
their skills, but like it could move.
maybe
their
your
movement.
Ags. If you get an Ags, you can use their ulti.
No, that would be messed up.
That'd be pretty broken, wouldn't it?
imagine
be-
getting black holed by your own
Yeah,
team.
What happens if you double the mana cost?
No, that's still you don't want to make a thing where.
But then you
resets
don't
life
reset the
miserably.
cooldown, so when they take it back over, they can still use their ulti.
Hmm.
So it's double
Maybe.
the mana
Oh, I
cost.
see what you're saying. I
Yeah,
see what
yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying.
So it's very penalizing to use it, but they can use it again right
Ooh,
after.
is this faceless gonna? Nope, he's gonna save his chrono.
But I guess you're just another Rubik at that point. Not that great.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound very fun.
So looking at the net worth, Sporks, all 3 carries on top. You'll love to see it. Love to see it.
It's a little concerning
Ooh, there's the first
Oh,
chrono.
with how last game was.
Ooh.
It's
That
gonna be
feels
hard
bad.
playing from. Yeah,
They're still able to get the kill.
but here comes Fade.
Here comes Fade. Here comes the bear. Doesn't get the
Right.
first attack entangle. Feels bad. Does he guess right?
Oh, he
He
did.
guessed right. Just a little slow. I think the winner of all this is Jaw. I mean, all these fights happen to Jaw's just like, all right, I'll just hit creeps, keep farming away.
Yeah. I mean, letting Luna just keep playing the lane is scary.
Yeah, for sure. This Storm is going to need to figure out something to come back. Fade put him in his place and just
And more so.
bullied him. It's just like no. Fade sees the storm on the map, instantly teleports towards the storm. He's like, "Nope, come here, sir. Come here." You are my friend. And that is an early defusal on the bear. That's scary if you're a storm.
If you're anybody, I think.
Sure, this CM's dead because of it. That's a dead CM. 3 hits.
Kunkus might be next.
Yep, no mana.
No man on Storm.
Yep, the entangle for the kill. Oh, nice Centaur ult.
Oh, get the KK. Okay, wow. Yeah, this is looking brutal.
Ooh, nice hoodwink right there. Good butt
Bear's
whackle,
not
but
even
sacrifice
dead.
himself. You know, you take that. You let your storm get away.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not good. But
I
hey,
think it's
Sporks
great.
are supposed to win the early game, so it's all going to plan for
Yeah.
Honor Vanguard. They're like, hey, Faceless, just farm. You're not dying. We're okay with that. Just keep farming. I think this is a dead Pugnug probably. Nope, Fade is here and calls and problems.
And Storm is out of mana again.
Yeah, I feel bad for the Storm, man. He is.
When do we think Chen will surpass the Storm? And right
Chen
now.
never.
Right now,
As in, yeah, it's already happened.
Oh man, oh jeez. When you're at full health, does life drain still mana? Yep.
I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he might be dead though.
Yeah, I mean Pugnug position 4. Jeez.
Damn.
Oh man.
That feels bad. When
He
3
dies.
heroes takes
He
30
dies,
seconds.
but I think Honor Vanguard takes an L on that.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
take
that was.
3
might have gotten the
heroes
kill,
to
but they
kill
lost
a
the pride.
position 4. Yeah. That's demoralizing.
Well, if they can beat off the bear. No, yeah,
They did.
they did beat off the bear.
But I think this is going to be another tower down here. Yep.
Yeah,
They're posing for the bottom
With chin
tower.
creeps.
So
Okay, so
Up 15
let's
minutes,
reverse
all
it.
outer
How
towers.
does Honor Vanguard come back from this? Like, do they don't have the cut potential? Well, I guess they do with Storm, but Storm.
Yeah.
Storm is
And
so far
Hoodwink.
behind. I mean,
Yeah.
Storm.
I think you just have to do. Oh, we're gonna find these stacks. That's gonna
Oh
hurt.
that'll
no,
be
those are
huge.
Storm stacks. He wanted them so bad.
Yeah.
He
Or
needed
those are
them.
more Conca stacks, I think. I mean, at this point,
Probably.
Storm is more of a.
You know,
I think
Luna
those are
shows
Fade, I
up.
think those are Fade and Luna stacks.
Yeah.
That's Jaws stacks. Jaws is like these are my stacks.
Is that
Yeah,
the
they-
crystal made him pull it?
Probably.
Yeah.
She's getting the gold.
Ooh, they
So,
might find the
can they
Centaur
find-
here. This could be big for the Storm if they can get this kill on the Centaur.
Or he just
Or-
the nice ulti.
Yeah, Freezing Field. Pretty good spell from what I hear.
Pretty
But
good.
she is dead.
If he waited for his stomp, he probably could have.
Yeah. And while that's happening, Thana and Jaw get a kill on KK. KK not having as good a game as the last two. That's for sure. He's not feeling it.
Yeah,
He's not
losing
doing
with
well.
the dragon was sad. He had such a beastly start.
Yeah, that dragon needs to be changed. That is a mean dragon.
Payment received.
But hey, it's defeatable.
It's over.
It's true. AA, pretty good hero.
One thing
like I
led
said,
to
what's
another.
the-
Sporks still need a.
GG.
Are the Sporks doing enough though? I mean, are they? Is 8K enough lead? I think they might need more.
If you keep pushing towers, oh nice catch.
That's a dead.
Wow.
Yep.
I
mean, they're gonna
You
get
think
mid
Sporks-
here.
I think
think they're gonna get
Tyler
Roach this game.
sucks.
I
No,
don't.
They
think
don't even
so.
need it. Yeah.
They. I don't think they'll. Roche is actually less time
what?
pushing towers. You could
Yeah,
be getting
exactly.
a tower.
Just push towers.
It's gonna be a
Need
tier
something,
tier
yeah.
2 before 15 minutes.
Oh, Chin dead though. Oh, is he delaying enough time for the team to get here? No, Storm's here.
A hand of God might have been a little,
He's
a
just
little
like,
grief, a little grief.
What's the cooldown on that? Not too
oh,
long, right?
okay.
2 minutes?
We see some comebacks.
Oh
Oh,
no! If they don't get Dana here, Oh, DD
here,
Bear.
Bear.
Doubles. He did get Tina though.
That's
now
gonna
the
be.
bear. But now the bear.
They did get Thana though. He did. Kunkka did get him. I guess
Is
with the
Fade
rum.
bear as good as Maposhka's bear?
Better.
Who has the best bear in Dota?
Fade.
Loda.
Yeah.
Best bear of all time or best bear now?
Ooh, let's do both. Best bear of all time, then best bear now.
Who's that guy from Alliance?
Yeah, they're offlane. What's his name?
Tumbleman?
Admiral Bulldog.
Admiral Bulldog's bear.
His bear was pretty crazy in TI3. That is for sure.
Well, Matumba Man had a really strong bear,
Matumba
right?
Man, yeah. Matumba Bear was pretty good.
Oh,
Question: who had the best bear name?
I don't know what you mean by that question.
You can name your bear.
Oh,
I think Fade's bear name is Kill Storm.
yeah.
Ooh, Chrono one too.
Okay.
is this the first Chrono?
This is the second Chrono. This is the
Okay.
second Chrono. Yeah. Ooh, Storm pulling two. Ooh, they're turning this fight.
This fight is not looking
It's
good.
not looking good for the Sparks. This could be a team wipe here. Oh,
Yeah.
but Luna coming up.
Oh,
for the
Luna's here,
clean
but
up.
Luna finish.
Oh.
No. Okay.
To get two
Not
carries,
strong
you'll get
enough.
mid and safe lane. Ooh, X.
Ooh, that's dead Luna.
That might be.
Enough control.
Just turn and fight Luna.
I think
No,
she should have just
you
turned and
can't.
fought. Ooh,
Yeah.
the blade mill.
Oh, that could be the good comeback if they needed it.
That was a team wipe, technically. Technically, a
4,000
team
gold
wipe.
swing, 6,000 experience.
Now, just
Maybe
imagine
go for
if Hand of God was on cooldown there. All I'm saying. All I'm saying.
Oh, you think? Well, what? No, it's been enough time since he used it on
No,
a
it's still on
solo.
cooldown, dude. Still on
Oh
cooldown.
Wow.
shit! How long is that cooldown? 200?
Like
No,
2
that's right.
minutes.
2 minutes.
150 seconds. Almost.
That is a long time. You're right.
Yeah,
And he just
3
used
minute
it on
cooldown.
himself.
3 minute cooldown.
to
That's
survive.
it. 2.5 minutes, yeah.
Henry, what are you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Might have been a little grief.
Would you be pinging it right now if you're?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Fucking hand of God.
Without a doubt.
What is it? Report timeliness 2 minutes ago.
But yeah, that
Can
was.
you
I wonder if
report
Vanguard
in-
needed that.
In these type of games, like these custom-made games, like you can't report, right? In like incident.
I'm not sure. Ooh, nice smoke up from Vaughn and Vanguard. I think they're trying to hunt someone. Looks like they're trying to look for the Luna.
Yeah,
gonna
if they
find
can find if
anything.
they can find
Yeah.
Luna, that's a really nice.
They
pick
know
off.
she's here. They see that those waves are cleared. Yep, they ping her out.
Oh,
She
come
needs-
on!
Oh,
They're
she's
gonna
walking
get
right
her?
into it.
Oh yeah, she did.
Oh, she
wait,
saw
what
them
just
before.
happened?
She's going back. Oh, Finn's here.
Oh, this
Has
could be
Hand of
bad.
God. Yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
Stun him.
Look at that
There it
door
goes.
play. No, they did.
Lean on the back line.
The
I think he's
subtle,
gonna be able to do.
the one.
Oh, here
like,
comes the
second
bear.
delay.
Here comes the bear. Bear cleanup.
Why did they not? Did they not see her when she turned north a little bit? Was that just because of the
I
night?
know. It was
must have not
yeah,
seen
Oh,
little fog vision there.
Because if they attacked immediately, they would
Well,
have
it's
had to
nighttime,
jump.
so Luna
Yeah.
has night vision advantage.
I think
Well,
you
was
push
a-
here.
This is a
Yeah, I
game
think
of
you get
vision,
this
boys.
tower. I don't think you push high ground. I mean,
I-
I would get this tower and maybe look at Roshan, but we're talking about the Sporks here, so they'll
I-
probably get the tower and look for kills.
Just get more towers.
I would push
More
bot.
towers. Or just get KK.
Push bot. Take their tormentor at 20 minutes.
You know, you don't see a lot here. There's a lot of. Oh, what are they doing? Is it?
Ooh, that's a
This is kind of a.
And
Oh,
the
the
god.
storm.
Oh,
Ooh,
got the
two people
bubble.
got the. Can they can't
Doing
do
nothing,
anything.
hitting like a
no kill with bubble. That
hitting
feels
like a wet noodle.
Unfortunate, and he's gonna
Oh,
die.
and he's just
And he's
blasting.
gonna die. Yeah. Yeah, I think he might need to pause and go salute his general again after
Yep.
that one.
Whoa, that was weird. Oh, graphical error. This might be high ground now, though.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
can maybe push high ground with this. You have the mid creeps already at the front door.
Yeah.
40 seconds till Kunkka's back. Yeah. Storm is pushing off this bottom lane like he should be.
Yeah. Couldn't even use it, or barely. First racks.
Do you
I don't know if they can get
into
racks.
the-
They might be able to get tower. The racks might be. I mean, this bear
20
is
seconds?
smacking. This bear.
Yeah,
is
the bear
smacking.
hurts.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you're
racks.
getting
That's
racks.
racks.
And Luna, look at
And
this.
Luna, yeah.
Leaves?
Do
They
you
can use
push?
both.
Do you push game here? Maybe
Doing
Oh.
the NA throw. The
Your
NA throw. Go
sports,
for
you
throw.
push it all the way through.
I would do it.
No, you can back out.
You're not a spoon. You're a spork.
Storm's happy though. You know, he got to go farm that bottom lane for a couple minutes. He'll take that. He'll take that. Starting to climb back up.
Yeah, he's past Chin
Second
barely.
highest net worth
He's
on
past Chin
honor.
barely.
Just
200 gold.
200 gold above the chin, and the faceless is 700 gold behind the chin.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Oh no.
That's
rough.
that's rough. That's
Bray
rough.
Bray.
That is rough. Yeah. Level 18 Luna versus a level 12 Faceless Void. I think 18 is higher than 12.
Can we have ChatGPT?
ChatGPT, yes.
ChatGPT question?
Dude, these ganks by Honor Vanguard are just
They're
not
falling
working
apart.
out, man.
They had that one good fight. It went perfect, and then
Well, it's because
They
Hand of God was off cooldown.
Henry trolled.
Yeah. Having a little fun.
I mean, what are they? Yeah, this is like. I mean, they have the. I mean, Storm, Kunkka.
oh, first
all get big.
first
Yeah.
sports
Dude,
version
Roche.
of the
They're doing
series.
Roche. First time this series doing Roche. Let's see how it works out. Not the fastest team at Roche. Maybe this is why they don't do it.
Yeah,
Never have the lineup. Who they
Kill
give it to?
heroes.
Centaur or Luna?
definitely no.
Definitely Luna.
Yeah.
You just get to let her go hit towers.
Yeah. For sure. There's a DD mid. Maybe they can see that.
You get that to fade
Yeah.
or storm.
KK is gonna grab, yeah? Or Storm.
Storm's coming with it with bottle. Storm's coming with the bottle. I would honestly give the bottle to the Kunkka at this moment.
I think it's better on storm since it's amplified damage now, not double damage.
That is true.
So that long zip that he does sometimes.
Mhm.
AD just doesn't sound great, you know? It's just not as cool as DD.
No, it's not.
It's not. Honor Vanguard trying to set up a wraparound here. This could, if you can get behind the Pugna, yeah, they find the Pugna right here. That is a dead
Ooh,
Pugna.
great.
Ooh, three
Oh,
man.
no, moved him in, but have.
Ooh, that's a dead bear.
That's a dead fade.
Luna's here. Luna's popping off. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, Luna
Jaw
just can chill.
doing what Jaw does. Yeah. I think that's a level advantage right there. Doing that.
Yeah,
3K damage.
and fade bought back.
Yeah.
He's just going to end the game.
Kunkka can't buy. Kunkka's dead for 30 seconds. This could be. They could go top
Let's
and get
go
that top
for
tower. They're
Megas.
pinging it. They're
Yeah.
going for it.
Oh, well, we tried.
Yes, could be Megas 19 seconds.
And they don't have chrono, so there's not really a
No
lot.
chrono. No
Void is just a creep at this
Ghost
moment.
Ship or Torment Storm. No DD on yeah, that's Megas. Maybe not.
I mean, just let die. at
Void's
this
coming
point.
in.
Just die and then.
Oh, 3-man stomp. That's
It's good though. I mean, they got the jump.
they're still locking her down. She's going for the Megas. They want the Megas.
Yeah, might as
Yep.
well
Yep.
sacrifice
Yeah.
yourself.
Jaw
Sometimes
has a
mine
date,
back.
and he needs to get to it. He is, guys. I got this date. I need to go. Let's get these Megas. I got to get going. She's yelling. at me
Centaur
right
buys
now.
back. for some reason.
It's just
That was bold. Bold. Very bold.
he saw Fade do it. Thought it was a good idea. He's like, Fade's the best off lane in this
I
tournament.
gotta follow. You did it, so I should do it. Yeah, not looking for Honor Vanguard. That might.
I mean, they've only taken one tower, so
Yeah, when you don't draft any tower pushers, that's usually what happens. Yeah, I think it's going to come back to that mid lane. Old White just not doing anything, letting that bear just demolish his life.
what is normally the
So-
matchup between Lone Druid mid versus Storm? Is that like
Lone Druid destroys
Lone Druid
it.
Yeah,
always?
Lone Druid always wins that. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
You send the bear running at Storm every time he shows his face.
What beats the bear mid? Like,
No,
Viper's pretty good.
oh,
Viper's pretty
Viper
good.
can just
Yeah,
take
I would
damage
say
down.
like at best you stay equal with the bear,
Yeah.
especially in a one-on-one.
Invoker's not too bad because you can regenerate a lot of that damage.
Oh, this might be
That is a
it.
dead
I think he's
Kunkka.
dead.
Is that a dieback?
So we said
No.
Sports had to win by 25 minutes. Do we think that this is where?
I mean,
This-
it's past 25 minutes, so I mean, they technically got megas before 25 minutes. So
I mean, these
They did.
illusions in their
they
bounces
didn't win.
are already doing enough damage.
we got big chin army right here coming in.
God. I mean, they could just.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
The
god.
bounces, yeah. I think they got one glyph. And
That
then-
Hoodlink died to only bounces. Oh, they're gonna try. They're gonna put one more last defense. 2-man chrono. Nothing really to follow up.
I was gonna say, did
God
anything
just
happen?
steals through
Did
it.
anything happen with those?
Yeah, that's game over.
All
Game
right,
3
GG's.
ends in a blink of an eye. I think really switching Leam over to the off lane.
I think that was it.
definitely,
That's the good combo. They just
game change for
took them
sure.
one game. That's it. No,
Yeah.
no bad.
Yep. As this should have been just 2 games. I think that first game was a feeling each other out. I think they figured it out, and I think the rest of the tournament they have their strategy. Put Fate on some carries and let them do work.
Yeah,
Y'all have any last things?
Nope. See you in the next game.
we're doing this again.
Salute to your major.
If we get invited back, I don't know if we'll get invited back.
I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch this.
All right, we'll throw it back to the dudes.
Hello, panel here. What a game. I mean, it kind of went exactly how we thought it was gonna go.
Yeah, there was a moment there. The Honored Vanguard team wiped him in the mid lane without that Hand of God present. You know, we thought maybe a glimmer of hope, but no. The Luna, the Centaur, the Lone Druid, you couldn't deal damage to these guys.
Yeah, we kind of talked about where to put Fade in order to like enable him. And I mean, a picture perfect example, right? They put him on a hard counter matchup in the mid lane where he's going to have a ton of impact. He's going to completely shut down Old White's game. And so whatever questions we had for Sporkface and what they were going to do with their highest MMR player, they answered it for us in that last game with a draft that just felt cohesive. It felt like it had an obvious game plan. And in comparison, the Honor Vanguard in the last draft looked completely lost.
Yeah, I really like to, even aside from game plan, they drafted for the lanes. You know, like Centaur Pugna is a lane that should win every single time. Luna Chen, Lone Druid, you know, like the Honored Vanguard never even really had a chance in this game, in my opinion, because you lose all 3 lanes and then Sporkface is able to just carry that momentum into a lot of good early fights.
Yeah, I think that the Honor Vanguard didn't really identify like what made Braebrae's Faceless Void work in the first game.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like in the first game, the Void was enabled a lot by that Elder Titan and Zeus, able to pump damage into that Chrono. But this game, even aside from the fact that Storm was level 6 at like 18 minutes or something, you didn't have damage. You know, the Kunkka could throw in a torrent, and like that was it.
Yeah, it required a sort of like solo carry performance from Bray Bray in a way that I didn't see capable of him in the first two games we saw.
Yeah.
He seems to be a carry that like brings a lot of tempo and brings a lot of sort of like stability. But that last game needed an absolute, 1v5 carry performance from that Faceless Void from that draft in a way that first threeing him wasn't gonna happen. Looks like we are going have an interview from Henry. Henry, welcome. How are you feeling after that victory?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can.
I'm feeling pretty good. I got to play Chen, which is always fun. So I enjoyed that game, and I feel like I played really well in the AA game. So I enjoyed that game too.
Well, that leaves game number 1. Talk to us about that one.
We lost our mid player Babatic. He's busy with some other stuff, so he can't play Dodo right now, unfortunately. So we're playing with Liam, who's kind of standing, and we're trying out some different stuff. We wanted to try out Meepo, and I play a lot. I don't say a lot, but I play Meepo, and we won with it when our carry was missing. So, anyways, I decided to play Meepo and put Liam on support, but it just didn't work. So, it was first game experiment, and it didn't work.
So after that game number 1, did you all just decide to completely bench Meepo? Like it wasn't in discussion after that one, or?
I mean, yeah, it's just really hard to play with people. Like when your support is not someone who plays support a lot, the game's just really, really hard. Yeah.
I see.
It's less about Meepo and more about like not having a good support in the game, someone comfortable.
I'm a little curious about how your guys' drafting sort of proceeds. Like going into it, are you thinking, okay, no matter what, I'm playing Meepo this game? Or are you like looking for the right game to play the Meepo?
It was on the table, and we were gonna pick it as soon as we had the right game, just to get the experiment kind of out of the way. So I saw Marana Void, which I like to play Meepo against those two heroes, and I just said, now's the time. Originally, I was going to play Meepo before they picked Marana Void, or Rubik, sorry, before they picked Marana Void.
Gotcha. And then I guess they just got you with that last pick, Elder Titan.
Yeah, we should have banned Elder Titan. I mean, there was a few heroes, but hindsight's 2020, right? I think Elder Titan definitely owned, and given their best player, a counter pick to our draft is tough. But if I'm being honest, there were bigger problems than Elder Titan in the game, in terms of vision and macro and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, he owned an Elder Titan, like no discrediting him, but our gameplay had bigger problems than his hero.
Yeah. I want to ask a little bit about that game too. It felt like Honored Vanguard, maybe we're getting 2-0 you guys. They had a pretty strong lead. How are you guys able to bring it back? And what are the comms like in that situation where you feel like you're about to lose game 2?
Well, I'll answer the first part. So our lanes went pretty trash. I think people played pretty bad with some role issues. As far as that's what happened. I think in general, our draft is kind of meant to make a little bit of a late game comeback. We have Darkseer against Dragon Knight, so making illusions of him is really strong. And then we have Nagasarian, who needs some time to come online. But generally, there were way too many bad plays and bad deaths early on. Normally, like this is like my 7th interview. I normally give my team the credit, but I would say that AA game was mostly me. Or the second game was mostly me. I think like my last 6 interviews, I pretty much just said my team carried me, but I'm pretty sure I carried that AA game. So yeah, I carried that game, so.
Yeah, into an Alk DK.
Yeah.
We were talking here on the panel. We were saying AA looks extremely good here. And you guys capitalized.
It's tricky to play like 2 range supports, no one who has any like jump or catch, especially with like Naga just AFK farming. I think that like it wouldn't be that bad if we laned better, but having bad lanes and then like really no real way to catch people till Primal has Blink made the game super hard. But yeah, the hero in general was really good that game, and the vision was a key part of winning that game.
So moving on to game number 3, I just want to talk about the draft for a second for that one. It seemed like a really cohesive draft in that you picked every pushing hero in the game. Was that kind of an idea going into game number 3 to just have this sort of like big tempo lineup, or is it something that evolved as you got later into the draft?
I think we have an idea about it. Pugna and Chen were my suggestions, and we kind of like to play Luna. I mean, it's just one of the stronger carries. So like once you have Pugna, Chen, Luna, it's pretty easy to just turn that in. I mean, that is a pushing lineup basically, so it's pretty easy to turn that into a pushing lineup.
Right.
I think their draft, they made a couple bad decisions at the draft that made the game really easy. But in general, I mean, and then we had like Lone Druid last pick, which is something we don't play, but it was just like, why not? It's good against Storm. We have last pick. So I think it's a little bit of both. You know, we pick heroes that are good at pushing, and then it just turns into a cohesive draft. It's a little bit of both.
Okay. And then for moving Fade into the mid lane, Leam into the off lane for that final game, is this something that you're coming out of the previous game and being like, we need to make decisions? Or is this like in the draft being like, hey, who feels good playing what?
I think we'll probably stick with this. It's more like we have not a lot of time and not a lot of games to kind of fix the hole that Bobatisha left us. Like he was definitely the best mid player in this whole tournament, so losing him is tough. I think it's possible you see me on mid again. It's possible you see Leam on mid, but I think averaging out, this is most likely how you'll see it with Leam on off lane and Fade on mid.
So
Gotcha.
looking forward to next week. You guys are going to be playing against either Fryboys or Pronouns. Do you have any thoughts on who you want to play against? Any specific players who you'd like to take down? Or
yeah, there's a let me see Wikipedia. I would like to play Fryboys because when we won last season and we stomped every team, I didn't get to play with them because they were so bad that they got eliminated so quickly. And there's a guy on there, I think his name is like LGTK, and I really wanted to destroy him, but I didn't get the chance because they were so horrifically bad last season. And that as soon as I joined the Discord, that guy started crying about how I'm an account buyer and stuff. And it's like, how am I an account buyer, but he's lower more than me? Like, that's crazy. And then, you know, how am I an account buyer, but like, if I'm dead weight on this team, why can't he carry his? You know what I mean? So I'd like to destroy that team. So I like to play Fryboys just because that guy was crying in the Discord for no reason. And he's been crying us several times. So I think that'd be really fun to destroy that Fryboys team. Hopefully they don't lose and they win their game, you know. It's unlikely, of course. But that's I'm cheering for them. I'm really rooting for them.
all right, I like to hear it. Bit of spiciness coming out.
Yeah, I can tell you have a lot of heart. Yeah, a lot of heart in for that team. You really want them to succeed.
I'm a big fan of them. I would love for them to win the next match.
You know, more like Cryboys, am I right?
Yeah, Cryboys. Good work, good work.
All right, any final questions for Henry here, Bard?
No, congratulations on the 2-1. It was looking a little bit scary, but you guys pulled it out. Looked pretty strong. So congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you guys next week.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for hopping on for the interview once again. I know you do this quite a bit. We appreciate you coming on and chatting with us, and good luck next week.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for casting. We all really appreciate your work.
No problem. All right, that was Henry, and we can move on to talk about our next series, right? Yeah, so we have Fryboys versus Pronouns coming up, a matchup we just talked about. Henry's rooting for Fryboys, but what do you think about this matchup?
So I am very excited for this matchup. Like I said, I'm on the Pronouns D2 team, and so I have access to the Pronouns chat, and I've seen they have done a ton of preparation leading into playoffs here. I think they're looking to make a pretty deep upper bracket run, so it'll be interesting to see if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, both these teams have names that are super notable to me, but you know, time flies. We're already into a draft for this series, so let's head over into it. We can talk about the players as the draft goes along, but you know, Pingu, Shaggy, Mr. Achy Bones, Frugos, Destiny, Rim, Jed, Zor, LGTK that apparently Henry has beef with, and Yanbara. I mean, these are all players that, yeah, nothing to shake a fist at. So I'm excited to see what this head-to-head is like.
Yeah, I imagine that this series will be a lot closer than the last one. Even though the last one did go 3 games, it felt like Sporkface sort of had an advantage going into it. But this game, I feel like both teams are pretty evenly matched. So it'll be interesting to see some team coordination, see how they're able to outmaneuver their opponent.
Yeah, I think something to keep an eye on is going to be this mid lane, seeing High Shaggy versus Gunga Ginga or Jed. These are two players that have been in the NA scene for a little bit. They've been in a part of NADCL for the past few seasons. So I'm excited to watch that mid matchup.
Yeah, right away we see a Pangolier ban. I feel like this hero isn't usually first phased, so I don't exactly know why they went for it. I guess maybe it's a Jed specialty or something, but the other 3 bans all make pretty logical sense. We got that DK, Timber, 2 of the strongest offlaners right now, and of course the Nature's Prophet, able to win all 3 lanes at once. So
yeah, insert some copy pasta about playing Pango in 2024 or whatever.
Yeah. The Tusk ban coming out as well. Just another pretty strong lane dominating support.
I feel like in this current meta, we don't see that many melee supports. Like, I don't think we saw a single one in the last series.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard. Just there's so many good range supports right now. Like they sort of just dominate the support pool. As far as melees go, you have like Tusk, Clockwork, I guess.
I see
But,
Tiny more.
Tiny as well.
Than
But
before.
most of the time, you're going to want to be laning those with a ranged offlaner.
Right.
And I feel like there just aren't many of those right now.
Yeah. Totally.
You see the
Pugna
Pugna ban. Yeah,
Weird.
I like that. I feel like Pugna is one of the best supports right now. I'd put him up there with like Lion and Nature's Prophet. The Doom gets through.
I mean, this is the thing with banning some of these mid laners, some of these supports, is that it leaves a lot of mids open. Notably, we still have the Mars, we still have the Magnus. I'm not sure if there's something specific you want against the Doom.
Yeah, I feel like the best counter
Timber's
is
been.
that Timber, but of course he's taken out.
But even
Mr.
then, being doomed as Timber feels pretty bad.
Yeah. Vengeful Spirit as well.
Okay.
I like these opening picks.
There's still a
2
Lion
just
as well.
very strong heroes.
Down at the
I'm a
Hoodwink.
little confused by the pronouns bans here. The Pango and the Troll don't make a whole lot of sense to me.
It must just be targeting Rim as well as Jed.
Yeah.
Maybe taking a look at their group stage drafts and pulling some conclusions, trying to get them off of whatever comfort they've been running.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of comfort, Mr. Achy Bones has been spamming this Doom in pubs. I'm pretty sure it's like what he picks 80% of games. It's one of his best heroes. He's very comfortable on it. So
Yeah, I'm
see if he
excited
has
to
a good
see.
game.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that just, it inflates so much gold. You're able to get such a timing. And on top of all of that, you have like the greatest spell in the game, Doom. Just mute someone forever.
Yeah. And Doom is no longer deniable as well. So just making it all the much better.
And he pairs well with the sort of Vlad's aura that we were talking about that kind of defines a lot of this offlane meta.
Yeah. Vlad's or Shiva's. I feel like Shiva's rush on offlanes is very
You're
good.
totally right.
You see a Zeus ban come out?
Yeah, these bans are weird. What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. They're leaving in the Lion. I guess Lion Venge is kind of a weird support duo, but
it's not that bad.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of disable. So we'll see if Fryboys go for it here. I'm surprised they made it this far.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of weird first picking your 2 supports.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure why you're really comfortable picking the Doom.
Yeah, there's a few offlaners who can try to mirror what Doom does. Like Darkseer comes to mind. He kind of just sits in lane, generates gold.
Yeah, Centaur is okay as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it. Very stable. Venge could be 4 or 5, right? So it offers flex. You're not like revealing a whole bunch by having a Centaur in your lane.
Yeah. I think I'd really like to see a Lion here from Pronouns.
I think so too. I mean, Doom Lion lane is crazy good. And you can, now this is a part where you can just 2 pick 2 supports.
Yeah, true. Yeah, if you first pick your offlane,
Yeah.
then it can save that carry and mid pick for the last 2. So
Yeah, exactly. You get to pick a core into 2 Fryboys picks in this middle phase.
yeah,
So I think Lion plus, I mean, Treant I know is a Frugos special. Rubik is also good, I think. I think Lion is just a clear winner, though.
they're using a lot of reserve time here. Already down to 45 seconds. But
Techies. Oh, yeah. Another 4.
Pronouns have been playing this a lot throughout their group stage matches. So one of those comfort picks.
For
Doom
sure. And a super
Techies,
strong.
pretty good lane. Yeah.
Yeah, super strong 4.
And Doom is one of those offlaners who, once he gets pretty stable, once he has like that veil, he kind of wants to just be left alone. And Techie's a great position for at roaming to that mid lane, securing runes, ganking.
There's a Rubik that I talked about.
Yeah, so far, not a ton of great spell steals. I guess maybe like Magic Missile and Swap.
Yeah, telekinesis is kind of nice against Centaur because you can keep people from running away and stampede to a
Yeah.
degree. You toss them, you interrupt it with a toss or with a lift, and you toss them backwards.
Yeah, and it sort of acts as a deny pick to that Faceless Void that's still in the pool as well.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
that
know if
fear of
you.
stealing Chrono, but
I don't know if you care that much as a void. But
yeah,
you're right that it denies Magnus, Enigma,
Mhm.
these sort of things.
yeah, all very strong heroes who have gotten through. So we might see a pretty strong like carry come out here from Fryboys, because of course they already have their offlane lockdown with that Centaur.
They could go for the Lion
Yeah,
themselves.
could go Magnus mid, or no, sorry, not into Rubik.
Yeah, into Rubik, it's rough.
No.
I think you want to pick your safe lane here because you see Doom Techies, right? So you want to pick whatever. I was going to say Troll, but it's banned. Morphling? No. Undying Luna?
Undying. I wouldn't mind seeing a Luna here.
Because you don't care about being doomed that much, right? Especially once you have Shard online, you just pop Shard and you take no damage.
Yeah. And Fryboys have last pick as well, so they're able to counter pick that mid, assuming they go for a safe laner here. So I like the Luna. Looks pretty good. Luna doesn't care. I guess she doesn't really want to be doomed, right? Because it breaks the glaives, doesn't it? Or no?
Yeah. But it's like, I don't know. Every hero doesn't like being doomed. At,
Yeah.
at some point, you're picking nits who likes to be doomed or not. Transformation heroes can be okay, like Sven or Alchemist, because you can like just pop your thing and then initiate. So as long as you're not getting jumped and stunned and doomed all at once, it can be okay.
Go for the tiny. Interesting.
A mid tiny?
I know a few teams have been experimenting with position 3 Venge. But if you do that, then the Centaur kind of stands out as weird. So yeah, maybe a mid tiny.
It has to be, right? But usually I see this in like mid matchups that you benefit from the right click diff a lot, like Puck. Where you just out right click whoever you're laning against, and they just go for a Necrophos. And looking at a Centaur and dying tiny lineup, it seems okay.
Yeah, I'm liking this pronouns draft so far. I feel like Fryboys doesn't have a clear goal of like what they want to do when it comes to these team fights. Like it'll be Centaur going in, stomping, and then the follow-up is just kind of weird after that, I feel like.
Yeah. My issue with Necro is I just don't think it's a strong hero right now. I mean, we're in a meta where we have like DK, Kunkka, Timber as like the main sort of like strongholds of the meta, and Necro is just never picked. So that makes me feel that this hero is in like a garbage state right now.
It is true that Necro is not one of the best mid heroes right now, but it is a high Shaggy special. You know,
That's
it's
true.
one of his most played. So
that's true.
We'll have to see what sort of cool shenanigans he can pull off in this mid lane.
Yeah, what kind of safe lane do you want from Fryboys to play into the Necros? Something like Morphling comes to mind because you have a lot of magic damage, but then you hate being doomed.
I'm thinking about. I was thinking Lena, but Lena suffers from the same issue of being doomed.
Lena would be pretty hype. It'd be like we're flashbacking in time to a year
Yeah.
ago. Van and Luna themselves on Fryboys.
Yeah, both teams looking for a carry here on the last pick.
What about a sniper for Fryboys? That seems kind of good.
Ooh, that sounds spicy.
Right? You
Yeah.
don't care about being doomed. You like keeping your distance from Necrophos. Like, what jump is there, actually, besides techies?
Yeah. I think sniper could be a great option.
Go for the TA.
TA.
Interesting.
Sniper able to deal with refraction charges somewhat, just with that super long range plus shrapnel eats away at it. So
Yeah, it's not amazing because you like want every right click to count, sort of.
yeah, that's true.
And TA jumps you, but this makes me think it's a mid TA, right? Because this seems like a tiny counter.
I don't.
I mean, that seems.
It will
really
be a
good.
mid necro. Hi Shaggy, locking in that necro.
Okay. Playing the TA into Centaur Venge. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Huh. I don't really know what to make coming out of this draft. I feel like both teams have sort of their own game plan. I don't see any clear advantage coming out.
I mean, I'm favoring Fryboys just in the sense that I think Naga Siren is a better hero than every single hero on the side of Pronouns. I think this hero is absolutely busted.
That is true. They don't have a great answer for 6-slotted Naga running at you. And Naga's just going to be split pushing lanes as well. So it'll be hard for Pronouns to take advantage of their push between Necro and TA.
I definitely imagine a reality where Shaggy builds a Radiance and is just like goes Radiance hard Ags or something and is just unkillable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I think this is very much up to just like how this landing phase goes. Super interesting drafts from both sides. I'm liking that we're seeing something sort of atypical coming out from both these teams, and we're talking about the players on them. This should be a pretty easy game.
Yeah, I think one of the lanes to keep an eye on will be this top lane, the Centaur Venge. Have a lot of kill threat, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, we're gonna toss it to the casters here. Get up for Benji and Permasneeze. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second series of today. Fryboys versus Pronouns here. Benji and Sneeze bring you the action. And okay, just looking at the standings coming into playoffs, these two teams are neck and neck, and in a little bit of a different way, right? Pronouns, they had their hits, they had their misses, whereas Fryboys a lot more consistent, going a lot heavier on the draw. So already some familiar names from previous seasons. Benj, what do you make of this draft? I know we're silently sitting by the side spectating like little birds on a perch. What are your thoughts at the moment?
Yeah, it's always weird. When the draft comes along, I like to sort of talk it out, discuss with someone else. And when you're sort of sitting in silence, just waiting to cast, it's always a little bit odd. I don't feel like I get the feel for the draft like I usually do. So maybe the first couple of minutes that we got a nice little pause. The players themselves, they're like, maybe the casters need some time to break down the draft.
That's so nice. They're so kind. Yeah. NADCL known for its kindness. The K in NADCL stands for kindness, ladies and gents. Now, I do want to say that Wesley and Bart brought up a very interesting point that I want to revisit for Fryboys lineup. This last pick, Naga, I can get where it's coming from. It's pretty decent overall in the game, but there are some concerns. And the Fryboys lineup, it plays a bit odd, right? With the Naga, you're always thinking you want to kind of play the map, split up a couple of lanes, slice up the game into weird instances that Pronouns has to respond to. But the fights are going to be so awkward. I can't imagine a time where the Naga actually joins in on these fights and feels comfortable doing so, especially with the AoE damage that she might have to deal with.
Yeah, it's kind of, you've got heroes fulfilling multiple roles, which is always very nice in a fight.
Sure.
But in a sort of way that feels disjointed, right? You have this Tiny that kind of wants to blink in, have a toss, blow someone up. You have Centaur who wants to start the fight with Stomp, try and just burst one hero down. Venge helps with that, with obviously the swap and the stun. And then you sort of have this Naga who doesn't really benefit from that, right? She kind of excels from taking these long fights, splitting the map, as you said, helping reset with the song, which doesn't really play well with the other heroes on the side of Fryboys. But it is always nice to have, a couple different options when it comes to a team fight. Meanwhile, looking over on Pronouns side, I'm seeing a lot of magic damage. You got Doom, you got Necro, you got Techies, even a Rubik, depending on what you can steal. It's going to be a lot of magic pumped out by Pronouns. So expect to see at least one Mage Slayer coming out from the side of Fryboys. Maybe one of those Pipe of Insights, Mikey?
Oh yeah, I mean those babies go for real expensive these days. You know what I mean? It ain't that easy to just pick one up. I'm not very sure whether that is something that the Necrophos will tech into. And I think, like the panel mentioned, this is a Shaggy special, right? It is pretty good for dealing with these high HP heroes, of which there are quite a few. Fryboys, they've equipped themselves with 3 strength heroes who are going to try and rumble down the Pronouns lineup. Now, this is only our sort of second day casting NADCL. We're in the main event already. But the first game we cast was also a Pronouns game, and Ego's talking mad smack, right? That guy, he's prepared. I mean, even in the days following that, he was also talking mad smack, saying how they're here to win, they're here to take over. And seeing some of the players already and seeing, oh my goodness, Mr. Achy Bones, he's hurting in the bot side. I was looking at the health bar. I'm like, how's he literally at 1 HP? Well, not anymore. He's dead.
Yep, the K spam early on coming out from this undying. You can see he's stocked up on the mango, so you can keep that moving. And yeah, Naga, not exactly the hero that you expect to go and claim first blood over there in that safe lane, but they get it done on the side of Fryboys.
Yeah, it's just so much easier when Yambura is just sapping away all your HP with the constant spams of the decays. Now, I do have to. I'm not very sure how that happened, but I guess the one opening that you have in the lane is when Doom is still kind of weak with 1 level in Scorched Earth. You're not really doing enough damage to work down these Naga illusions just yet. And hell, you're taking so many little decays. It hurts, man. It hurts.
Yeah, tanking decays. You don't have that bracer yet that you're still looking for the recipe on. As you said, still only 1 level, so you don't have anything like the Devour to get, maybe a ice armor or something like that from a neutral creep. So Achy Bone's pretty vulnerable this early stage in the game, and they exploit that to its fullest potential, claiming first blood for this Naga, which I'm sure she's going to be very happy about.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that I'm looking at for this particular lane is just, Yambura, he has that level in the Tombstone. And if he decides to just pop that down, like Achy Bones and Frugos need to be so careful with their positioning, because he just throws that down, someone is dead. And it's not going to be someone from Fryboys. Like, you're at least walking away with 1 kill. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a zombie has to die for it, but I think top side, okay, LGTK going down, but I believe I saw a Tombstone committer in the bot side. Am I blind here? Oh, no.
Yes, it would appear that you are blind.
No, he Tombstone. I swear he did little hands in the air kind of situation. Okay, you know what I mean, when he's about to sort of raise that shit.
Yeah. It was the fake Tombstone, classic play. Ooh,
classic play, excellent stuff, baby.
Pingu, top side.
What's
he
going on?
Overextended himself a little bit, and he's gonna pay the price. It looks like 1 more touch.
Oh,
they just don't have it.
Yeah, no touches here in this top side.
No.
Yeah, I mean, if you wave of terror, Monkus. Okay, but he lotuses immediately, so it's fine. Yeah. That's kind of scary because I believe.
LGTK, he's still chasing.
LGTK is not done chasing. He's just running down. Last auto attack. Come on, Fingers, trying to sneak his way into the tree line. 1 more wave of terror should finish him off as soon as he get the vision. Does he have refraction? Are you gonna go for the snipe? LGTK. Still running around, refraction blocking right in time. Zor to go wide on the storm, but that's another refraction charge just being burned. Pingus on life support right now. Someone give this man a blood transfusion. This is rough.
Yeah, and even though he's staying alive, he's really not getting a whole lot. He's just spent half a minute running around. He had to pop the Lotus immediately. He's wasted now a couple of refractions, and he's finally now just getting a last hit. The first one he's got in maybe a minute. So even though they don't find the kill on the side of Fryboys, there's still a lot of wasted efficiency for Pingu in this lane.
Yeah, he's staying alive, but not in the B's G's way, but in like your shitty uncle singing karaoke way. Like, you don't really want to hear it. It's not really the best. No. It's getting kind of uncomfortable, and you just want him to stop. Now, Achy Bones.
He's still trying to do like the really high part of it.
Yeah, the high part.
Just take it down a couple.
His throat is starting to crack. Someone get this man a beer. Let's cut it out here. Let's stop messing around. But yeah, Pingus should be able to fluff himself back up, especially if
bot lane. There's the tombstone committed. Achy Bones going down. As you said, that tombstone, they just don't really have a good way to deal with it between the Rubik and the Doom.
Yeah, Benj, I don't know if you know anything about tombstones, but generally you construct a tombstone when somebody is dead, right? You put it over the grave. And thematically, of course, it has to follow suit. Every time the Undying uses a tombstone, someone has to die. If not, why did you construct it for? Who's going to make that structure have any meaning? You know what I mean?
It is interesting because usually in real life, you don't like construct a tombstone in advance. Say someone's on their deathbed, you're not like, oh, we got the tombstone already for you, brother.
No, it depends. Maybe you don't show the person the tombstone.
Oh no, you just have it made secretly.
Yeah, you keep that dog on. You know, like in case anybody's just about to die, you gotta whip the tombstone out. Just be like, this design okay? Like, you okay with the text placement? How we looking here? All right. Well, pretty early on, I think no surprises that the lanes are just brimming with action. There's a lot of aggression that's available. And I think the lane that we didn't just talk about this yet because we just don't have the damn time. Saw an LGTK coming through, but it's a huge blast off. Bye-bye. Fryboys get exploded upon at the top side.
Beautifully done by the techies there. Oh, is Yambra coming through the...
Yeah, so in typical fashion with Tombstone...
The Tombstone has been placed out.
Yeah, basically someone's...
Now she is going to be able to get refraction off, but does it keep her alive?
It doesn't do anything versus the zombies, though, right? They're just gonna rip her apart.
But she can also meld.
True. Does Yambura have detection?
He does not. So
he has dust on the courier. He immediately
he's prepared.
He's like,
yeah, this does look like a dead Pingu, but yeah, the blast off from Techies was really nice. Caught both heroes, meaning that first of all it keeps Pingu alive, and then turns what could have been maybe a 1-for-1 trade into a 2-for-0, which is huge for this lane that we already said was struggling a little bit on Pingu.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to point out though is that Shaggy has been absolutely kind of destroying this.
this
mid lane. 43 and 8 on the Necrophos.
Yeah. I feel like this is the standard off-lane experience, mid lane necro experience, right? I feel like ever since Mr. Quinn Callahan popularized this mid lane necrophos, a couple of other sick freaks are also picking this one up, and it's such a useful tool against your Embers, your Storms even, and some of these other melee safe mid laners, especially the Pango, right? It's just so much pressure in the mid lane. You stand in the middle of the creep wave. They walk up, they suffer. They don't walk up, they still suffer. Suffering all around, basically.
Yeah, and Tiny's one of those heroes that, one of those rare melee heroes that kind of does well into ranged heroes because you just have the overwhelming damage from this tree throw. You should be able to secure enough last hits, but yeah, it looks like Shaggy's done a really great job of pressuring him away. You know, keeping that the hard stop aura high. You know, throwing out death pulses and just making sure he's not really able to walk up to these creeps and get the last hits that he wanted. And he does have 6 now. Low on the mana for the Reaper Scythe, but interesting to see if maybe he gets a rune from this 6 minute, you know, that we're about to hit. Whether he takes that and chooses to make his move, maybe up to the top side, perhaps. Even though Pingu is dead. Yeah, Mikey, I think you're muted. I can't hear anything you're saying. That's all right. We got one of my co-casters has decided to take a little break during the pause. That's no problem. We're gonna get him back in here.
I think
he's back. There we go.
I just need to make sure that my microphone interface is actually working because I got a swanky new software running, and I don't think it's my problem.
Very nice.
But yeah, he's back. Smile.
Yeah, you were definitely yapping a lot there with.
Damn, relax. What the shit? That hurts, man. Okay. This is taking a while. The headset battery issues. These guys just don't have batteries on them, huh? Is what's going on.
I will never understand. This is I'm gonna get up on my.
No, I knew you were gonna say because I want to talk about it too, but you were talking about the game. Yeah, let's hear it.
Just in general, having wireless peripherals. Don't get it.
Yeah.
Me personally, If I have like some Bluetooth headphones that I'm going on a walk, I'm taking some public transport, totally fine. If I'm playing and I'm sitting at my PC, why do I need wireless headphones?
No,
I'm not
all
going
I'm
anywhere.
saying, yeah, all I'm saying is like you try and win a lane in Dota and you got the AirPods in, you're already in the wrong mindset. Like just get out of here. What are you? What's the point? Look, so my current headphones, I had a real tough time scratching my head, thinking, okay, do I want wireless for the times I'm half asleep during a cast and I want to lean back and then the wire stops me? Well, see, there's no real like, what do you want to do? You want to still stay on Discord when you're taking a shit? Like, what's the merit?
What's the use case here?
Yeah, what are we talking about? Like, I mean. All the headset wireless defenders gonna be, but the wire's getting, we get over it. What the hell?
Just cable manage.
Yeah, like what the heck? Very available and accessible tools. Like I don't know what you call this. Bench, you can see me. No one else can, but I'm just gonna raise it for you. You know this thing? This little sticky tape thing that basically velcros onto itself.
Yes.
Yeah. Cable managed. Like get it together. What the hell? And so revisiting the game, Pingus is dead here.
Okay. Listen, like, give me.
No, if you are gonna ask me to build a case for why Pingus is not there, I'm ending the.
No. I wanted. We played this scenario 100 times. How many does Pingus survive in?
Like 0.
I think 1. I think there's 1. He did it. Okay, Yambra is literally just going to stand here.
I'm literally watching with bated breath. Like, I'm literally just watching with bated breath. Okay, he's alive.
He's alive. Okay, so I asked you the question beforehand. I guess that was
he's dead now.
Okay, now.
He's dead.
No. Refraction back up.
No, I mean, the tombstone went down, so someone has to die. It's just, if it's Destiny or him, it looks like it was a proxy death, so it still kind of counts.
Yeah, but it's the exact same thing we talked about. Pingu's surviving, but he's not surviving. You know what I mean? He's not able to farm. He's relegated to what I call the recovery area. He's still being chased down by this Venge.
Dude, LGTK has been
not given up the cause.
Missile. This guy's a menace. You ever see just a angry blue lady chase after? What is this? X-Men with Mystique just hunting people down? What's going on?
Yeah, and I was thinking about this recently. It's like for each position, what you most want to be known as, like what trait is the most important. For like a 1 player, I think it's probably reliable. For a pos 4, it's definitely annoying. If the opposition like carry calls you annoying, that's like the highest compliment possible as a pos 4.
You start bursting into tears of joy. You're like, oh, this is the kindest thing you've ever said to me. I do want to hound you for the most of your early game and make you want to rage quit the game.
It is. That's the purpose. It's the rabid dog off the leash, just barking at your leg, nipping at your ankles.
They don't even have a reason. Like you literally fed them a treat like 20 seconds ago, and they're still yanking at your sock or something like that. It's like, what the hell do you want from me? And it's reflected in the CS as well, right? 29-5 right now, and Pingu is not doing quite as well in the early stage as he could be. Of course, his net worth is going to balloon a lot once he makes his way to the stacks, which, Frugos is setting up a couple in the triangle. The big winner of this early game, of course, none other than Monsieur Necrophos himself, just completely shitting on the mid lane. Not really Jet's. It's really not Jet's fault, right? It's kind of difficult to operate in the mid lane as he's tiny, as unfortunately he gets us wrong on the rune, so that's 2 death pulses on his skull. It's tough, man.
2 death pulses on his skull and a shield rune going away at Shaggy, so you couldn't kill him beforehand. You definitely can't kill him now. But interestingly enough, not choosing to make a rotation. They do have this nice ward here that's scouting out the bottom rune. So if he were to maybe go to bot lane to try and find a kill onto this,
you're gonna have to hold. I'm gonna need you to hold that thought, because as you can see in the top side, the tombstone is placed down, and therefore someone must die to make it a double. It's just like at McDonald's when you top up. That's crazy. Burgers for everybody.
When you top up. You can top up at McDonald's?
Like upsize the meal, man. I just use the
wrong
yeah.
Super
give me a goddamn break. I know I'm not American, but you gotta chill, man. What the heck?
You're a big
technically it's your fault. It's your fault. You know what I mean? You taught me this language.
What, English?
Yeah.
I guess so. Well, maybe indirectly.
Yeah. By some very long. Okay,
yeah, so that's 9 minutes into the game. We're already talking about
colonization.
That's a new record.
New record. Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah,
impressed about discipline today.
Yeah, that's true. It's longer than we usually make it. Okay, I like this from Pronouns. They recognize Pingu's having a hard time. They're going to shove Shaggy up to this top lane so that he can just sort of... What? Why are you laughing?
No, I'm laughing because you're like, Pingus is having a hard time. Why is he having a hard time? LGTK. Where is LGTK? As soon as we mentioned it, he's in the mid lane. Look at Pingus, dude. This guy doesn't let up. Now he's to the bot side. Look at Achy Bones.
Here we go.
High ground vision should be revealed. Stampede coming forward. The full force of Fryboys collapsing on this poor little duo. Toss up in the sky. Bye-bye, Frugos. Just getting eliminated. Rem on a killing spree in this bot side. And you know, we talk about Pingus if eventually he wants to reach a point where it's not really pressured. Speaking of not pressured, this Naga is chilling.
Yep. Big chill on the Naga. Going in for this Manta style first up. And yeah, it's nice. This wall on the high ground allows them to find the stun from the Venge to catch the Doom, first of all. Didn't even need to swap, so still had that if, you know, they wanted to go for more afterwards. And the Avalanche perfectly hits both the Doom and the Rubik, who was trying to maybe, you know, get a telekinesis, try and bail his Doom out of there. So very nicely played by Fryboys. They bring all 5 and they get duly rewarded with a couple kills.
Let's go. Achy Bones kills the Tombstone. Gets a nice little chunk of change. Pingu's mid lane. LGDK, this guy just doesn't let up. Swap back Pingus, you need some help. Frugos, only level 4. Nothing to be stolen here, but Destiny ready to come in with a blast off, perhaps, if necessary. TA stays alive again, but just kind of staring him down. Everywhere Pingus goes, Fryboys are basically bodying this poor individual. Like we said, not dying, but Uncle Karaoke. It's not fun.
It's an Uncle Karaoke situation for sure. But yeah, Pingu still not getting the room to breathe. But you do see a symptom of why you kind of need a core with the Tiny, especially early game before he has Blink. You kind of, you know, Ava, you toss, and if it doesn't kill them, you run out of damage very quickly. So that's what you saw there with the swap coming in and not quite having the damage to finish off Pingu. But
what's going on?
Looks like he's gonna try his hand at these stacks.
Yeah, I mean, Pingu's aside, I'm looking at this bot side. It looks like Achy Bones very, very pressed about trying to get the Doom on the real Naga. But yeah, at least those stacks are going to help him maybe get back on par with the Naga Siren in terms of net worth. But ooh, look at this hunting party. LGTK has a tracker planted up Pingu's ass, the way he's just homing into him every single time. Rotating back to this bot side though, they don't have high ground vision anymore. They'll set it up and start to go onto Destiny. Now the Naga's in the area as well. Doom has his ultimate, but as you know, when a tombstone is constructed, someone's gonna die. And for now, it is the bombs overwhelming the bench at the moment. LGTK will pay the price for that. As Mbura still chasing forward, but needs to watch himself. Doesn't really have the most HP. Oh my, wait, hang on. Did you see that? The zombies actually cornered Mr. Achy Bones and stuck him there for a little moment. That was, I've never seen that before. That's pretty funny. But now Shaggy is here as well. Jet looking to make the rotation, but this is starting to get a little awkward. I'm not sure whether you have enough damage to work through the tanky Tiny. He should be able to walk this one off.
Shaggy's still going. Oh, he just gets a free scythe kill.
A little bit of a
on the high ground. I mean, they
well.
didn't know they had the ward. Oh, and a free courier. Don't mind if I do for Shaggy. And they must know about the high ground vision if they didn't already. But that is a value ward there.
Yeah. I mean, also, it might be Mbura kicking himself a bit because he might have thought he gives vision from the decay. But, I mean, it doesn't, right? Decay doesn't reveal you. So it's a bit of a... Maybe messing with his head a little bit there. Only throwing the scythe out the second he pops it. It's like, you dare to touch me, you goddamn insolent peasant.
Yeah. And the infinite scaling starts for Shaggy. First stack.
Oh, yeah.
That's 2 HP regen and 1 mana regen. Write that down.
It's right there. Why would I need to? Yeah. I'll just ask Pop Tart, please mouse over it. Yeah, look at that.
There we go.
Yeah, Pop Tart.
Love that from Frugos. He's got the stolen avalanche.
Swap back though. Swap back. Yep. Stampede in, Frugos dead, and they're looking out the Shaggy as well, the toss back. But do they have the damage?
Tanky.
As we know from the tooltip, he has 2 HP regen and 1 mana regen, and he's regenerating right now. The TPs come through though, net up. Shaggy in some trouble, blast off, slightly goes wide, and what? The Techies just disappears. Too much damage, shredded apart by the Naga Siren, and the side of Fryboys, they'll continue to chase forward. Avalanche just slightly off the map, but Zor has that blink. Might just turn around and die for it though. No, can't tank the tower, so he'll be fine. But Fryboys, they walk away from that with what feels like 3 to 4 kills. That was pretty great from them in terms of rotations.
Yeah, and the huge kill of Shaggy's Necro going out for the first time in the game. It was an ambitious tossback from Jed, but he knows that the numbers, the reinforcements are coming, and it takes all 5 of them. But they managed to bring him down. He's got 2k HP on this Necro. Pretty impressive of Fryboys to have the sort of confidence to commit for that and know that they could find that kill. Because I'm not sure I would have made the same decision, but it turned out to be the right one.
Yeah, Eternal Shot complete on Shaggy as well just makes that even harder. I mean, he even has some Seeds of Serenity in the back pocket to plant at his feet if he needs that help. So he's only going to get tankier and harder to kill from here. You don't necessarily have a Spirit Vessel buyer. Shiva's is something that's still a little far away for the Centaur, as nice little jump, punch down LGTK. Great move there as they try and invade into the triangle, but there's no one around for them to claim. So realistically speaking, Pronouns, they just want to wipe out this mid-tier one so that they can move with a bit more freedom, right? And without sort of your full unit of Fryboys here, with basically 4 members of Pronouns in the area, it's a little bit hard to defend.
Yeah, I believe that was the blink reveal on the Doom, so I know he has that now, and he does have his ult available. So Blink Doom, I think that you'll spot on with what Pronouns want to do. They want to take this mid tower and start sweeping through this jungle because they want to cut off the space. They know that Naga's going to be taking up a lot of space around the map. And so while you're sort of going into this bot jungle, you're not necessarily addressing where she's farming. You are completely cutting off the space where all of the other heroes on the side of Pronouns, on the side of Fryboys want to farm. So they find the techies though.
Yeah, Tombstone alert, it is down and someone has to die. It looks to be Frugos for now. Stampede in as well. Zor managed to live through the initial duration of the Doom and is trying to punch down on the Rubik, but and Jed, maybe not what you wanted. You're gonna toss Shaggy right into a free scythe. If we mouse over the tooltip, we'll see that it's now 4 HP regen and 2 mana regen. Thank you so much. I'm keeping
the Glimmer?
Very big play there. He's able to blink out, but Frugos on the hunt. Nighttime vision means that he's not going to spot him though. Nicely done. And just narrowly manages to escape. That was... I feel like Jed should have died there, but yeah. I can't even count. 6 HP regen and 3. Thank you, Pop Tart, for highlighting my stupidity.
Yeah.
Okay, so Frugos is actually going for the Spirit Vessel. So an additional tool for them to work down some of these tanky heroes. And I can't help but feel like you need something like that for dealing with Shaggy, but I don't know if anyone actually has the build up for it or even the money to grab it.
Yeah, it's super nice on Frugos, especially this early timing that he's getting him. If you look at the cores on the side of Fryboys, you have Naga, you have Tiny, and you have Centaur, right? None of these heroes want to build an early BKB against this Spirit Vessel, which is kind of what I feel like is often the dilemma with Spirit Vessel, is that you get it, and then not long after the core in question gets a BKB, and it's kind of nullified. You're not going to have this problem this game. So, Frugos, if he manages to get the charges up and use them correctly, like this could be a huge tool in the fights for them. Not one you usually see on the Rubik. Usually, you're looking for that blink, maybe a little force staff, something to allow you to get better steals, get better positioning to use those stolen spells, but playing a completely unselfish game at the moment. And
I think that's kind of what I've been impressed with by Frugos, because you mentioned one of the core qualities of a position for is being annoying. He's annoying in a just reliable ass way, right? Like no matter what he plays, he always does his moves for the team. He's not too concerned about making these flashy individual just outplays or crazy just kind of team fight ultimates and stuff like that. He's always just there with the right build, with the right lift, with the right skills at the right time, and it's just reliable. It's just annoying to always know that the Rubik is there, ready to deal with you. Destiny a bit short on that blast off. The slows weren't enough. Achy Bones couldn't control them enough, and then they just walk out. Okay, a little bit awkward. We're seeing a bit of problems from Pronouns, right?
Yeah, I was going to say one of the things from Pronouns is that once the initial jump has been used, there's not a whole lot of catch, right? You want to blink Stomp from the Doom, but if the sort of Techie's blast off is not doesn't hit perfectly, if the Rubik's not in position, then the catch is a lot lacking, and it's a lot of single target catch. You know, you have sort of this telekinesis. You maybe have a trap to go on a hero, but catch can be, you know, leaving a little bit to be desired. We'll see if any items come out to help that, but for now, I mean, they do have a Yules coming out in Shaggy, which would be pretty nice. Buy a bit of time for those heroes to get into position to provide the follow-up.
Yeah. Desolator, Blink, and Dragonlance now complete for Pingus. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the Pronouns rock up into Roche real soon. Now, this is one of the things about this particular TA draft where, you know, in every other circumstance, you're looking for maybe a Solar Crest builder, someone who can minus armor like Avenge as well, and stuff like that, just to get you that earlier. Roche, hell, even a Slaughter on the offlane, they don't really have those, so that's why the timing's sort of a bit delayed compared to usual when you're thinking about TA grabbing that first Aegis. But yeah, I mean, all the power items are coming up, right? Achy Bones with the Blink, as well as, I believe he's working his way towards that BKB. No, Shiva's complete for now, nothing queued up. But yeah, they can continue to just go forward with this aggression. And there really isn't a lot that Fryboys can do to stop them. Another chop, another kill. And that tooltip has most definitely updated, I'll tell you that.
No, it has not. You are
Did he
wrong,
miss
Mikey.
out on it?
He didn't quite get it. It was maybe, you know, 50.
Wait, I thought. Okay,
HP
wait,
short.
hang on. So he has to get like the heart. He has to get the, like basically the debuff of the Reaper Scythe while you're about to die, right?
It has to be the killing blow, I believe, or like you know it's not like Lion Finger where it has to be like.
Okay, let's read the tooltip, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody who's clueless. Not me though. If then deals damage based on how much life is missing. If Necrophos kills an enemy this way, okay, so yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, Pop Tart. Thank you for highlighting this to the audience, to me and Benji, who are clueless about this and did not know.
I wasn't clueless.
No, yeah, you were. You don't look. Okay, get it together, man. You don't need to be so embarrassed on broadcast. You know, it's okay to not know things. It's a very expensive game.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. No,
yeah, it is fine.
I didn't know. You're right. I'm just clueless, I guess.
Yeah, it is what it is, you know. Shaggy still yet to really be threatened apart from that one kill in the mid lane where they had to bring 5. And like we kept mentioning at the start, he's just going to continue to be a problem when you don't really have these tools to deal with him. Now, your only one is going to be the Shivas, which is still a ways away for this Centaur Wall Runner on Zor.
Yeah. Still actually looking to finish up that Veil. He interestingly went for Blink first, so valuing the initiation as opposed to this more standard kind of offlaner build where you want to get the Veil, then the Blink, and then you sort of go back for the Shivas.
Yeah. He's mixing and matching, that's for sure.
Oh, and it actually goes for Eternal Shroud first.
Yeah. I mean, he had that build up. I think he got the helm for the early laning stage and just figured, okay, I need initiation. Hang on, there's way too much magic burst. I can't actually take these fights. We saw it kind of affect Zor as well, right? You know, even in that bot fight where he's trying to run in and get the setup, he's taking so much damage in the process that makes things very awkward. Now, smoke move up, Fryboys, they are looking for some sort of response here in the bot side. It seems like they are aware Achy Bones is in the area. Running forward, Avalanche Toss, that's the initial jump that you talked about, and Stampede coming through as well. Yambura trying to follow up any Tombstoners. I mean, someone's going to die regardless, it seems. Like, Achy Bones doesn't stand a chance. Nobody else of Pronouns is in the area other than Pingus, who will just go back to farming his stack. Oh, nothing you could do there.
Yeah, he was very alone on the other side of the map to pretty much all of the Pronouns heroes, so he's going to go down as a Stampede committed, so I think on Pronouns you're fairly happy to just... you know, take that time. You don't really want to take a fight without your Doom. Oh, you may not have a choice though.
Keep it going. The jump forward. Techies just disintegrates. Now you'll TP in on Shaggy and start to do quite a bit of damage, just ticking down the tanky hero Zor. Will just get worked down. He's in a little bit of a pickle though. Net you up, and the Naga Illusion's doing quite a bit. Swap back into the fray though. LGTK, but so much healing. Can they take down Shaggy? The stuns, it's enough. Walking back to the Tombstone is committed in this mid lane. And they're able to just wipe you out. Pingo's in some trouble. Oh, a Psyblade spill randomly just kills off the poor Venge. As now you run forward. Achy Bones back in the picture. Has the Doom available. And big winner is this TA. Diving a bit too deep and staying a bit too long. Fryboys, they get punished here.
I think one of the main reasons that he's able to do so well in that fight is Shaggy. He buys so much time for the TA to start swinging out with these Psyblades, with these Deso hits. With the Yules keeping himself alive for as long as possible. It does eventually go down, but it buys enough time for Mr. Achy Bones to respawn as well. So he's able to get the Blink, the Shivas, the Doom onto the Naga, and yeah, as you said, Pingu popping off, and Roche going to be the next item on the agenda.
Yeah, has arguably the second most obnoxious item for a range carry like TA to grab, right? The Specialist Array. The only thing that could be better is perhaps like a Grove Bow. He's just pumping up so many little auto attacks just from a safe distance. And we're starting to see maybe that's kind of what the Pronouns draft is meant to do, right? You have so much disruption on the front line, so many sort of time-buying tools in like the Reactive Taser, the Doom Storms, just Shaggy's literal existence. And it's a bit hard for the side of Fryboys to work through. They need to go piece by piece. They don't really have any extended jump. Like they can't leapfrog over each other with extended mobility tools. Oh, Song was attempted there, but stunned up. Achy Bones was aware thanks to the high ground vision from Destiny. Now, Shaggy, he is dropping a little bit low, but the Eternal Shroud, he's healing so much. You just can't finish the job. Blast off in from the techies, doesn't really connect and ends up in his own death instead. You'll swap back Achy Bones, LGTK, that's him with the ultimate. So Naga Siren songs start to control them up. The zombies are starting to spawn. Pingu's desperately trying to finish off the Aegis. Who's gonna grab it? The last touch, and Aegis is gonna go into the hands of the TA, as it should be. But can they still win this fight? They've already lost their supporting cast, and it seems like the Doom is already TP'd back to base. Pingu's gonna lose his life here though, and Shaggy might just have to give his carry up. Now just 5 members surrounding you. Oh, nice blink away though. Good try. Hurricane Pike to the high ground. Yambura's right there waiting for you. Everywhere you look, there's a hero on Fryboys ready to just do you in. And unfortunately, that will mean the TA has to go down. It was a great attempt there, but it just wasn't enough. And the Roche, it's contested. This Aegis timing basically foiled, at least for the first time.
Oh, it's a little bit awkward for Pronouns. Roche getting very low, and then you kind of have to take this fight outside of the pit, but the song is really the difference maker in that fight. Nice heads up play by Shaggy. Reaper's scything the Tiny to allow the Aegis to go into the hands of Pingu, but after that, felt like Pronouns had just lost too many numbers, and they take a pretty good fight on Fryboys. They don't manage to claim the Aegis for their Naga, but they at least deny it from Pronouns for the next 5 minutes, and yeah, they claim some pretty nice kills on top of it.
Yeah, it's giving Jed a lot of time to scale out, which it's been a quiet game for this Tiny so far. The Centaur as well, both of them trailing behind in terms of the net worth. But once they get some key items like this Aghanim Scepter, might start to be able to do some significant damage. Jumping forward onto Destiny, all the blinks, they just miss each other completely. And that definitely favors the side of the Fryboys. BKETP, but you can't do that again against a Vengeful Spirit. Dota 2 101 as Achy Bones has to just try and run away to the hills. We'll have a blink in another 2 seconds, but Jet right on his heels tosses him back, and Achy Bones will pay for that transgression.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I want to talk about is this. We talked about the heavy magic damage coming out from Pronouns, and in these last 2 fights, you've seen it, that it's not as effective anymore. You've got a Mage Slayer on the Tiny, you have an Eternal Shroud on this Naga, and you have an Eternal Shroud on the center. All 3 cores have itemized in a way that negates this magic damage. You saw, find Shaggy.
Link getting cancelled, unfortunately, by that aura, but the toss forward, in comes Yambura, fresh Aghanim Scepter completed, but he can't lay down the tombstone. Little known fact, you can't actually construct anything when you're levitating in the sky. That's the telekinesis from Frugos coming into play. Zor still looking for the storm, though they want to have a fight here. It's a 3v4 situation at the moment, and Rem is joining in the fray. Shaggy has a lot of healing, and able to turn around on the Tiny. Beautiful swap, LGTK, and the Glimmer, saving the poor Tiny, and now things are troublesome. Song back in, you buy back onto Frugos, but is it too late? You can't even rejoin the fight. You're going down like flies here. Pronouns, they can't stand their ground into the big bad Yambura tombstone. Someone's gonna die, and for now it's most of the Pronouns team. Jed finally taking a significant amount of damage. He can't heal his way out of this one. The Doom is slowly but surely gonna take him out. But I mean, you still DK on Frugos. It doesn't even matter. Net you up, chop you down. Rem, he'll make mincemeat out of you. And the last member remaining is Achy Bones, who already died in that top side. Essentially a team wipe for the side of Fryboys in this bot side.
I'm loving how Fryboys are playing these fights. You saw, obviously, the big play. There was the swap on the Reaper side, you know, bailing the Tiny out of there. But also the song comes out to just completely destroy whatever Pronouns were trying in that fight. You know, they kind of used the Yules. You know, they'd used Burn Refraction from the TA. So the song to, you know, just sort of get the positioning right and then completely destroy those 2 heroes, which are really the main focal points of Pronouns draft at the moment because of what we've been saying, this magic damage is no longer as much of a problem. They do manage to find a constellation kill in the Tiny though, so the Doom at least being able to pick that one up, but it is a consolation. If I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and it really goes back to that TA timing with the Aegis. Whenever you play this TA, you want to sort of follow a very set standard procedure. There is a protocol manual. They issued it to every single TA player the second
okay.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I've never picked TA, so I wouldn't know, but I heard from a friend, you know, they said they mail it to your house within 2 to 3 business days. Step 1, you know, take first Aegis. Step 2, hit your secondary item times, your BKB, whatnot, whatever you want to get it spicy with. And step 3, go for the second Aegis, win the game. You're supposed to apply pressure, but losing out on that timing seems to have left Pronouns a little high and dry in terms of what they want to do. We saw in that particular engagement, it wasn't even one big team fight 5-on-5, right? They were kind of split up, straddled across the map. It was a bit of a weird situation. Seemed like Pronouns, they weren't too sure what they were trying to get done. Now, Radiance complete on Shaggy now. That is a lot of damage. It's going to be done to the side of Fryboys. Is this the timing that they were waiting for? It seems like they're grouping up, but Pingus, the one member left alone up here in this top side to farm. Where is the gang? They can't get sight of him. Yeah. Tombstone on the high ground. They see Shaggy, but they don't have vision on Pingus. Able to blink out. They see the Necro, but do they have the burst damage for him? The Naga isn't in the picture yet. Achy Bones gonna pop that BKB and look for a Doom target. Actually throws it out onto Yambura, the Undying, and now Zor. All they're doing is buying time for the Naga to come in. You can see how far away she is on the map, and Jed looks like he's gonna go down for it. The last bomb is gonna blow him up. Where is Rem in this fight? They've started it way ahead of the Naga, Naga's ability to join, and things are fishy now and not in the way that Fryboys would like. The 5 members of Pronouns, they hold their ground. They lose the techies, but they wipe out the 2 other cores. And Yambura, he's just not able to contribute in the fight because he was doomed up this entire time. Very awkward situation. Fryboys, this time it's them who aren't too clear what they're looking for.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just awkward. It's a failed gank on the TA. You know, they think she melded. She actually just walked away. So they're kind of, very deep in here. And as you said, the Naga completely on the other side of the map. So they're having to take this fight 4v5 and Pronouns capitalize, managed to get some very nice kills. One thing I want to point out, there is an Ags on this Undying.
yeah, I think I was mentioning this earlier. I think that's probably why, the Doom had to kind of deal with him.
Yeah.
Because, all these extended fights that the Necro, the Doom, the Techies, all these fellas love, it's going to be a problem, right? Yambura. But I can't help but feel like if you're dooming Yambura, you got to get a little bit more action going for Fryboys. If you're using that key ultimate on a pos 5, you gotta sort of strike out some other way. Now, LGTK has the Aghanim, so even in life and death, he'll be continuing to rabbit dog it up on his opponents there.
Yeah,
I don't know though. Game state's a bit weird, bench. Like they have a 2k gold lead on Fryboys now, but it doesn't really feel like they're confident enough to take a full 5-on-5 engagement. They need to kind of rely on getting these individual pickoffs or finding someone alone on the map. Start out with that first before they can take on the rest of Pronouns.
They want to take dishonest fights right now. I think both teams actually.
Yeah.
Neither of them looking to take a 5v5. Both of them are looking for advantageous situations, maybe a smoke gank, and maybe looking to just find a couple of heroes away from the rest of their team. As you can see, Fryboys just charging in here.
Yeah.
Looking for a swap target.
Going.
Ooh.
Heads up, Glimmer. Destiny.
It's going to save him.
Yeah. Tucking his little bum under that cape. You know how you ever share an umbrella with 3 people? That's kind of what it feels like with Techies and the Glimmer. You need to make sure his nose ain't sticking out or butt cheek isn't.
The cape is like exposed all the way stretched.
Yeah, like they're pulling it on
freaking.
Yeah, like the seams are starting to burst. Looks like both teams gathering around in this mid lane. On contest for this positioning, but the traps spotting out LGTK does have to watch himself. It's quite a big component in terms of the save from Fryboys, and it breaks out. Stampede allowing them to create the distance. Tombstone is down. BKB popped by Achy Bones, though. Means that the Stomp is not going to connect. And, Pronouns, you can just kind of wait this out. Seems like both teams, they're done being dishonest. They're done with their life of lies, ready for a 5-on-5. But, okay. And now you just need to wait for the Tombstone cooldown, because I don't think you can actually fight without it, right, Yambura?
But by the same token, I don't think you can really fight without this Doom BKB. So I think we're going to go back to the
chilling.
Just in.
Okay. I mean, this favors Fryboys, right? Because they can just continue to do what we're seeing here. The Manta Illusions
top lane
and the Mirror Image just shredding apart this top tier 1 tower. Shaggy will have to TP in, but those back up.
LGTK.
Okay, Glimmer gonna get him away. I thought he was maybe gonna get caught there by the telekinesis, but just fine. Yeah, meanwhile, you see these Naga illusions. Already half damage on that top 2-1. Aki Point's trying to reciprocate, you know, pay the favor back in this bot lane, but he does not have nearly the amount of pushing power that this Naga Siren does.
Literally none of his items or abilities help him in this regard. Like unironically, he doesn't have a single item, not even a neutral, that will help him push a tower faster. He's
good at clearing waves. He's good at clearing waves.
Yeah. All right, now we're just reaching. This is like lying on a job interview.
I would never.
I can push Smile. Doom a pushing hero, and I like what Fryboys are doing. They're only showing LGTK. You see that just kind of fake play from Aki Bones because he's trying to bait out any sort of response, but they aren't falling for it, right? They know they have good positioning set up here, the vision on the high grounds, on the cliffs. They can just continue to send these mirror images out to cut the waves, and you essentially need to section out either Shaggy or the Necro, Shaggy or the TA to just consistently deal with the aggression. Let's switch sides here though. Shaggy now in this bot side. He can also push Smile.
Yeah. It is kind of just the TA that hits towers on this Pronouns lineup, isn't it? I don't think she's going to be doing any split pushing anytime soon. Yeah. If you ever get caught on this TA, it's like curtains. So
yeah,
it'll be a smoke up from Pronouns though.
Yeah, this is probably what they're trying to contest here. Getting together, bit of lag.
Interesting.
Okay, hope he's fine. Smile.
Yeah, and it looks like we could be set up for a Roche confrontation here.
It is definitely going to
go
be
into
a
the
Roche
pit.
confrontation.
Smoke up.
The question is whether Pronouns know.
I believe they're on a delay, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So no stream checking unless
No
this is like a
stream checking.
5-minute pause.
Yeah. No, okay, so the tricky thing is that they have scan available, so they should be able to make a beeline for this immediately. But I can't tell whether this smoke is one that's like, okay, we've addressed the waves and we're in a good position, let's smoke out and try and find something, or whether they are aware that this is the Roche timing. I mean, and maybe the TA just has an internal timer and knows that this is the case, but she's not really with her team at the moment, and by the time she connects, there's going to be a little bit of delay. And here's the problem, right? If she doesn't get smoked up, these nice deep wards in the Radiant, that the Radiant have placed down inside the Dire jungle area, they're gonna spot out the TA making a beeline straight for them, and they should know that the rest of the team is smoked up around her. So yeah, it kind of looks more like Pronouns. They were just fishing for some action, and yeah, by the time they sort of come through, it's gonna be a bit too late. Roche is already dropping very, very low. And yeah, you trade a D-Ward for the Aegis of the Immortal, so that's not too cute.
I think the egg is slightly more valuable than that.
It's a toss-up. Scholars have argued otherwise, but Frugos, they're still smoked up on this high ground. They see Jed. Shaggy will be the one to present himself. In comes Aki Bones. Duma onto Yambura again, but Aki Bones, he's hurting for it. Has to back up. The healing coming out from Shaggy. Meanwhile, on the backside, Zor just creating the space, and Aki Bones already goes down. The Tombstone is down. You know what that means, Benji. Bye-bye, techies. You don't stand a chance. Too much damage as Yambura able to survive the entirety of that doom. It'll be Zor who actually goes down on the front lines. He just bought so much space up against Pingus and Shaggy, and now the song coming through for the additional control as well. They have their eyes on the Necropose. He has a heart and a Radiance. Yule's already hot right now just to buy him a bit of space, but that's just going to allow them to look towards Frugos and punch him down the sides. Shaggy turning around with a scythe.
Oh my god.
You kill off the Venge, cool, but she just comes back with her illusion. She's going to be able to provide the aura to Ram with this high ground push, and you haven't even killed off the Naga's first life. Pronouns is struggling a little bit here in these fights.
I have to question the decision to doom the Undying every single fight. He got Tombstone off.
Yeah.
At that point, is he really doing that much to warrant a full doom? As opposed to, maybe this Tiny that's dealing insane physical damage with the tree volleys. If you can find the real Naga, swap. Oh, nice blink by Pingu, though. Had the refraction to enable him to get the jump away. This is going to be a lane of Rex, it looks like.
Yeah, they don't really have any way of dealing with this. You needed almost your full force just to deal with
nice
the
toss back.
Toss back Jet. Finds Pingus. Can't blink out of this one, buddy. Unstoppable now on this Naga Siren. And they just continue to bleed kills. Now, they could synchronize the buyback with the Necro respawn, but for now, it looks to be a second lane as beeline being made through Fryboys. Cooked up another kill, just tossing back. The swap, so many repositioning tools, and you're on to Destiny. He goes down. The stuns come through. You're looking at Achy Bones, but now with the buyback onto Pingus, things are looking troublesome. Zor has to be careful. Doom is available, but Achy Bones, he doesn't want to use it on the Centaur. He's just going to try and work down that tanky target. The healing, is it going to be enough? Zor ticking very low, but Disperser and the heal.
God.
The trap can't do anything, and you're just being held at bay by the Naga illusions. Fryboys, the lineup is starting to get really oppressive.
Yeah, they have... it's so difficult to defend high ground on the side of Pronouns because you have both Swap and Avatars to get you out of position. Once Fryboys are already up onto the high ground, it's so difficult to even try and push out these waves from a distance because they can just get on top of you so easily. I love how LGTK played that sort of second initiation in the mid lane. He knows that his natural respawn is coming back up, so he can afford to be a little bit more frisky with the swap in. Goes under the tier 4s, and he knows he's got 2 lives to play with at that point. So,
I mean,
very nicely done.
worst
And they
case
still
scenario,
keep the Centaur alive.
Right? Worst case scenario, he dies, and then he's just respawns in a safer position, right? And is at no risk of sort of going down. His team is still in a perfect position. Still maybe 1 minute left on this Aegis, but I can't imagine Fryboys really want to push the issue too much. They, like you said, both these teams, they want to take dishonest fights. They want to start things out with a stray sort of toss back, swap back, pick off. Same thing for Pronouns, where they would love to get a Doom and single someone out. But I completely agree. I think that they've sort of inflated Yambura's importance in their head. I don't even know whether they're wrong, though, because the Undying has just been so routinely doomed that we haven't even seen him be able to impact the fight much other than just tanking that spell. Now he has Lotus Orb to potentially reflect it as well.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that the 3 calls were going into, anti-magic items. Both the supports have Glimmercape, so...
swap back, stun up, Pingus, where's the save? 4 stuff out, hiding under the cover of Glimmer, but straight onto their back. Zor, he can't finish the touch. He's in a little bit of trouble now as they're surrounding the side of Fryboys. Jet, I believe he got doomed up. This Tiny suddenly out of the picture, and the Naga Siren Song, they're forced to retreat. First time this game, feels like a Doom on another target, other than maybe one other Doom on Jet earlier. The Achy Bones finds the connection. They're able to push back Fryboys for now.
Yeah, immediately pays dividends. Achy Bones, I think, finally realizing that dooming this Undying isn't doing much. He switches targets to the Tiny, and it pays off. They managed to find him, and he was only able to do 760 damage on the Tiny that fight. Meanwhile, this Doom is actually doing a whole lot with... I mean, we mentioned the magic damage, being mitigated by Fryboys. Doesn't mean that it's not there.
Yeah.
And if you can get a long fight, if you can get all of these heroes stacking up, then it can still do some serious damage.
Yeah, gotta keep in mind that Infernal Blade does percentage HP damage, right? That is nasty when he's pumping those up. But yeah, like you mentioned, eggs up, Monkus.
Monkus?
Monkus.
What is Axe is this like health decay, right?
Yeah. Basically, it makes Ghost Shroud come out. Oh wait, no, they changed it. You can't have insane Ghost Shroud now.
It just makes Heartstopper much better.
Wait, can we revisit that stat tooltip? How much health regen does this man have right now?
Still 6.
It's not
still
like
6.
this,
But he is getting because of he's level 25 now, I think.
And he also literally has Heart of Tarrasque.
Yeah, so he's healing a lot, which is obviously then being turned into this Heartstopper health decay with the Radiance as well. It's a lot of damage that he's just sort of uncontrollably pumping out in these fights. He doesn't, even if he's stunned, between 5 heroes, he's still going to be outputting this damage. Doesn't matter how controlled he is. So that's pretty nice for Shaggy. The longer that he stays alive, essentially, the more damage that he's just going to be able to do with this combination of items.
Yeah, it's really going to be on Rem to maybe deal with him, right? I can't see any other hero really being able to pressure Shaggy to the point where he's under any threat at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Rem does have the tools to deal with it. He's got the Bloodthorn Nullifier, the Son of Doom build, as I like to call it, or maybe even the Father of Doom. Nowadays, the Doom only, the Doom, is not as strong as it used to be. This is... some would argue even stronger than what Doom is nowadays.
True. Except that Doom lasts like 20 seconds and this Son of Doom build lasts like 6.
That's true.
Is
I
the
guess
only
it's
issue.
the Son of Doom.
you get the refresher, and maybe you are the nephew of Doom, not the son yet. You know what I mean? A distant relative. Okay. For now, Fryboys still exerting their control on these forward areas inside Pronouns jungle. And just continuing to be annoying with the Naga illusions, and there isn't really much play area for Pronouns. They will clear out the waves and start smoking out again, looking for some action. I want to catch
and the one thing to note for Fryboys is that even though they've been ahead in this game, their net worth is very top heavy, right? It's kind of just this Naga. The next 3 spots are taken up by the cause on Pronouns. So, you know, they're relying a lot on this Naga to sort of help win fights for them. And, you know, she can't really do it all by herself. She needs a little bit of help in order to, you know, get into these fights, find the right targets. If she is a lone 1v5, probably going to be a 1-5 for Pronouns. They don't find anything on this smoke, though. Nicely scattered out by Fryboys, and they're going to go for a smoke of their own. Or a re-smoke from Pronouns.
Yeah, they want to keep the fight going here. We'll sort of spot out some targets. Frugos, just walks forward, gets swapped in, and losing your Rubik like that is not a good look. Pronouns, they need to retreat, but Jet isn't going to let them. Toss back Shaggy. In some trouble, BKB should be able to TP out, but okay. Does he have the duration? They don't have any way of stopping him. Heads up play from Shaggy, noticing that the swap was already used on the Rubik, and they'll at least be able to cut their losses.
Inky Bone's going to get out as well, but that is the BKB popped on both of those heroes, so, you know, maybe Fryboys want to look for a fight, but there's no Song now, no Stampede, no Tombstone for another 40 seconds.
No
there
flash
are
goal.
ways.
Swap back. Destiny, nice little 4-staff away. LGTK in some trouble, and Jet just blasting away with the trees, but there's not a lot of forestation in this area. Now Jet in some trouble, forced to try and TP out, but lifted up into the sky. Frugos, that's his buyback, and they'll chop you down. The Tiny goes down again, and with that detection, they should be able to work down Zor. Again and again, these cores on the side of Fryboys, other than the Naga, they are suffering big time in these fights the second they get spotted out. They'll still keep the chase on going. Doom out onto Yambura again. This poor Undying is just going to tick out. And LGTK looking to be in trouble as well. Might have a second life, but you'll lose your first. And 4 members in one fell swoop, wiped apart by Pronouns. Sticking around a bit too long and maybe not respecting that Frugos buyback, Pronouns were more than happy to defend.
Yeah, and maybe just not respecting what they'd already used, right? We talked about no Song to sort of, you know, break up the initiation coming from Pronouns. Roche is back up. Ramsey, can he solo this? I think he probably, he definitely can. But yeah, no Stampede as well to try and move the heroes away. And I think that was the first time you've seen this refresher on Doom. He's able to get it on the Tiny first, and then the Undying while they start chasing. So it's a big power spike for this Doom. When you can get your ult on 2 heroes instead of 1, you know, that's doubling the amount of heroes that are doomed in the fight. Rem is in a little bit trouble here.
Try to sort of solo that Roche, but instead it's just going to set it up on a silver platter for the side of Pronouns. I mean, you can't really blame him for trying, right? He was trying to sneak that one under them before they made it over, but Pingus, he knows what the game plan is. It's in the TA manual, like I mentioned, that was mailed to him at the time of his inception as a TA player. He just grabs that Aegis. It's a bit later than what you would like, but still, this is when the TA feels the strongest. They're ready to sort of flip the script and start pressuring onto high ground instead after years of being tormented by all these silly little Naga illusions.
This is a big opportunity for Pronouns. As you said, it's the TA Aegis, and also a time when, as we said, all of the other heroes on Fryboys bar the Naga are still pretty weak. If you maybe let this Aegis go by, let them farm up, let them get to 6 slotted, I feel like the fight's going to be a lot harder for you. So this really feels like go time for Pronouns. They may have had a rough time in this game, haven't quite hit the timings that they wanted, but you know, you can redeem it all with a good high ground push here and maybe secure the game in your favor.
Yeah. Cheese onto Shaggy, an additional problem alongside Frugos. Now with that Aghanims, we talked about early on in the draft, all the nice spells to steal.
It's Ags on the Doom, actually.
Is it? Oh, they swapped it around?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's good because he just dooms himself and walks in.
Yep, and he's got 2 of them, remember, with the refresher. So
right, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, he can doom himself, he can doom someone else. Like maybe the Tiny if he gets out of position, if they're all clumped up.
Yeah.
That could get very awkward.
Seems like they TP'd back to address some wave pressure. And because of that, it's actually going to allow Fryboys to establish a little bit of a foothold at the top side of the map. We're not entirely sure whether Pronouns are comfortable sort of continuing to go here, because look at how annoying these Naga illusions are being, just clearing the waves, preventing any push from coming through. A slow but sure attempt to continue marching. You need to protect the creeps, right? If not, a stray illusion is going to come through and just clean those up.
Hex now out for the Naga as well. She's pretty much fully maxed out, I would say. Could use a Moon Shard. You know, I don't think you really care about the accent this game, but yeah, maybe you replace that Eternal Shroud for a Linken's. Other than that, you're pretty much maxed out on this Naga. It's kind of all about the other heroes on the side of Fryboys. It feels like not a whole lot of movement on the Tiny's itemization. Still just got that Daedalus Axe really feels like the most important items there for the fight. But as you've been seeing, the Doom has been concentrating the ulti on top of him, so it's really not been able to get much done. That's why you see him going for the Linken's.
Kind of feels mandatory at this point. Shaggy will commit himself for this tower. The Stampede coming through. They want to get the touch onto Shaggy with the side of Pronouns split up. The stuns, the Nullifier. Is it going to be enough? He manages to pop the BKB in time. Doesn't need any additional help, as he's just doing so much damage standing his ground. A high ground tombstone does sort of cause him a bit of problems. Nice little double stomp by Zor, and they just completely melt Destiny. The Doom, though, it's an AoE on top of the Tiny. Refresh onto the Naga as well. The two best targets you could ask for, and you just smack down Rem. All that net worth not gonna mean shit if you just tick out and can't heal. Achy Bones coming up big for the squad there, and the Spots can do nothing but run. And that's all they will have to do, but I don't even know if they can get away in time. LGTK has to use the swap just to save Yambura. And you already see the two other cores, Centaur and Tiny, desperately trying to split push the waves, desperately trying to cut the creeps and get that backdoor regen kicking. Because you know Pingu's knocking in your high ground. He might just force out a couple more buybacks. LGTK will be the first one to pop his. Oh, Naga, they use theirs as well. They're
it's because Jen's on the back lines.
I don't know whether he can survive this. He's taking a lot of damage. Lotus Orb Glimmercade in some trouble, and he's just going to go down. Mass buybacks. This feels like Fryboys in their last stand. If they lose it here, they're going to more than likely have their buildings just completely wiped. But Shaggy uses that cheese, holds it to the last minute, and able to basically pop back up into full. Now Jet on the front line in a little bit of trouble. The Glimmercade to keep him alive, but this time the Tombstone being planted down doesn't really result in anything. Zor again trying to get the stomp out, but Frugo's able to preserve himself with that Glimmercade. Now the Doom, he is tanking quite a bit of pressure, finally pops that BKB, and oh no, it is troublesome now as Fryboys, they're starting to lose resources, but there's the song for the reset. They finally get a moment to breathe. Do they want to keep this fight going? Not a lot of resources on the Pingu, but still has that second life. He'll shred up TA the first time round. But Shaggy should still be fine to stand his ground and survive there.
The supposed to still chasing the Centaur, though.
I don't know what's going on back there. Yeah, I mean, Centaur's going to go down. And that was the Doom. The three-man Zor was trying to desperately clean up the kills of one of these supports. Yeah, not really sure.
I was like, where's the rest of the team?
There is a buyback. There is a buyback.
He does have buyback.
I think it was more so the Centaur chasing down the Techies and the Rubik. And, you know, Achy Bones just decides to come through and doom him just for good measure. Now, Rex still under threat. You're desperately trying to defend. Swap back. Pingus pops the BKB, able to force stuff out of trouble. Nice little steal on that Avalanche. Frugos just locks them up big time. They can't get any more. Shaggy's the only member remaining as he just kind of just flies out. Thanks to that shot. Still want to stick around is the question. Lotus Orb as well as BKB just to hold this high ground and work down the Tombstone. And Bura will heal it up for now. If there's any time to go, it should be at this moment. Zor coming through with a double stomp again. The trees tossing through, but they interrupt it. They have their eyes set on Jet. The Glimmercade keeping him alive for now, but they're just laying into him. Swap as well. The fight is messy. He's stolen up the tree volley, but that's not really what you want. The slice down, though. The song can't come in time. Shaggy chops down his counterpart in the mid lane.
Oh, stolen song!
Oh, this is not Uncle Karaoke. This is the best performance you've seen in your damn life. Pronouns. They said they were here to take over, and slowly but surely, in this absolute drag of a game, they'll be able to do so. This Naga Siren, this is not the tune that she wanted to hear. Surrounded by all of the members of Pronouns, as she'll slowly be worked down. Every single defensive tool being used to try and save her to no cigar. 2 minutes without your Naga, and now Zor. You've even stolen the Stampede. Frugos, he's TPing back to base just to have the mana to use it. And this poor Centaur just hasn't had the time of day, kited around. being leashed up now. Just get worked down. With only Yanbura remaining on the side of Fryboys, this has got to be it.
It's the two supports against the world. God, what a long fight. That one felt like it literally went on for 5 minutes.
It did. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like, it felt like a
In the end-
podcast episode, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just, they can't really... I mean, Shaggy is just completely untouched. It felt like he was full health, kind of this entire time. The BKB's been a real game changer for him. And yeah, as we talked about, it was that Aegis. Pingu, they managed to take him down once, but as the Aegis, he comes back up, back full health for mana, and they just don't have the duration on Fryboys to be able to outlast this. And it kind of feels like what we mentioned earlier. It's the Naga versus the world. And at the end of the day, Naga just did not have enough to conquer this Pronouns team. Now, it probably, I mean, is this game? Taking the racks.
I mean,
they're gonna try
more
and
than
steal
anything,
minis.
it's discipline, right? Pronouns, they understand the position that they're in. Shaggy is still under 0 threat. They can't afford to just kind of take it slow here, Shaggy. Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, this Death Seeker has kept him alive in situation after situation. You want to swap the Necro in, you just Death Pulses, or rather, sorry, Death Seekers back to you, and he's completely fine. LGTK has to submit his body just to try and get that fish.
Oh,
but now
Doom
Jet
tiny.
just getting doomed. Yeah, you come back in, you're straight back
Oh
out.
my
There doesn't
God.
really seem to be a chance anymore. 18 seconds left for your Naga to come back online, but I don't think you have that time. You're just gonna get worked down, swap back, Frugos with the steal, and Big Bad Yambura not looking so hot after all. Just punched down and ignored. Very, very sad on dying game. He can't even put the tombstone up for himself. And looks like Pronouns, they'll be able to just wipe the floor with Fryboys in this game, number one. The Naga will finally come back. It looks like they're not ready to give up just yet. The AoE Doom, though, is just going to scare them away while Pingus beats into this tower. You got to admire the grit coming out from Fryboys, but really, you're looking at a hopeless situation. Naga and Yambura versus the world. And even your
the
tombstone
swap.
can't save you in that situation. Swap out to the Naga. Honestly, just to buy time. All you need to do is work down this Ancient, but they are taking quite a bit of time to do so. Starting to punch out onto Zor. It's a lot of damage with Pingus. Pops the BKB, turns around, tries and finish the game. Last little touch. The song is not enough. Comes to an end, but the last auto attack flies through. And Pronouns in a bit of a burner of a match. 54 minutes is what it takes for them to take this game number one victory up against Fryboys.
What a wild game. Swung back and forth a few times. It felt like Fryboys had the edge there in the mid game. They had this, Naga that was kind of untouchable, but
yeah,
as we said, it's the other heroes just weren't really able to keep up. Loved how Pronouns played, especially around the Doom, right? Once you have this refresher, that's 2 heroes that you can take out of the fight. You can sort of isolate the support system for this Naga and then deal with her right at the end. Pronouns.
I mean, the story of that game was very simple to me. I don't know about you, Benji, but somewhere along the line, someone gave Achy Bones a call and like, hey, you mind like dooming someone other than Nanda? And he's like, oh,
it is true
word?
that
Oh, word? Okay, I got you. And ever since that conversation happened, Pronouns were absolutely tearing it up. I mean, you don't stand a chance on Gunga, Ginga, or Jed. He kind of felt a bit like a non-factor in this game just because of how it's not even a direct counter pick, right? It's just lane went rough, wasn't able to get a lot of connections in terms of rotations. He does half the amount of damage that Necrophos does in this game. It's just nasty business.
Yeah, and if he was just able to maybe get to this Lincoln Sphere, maybe things could have been different. Yeah, maybe he would have been able to avoid the dooms and actually be able to dish the damage in these fights, but it never arrives. And as a result, Pronouns gonna snatch up this game 1. Excited to see what game 2 holds, though.
Yeah, I just want to bring your attention to, oh my goodness, the amount of damage that Shaggy took that game. 123,000 damage.
Okay, but check the Centaur.
Yeah, right, 140. I mean, both these teams pumping it up big style, but, all the resistances in the world ain't going to help you when you're dealing with just flat percentage HP damage being perpetually done. Like, he doesn't even need to do anything. He just exists and he debilitates those around him. Okay, Reaper Scythe final stacks, 4 stacks. How many HP regen is that? Benji, quick answer.
It is. I don't know because it changes with the level, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 2, 4, and then 6, right? So it's probably like 18.
Okay. Okay, none of that really matters because he does a shit ton of damage anyway. But yeah, I mean, that does conclude our game number 1 between Fryboys as well as the side of Pronouns, and a really good showing of patience and discipline from Pronouns, to say the least. I think that was very impressive. But for now, I'm sure, just like we had to wait on the sidelines during the draft, our panel has a lot to say about that. I'm bringing back Bard as well as Wesley. Take it away, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a super entertaining game.
What a game. That was wild. I thought Pronouns lost for sure. But then yeah, like our casters were talking about, turns out if you doom something other than the pause 5 Undying, it goes pretty well for you. So
yeah, Mr. Achybones definitely unlocked that game. There was a point where they were pushing high ground and I was getting ready to go back on.
yeah.
But it felt like that happened like 3 times. Like the game was in the bag, they push high ground, and then they get team wiped. They have to rethink pushing high ground to some degree.
Yeah, I think that game really just shows off how good late game Doom can be. Once you get that refresh orb, you just take 2 heroes out of the fight. You're playing a 3v5. And yeah, the Naga Siren had most farm in the game starting from like minute 3 or something, and then just held that number 1 spot. But I don't know, wasn't able to pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, it shows how strong this Naga Siren hero could be, really. It like had a really good laning phase and then just became an absolute brick wall on the map that Pronouns could not fight into for the longest time. But if you run high ground and die and get team wiped 3 times in a row, it becomes really hard to win a Dota game that way. So I think Fryboys maybe are kicking themselves a little bit and shouldn't feel too down. Maybe just rethink a high ground strategy, and game 2 could be theirs.
Yeah, I was really disappointed in the Pronouns laning stage. I feel like mid lane for Shaggy went great, but the other 2 side lanes just started out behind and were never able to make a rotation to save either of those lanes. Felt like both the side lanes were just kind of doomed. So
yeah, that's the thing about the Necrophos mid, right? Is that he'll have a super dominant showing against a Tiny. It's a counter matchup. It's going to do really well. But Necrophos is not a mobile hero by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
Sure, you get an early bots, and we even saw him rotate top at that one point, but not a hero that's like an Ember or a Storm or something like that that's going to make early rotations to the side lanes.
Right. And I also want to point out, until that Doom really like fully came online with the Ags plus refresher, that Necrophos did a great job of keeping Pronouns in the game. You know, like they said, Shaggy took 120,000 damage, healing through all of it, had very few deaths. It was a pretty impressive performance, I'd say, by Shaggy.
Yeah, a specialist on the hero, had a great laning stage, and it came to a point where the side of Pronouns just wouldn't die. It took way too much to try to kill anyone on their draft.
For sure.
And they were able to eventually just kind of win by a war of attrition, it felt like. They were able to hold their base. Fryboys kind of threw 3 times in a row, and it was really Mr. Achybones that was able to get his items. It was that Doom Ags refresher that really turned the game around.
Yeah.
Speaking of game number 2, we got a draft.
Yeah. We see right away that Doom taken out. Understandable. No one wants to play against a late game Doom. You know, probably the best hero in the game once you get those items. Able to just take 2 heroes out. And the Doom is AoE, so sometimes it takes like 3 heroes out of a fight. It's insane.
Yeah, it's not only that refresher, but it's also the Aghanims that makes it. It's sort of a big circle effect. We also see the Timbersaw and them going back and banning out the Pangolier, putting respect on Jed's name with that one.
Yeah, I like to see it. Like we said in the first draft, Pango, not a super popular hero in the meta. You know, he sees play every once in a while. But if Pronouns are willing to first phase it, it definitely has to be a Jed specialty.
Yeah, we see the Pugna band out again, a strong laner. Adds a lot of tempo and as well as some sustain.
Yeah, I feel like this game, I want to see Pronouns draft for the lanes a little bit more. Because obviously they had a great performance mid with the Necro, but both of the side lanes weren't able to really get much done, I feel like.
Yeah, I felt like because they picked Doom so early and you had the Nog get into it, you almost expect that lane not to go that well. But the TA lane was kind of disastrous.
Yeah. The Techies is a pretty good lane winner. I almost wish that we would have seen that position 4 laned with the Doom and maybe try to do something in the bot lane and then see a more active position 5. Because I don't know about you, but I feel like the Rubik didn't do a whole lot that last game.
Yeah, they didn't really, there wasn't that many good spells to steal. And when you're putting that Rubik into a pos 5, you're kind of hampering its game to begin with. Frugos is super comfortable on the hero. It's one of his sort of specialties. But we'll see if they decide to do anything different. Frugos is also really good at the tree. I'd like to see that hero as well.
I'd like to see a Treant, yeah. Just something to help them out of this early laning stage where I feel like they struggled last game pretty hard.
Yeah, especially if they want to pick something like a TA, right? Seems way stronger of a lane.
We see the Techies coming out for Fryboys. Pretty standard pick. And the Vengeful Spirit responds as well. 2 strong supports. Pretty good at winning their lane.
Yeah, nothing that's super strong committal, just 2 kind of standard bearer supports in the current meta.
Yeah, we see jumping back a little bit, the DK taken out as well. I feel like this is a hero that's feared by everyone right now. Once you get that Ags Manta, kind of can just win any game.
Yeah, still in the offlane pool, we have the Magnus, we have the Mars.
The Mars.
The Centaur is still there as well. Yeah, I could actually definitely see Pronouns just picking up the Centaur for Mr. Achy Bones.
Yeah. I don't know if Achy Bones plays it, but Enigma as well is a pretty strong lane-winning hero and able to make some moves once he gets that Blink BKB with the Black Hole.
That's true, and then to enable them to pick something like a Tusk that was banned previous and isn't banned yet this game.
Fryboys, though, focusing down that Faceless Void and Ember Spirit. Obviously, Faceless Void, just a very strong carry. And Ember Spirit, another one of those shaggy specialties with the Necro.
Right, exactly. They're not banning out the Necrophos, which I like. It's a hero that, if Pronouns decides to be super greedy and pick it early, it's a hero that can be dealt with. You pick the Skywrath mages of the world, this sort of thing, and they go for the Tiny.
Yeah, I like this. It's a hero who's able to, assuming it's a support, it's able to move around. It's able to make plays on other lanes.
It enables the Enigma as well as the 3 that you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't believe Shaggy plays it mid, so not really any flex potential there, but even still, I think it's a great position for here.
Yeah, I'm open to being surprised, Maybe we'll pull it out.
Yeah, we saw the Tiny Core last game just go to town with that Aghanim Scepter plus Daedalus.
Yeah, it did so much damage, and that's the thing about the Tiny Necro matchup as well, is that eventually you do magic damage, and so it becomes kind of good against the Necro. But the laning was pretty rough. Whoa!
Earthshaker. Okay. This is a hero that we don't see too often, and honestly, I'm not exactly sure where it's being played. I see it mid sometimes, see it offlane sometimes, obviously support as well.
I feel like this Earthshaker right now functions way better as a core than it does as a support.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You just kind of trade really well with the enchant totem, but generally you're picking it. To me, Earthshaker and Tiny are very similar heroes in the sense that you win laning phase by abusing the difference in right-click damage. So you just get every deny, every last hit, because you do like 3 times more damage than the person you're laning against. But you don't really see that matchup yet.
Yeah. Windrunner, another very strong carry that we have seen. Once you get that Maelstrom, the focus fire is enough to kill pretty much any hero in the game. So I like that coming out from Fryboys. A lot of pick-off potential as well with that hero. And once you get into the late game and you get the Scepter, it's very elusive, hard to get on top of.
We're seeing some new heroes. We got a Winter Wyvern here, first time for the day.
I
this
almost
is the 3. You think?
Yeah.
Wyvern Tiny?
Yeah, probably. I feel like that's a pretty strong lane. You're able to get a lot of harassment between the tree from Tiny and whatever Winter Wyvern's Q is called. Arctic
Arctic
Burn.
Burn, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like it's not that good against Wind Ranger, right? Because you're
I
not focus
agree.
firing whoever you're doing, and you're not trading Arctic Burn into Wind Run. So,
and then even getting a little bit later as well, like if you focus fire someone, you just have Cold Embrace to save or the toss away. Like I feel like these are two very good heroes at dealing with what Wind Ranger wants to do in a game. The Queen of Pain. I know this is another one of Shaggy's favorite heroes. So
you just pick like an anti-mage right now on Fryboys. Like, look at this lineup.
Yeah, if you do, is it you put the Wind Runner mid? I
Yeah,
guess?
you'd have to. I mean, you think this is like a Wind Ranger Earthshaker safe lane? Like, this is the. I don't know.
I
It seems
thought,
so strange.
yeah, I thought it was Shaker mid, Wind Runner carry, but
Yeah. I mean, generally you see the Wind Ranger carry against like, for a reason, but what? Huh?
Fryboys going for a lot of flexible heroes right now, keeping their lanes kind of a mystery with where that
PL
Wind
has
Runner
to
and
be
Shaker
safe
want to
lane,
go.
surely.
Yeah.
And so I'm using, I'm unlocking all of my IQ, 100% my brain power. So it's a Shaker off lane, Wind Ranger mid, Phantom Lancer safe lane is like the most sense that this makes. But why would their last picking a 5?
Maybe it's Shaker support?
Or Wind Ranger support?
Yeah, some Seb inspired
spot?
Windrunner support.
Yeah.
I don't know. This PL really confuses me. I feel like it's a carry that we don't see that often. It's not really in the meta right now. And picking it into a tiny Wyvern,
yeah,
I don't know. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Like when Naga's in the pool, why is this the illusion carry that you pick?
Right. Especially when we've seen Rem on his Naga. Even though they lost last game, it still is a very dangerous force to be reckoned with. Yeah.
But also isn't like, well, do you like illusion carries in a Winter Wyvern? I feel it's one of those things that goes both ways. You make a bunch of illusions and then you Winter Curse them onto an ally.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. I feel like illusion heroes suffer the most from AoE damage. Kind of obvious there. And so the Tiny and the Quap, I feel like, are going to be very good at dealing with PL or what could have been a Naga as well.
Yeah, they need to find a way to take long fights though, right? Because like Queen of Pain gets Ags, and that's how like a lot of the damage comes out for the illusions, but you need time.
Yeah, and they kind of have that with like the Vengeful Spirit being able to swap out, and the Tiny, he wants to like go in, use a combo, back out, blink back in, get spells out.
There's just no sustain right now, right? Like where's the heal?
Yeah. I think I'd like to see what do I want to see carry? Maybe like a Life Stealer?
No, Life Stealer could be a potential one. It has a kind of a good matchup against PL sometimes.
Yeah.
They banned the AM. They could go like a Morphling. Is that matchup still good against PL?
Yeah, I think so, because you morph into it and then you
make
doppelganger, and you just got your own illusion army.
That seems good because it's at least individual sustain. Morphling stays along for a long time. It can prolong fights, and it has a good carry-to-carry matchup, and it's a good Wind Ranger. Actually, this is like the greatest Morphling game I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it gets everyone.
It gets a little bit awkward if you morph into the PL, because then you're kind of countering yourself, setting up the Earthshaker for a nice Echo Slam.
Sure.
But
you could just morph into the Earthshaker, and then you're critting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I like the Morphling.
Or you morph into the Wind Ranger, and then you're wind running.
Yeah. Morphling's definitely the pick here, 100%. How about this Kunkka, though? Fryboys draft makes no sense to me. I feel like they have 4 carries.
So I think this is a mid Kunkka, a 4 Wind Ranger, and a 5
Okay.
Techies.
Okay. You know, I like it. The Earthshaker wins almost every matchup into a carry, into a Spectre. I think he'll be able to out-harass her, win that lane. The Venge makes it a little bit awkward, but...
LGTK Earthshaker. And a Zor. So it's flipped from what I thought. It's a 3 Wind Ranger, 4 Earthshaker.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me. Offlane Windrunner, though, I feel like is kind of a rare pick. I feel like we don't see it too often.
You're also picking it into a Spectre. He's just going to build a Blade Mail, right? So you're never having solo pick off.
Yeah. I think if not for the Morphling, Spectre was definitely a good pick here. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Pronouns. I like their draft a lot more. I think it just makes sense. Like Fryboys, maybe they have some weird strategy going into this game with the offlane Windrunner, but I don't know. Nothing's clicking in my mind right now.
You know what? It's one of those where I think it's so crazy that it just might work. I'm kind of feeling to me Spectre was not that convincing.
Yeah, it's a carry who wants to get involved early, I feel like, with the ult. And combined with Quap Blink and Tiny Blink, it's gonna have the
like blink
initiation
cancels
to get it in there. So yeah, I guess
both these drafts baffle me. I'm totally fine handing it over to Sneeze and Benji for this one.
Please try to make sense of this.
Yeah, good luck, boys. We'll see you after the game.
Castles might be live, but we have no goddamn clue what's going on. This handball is the most confusing ass situation. This is your fault, man. You bring in the panelists, they're like, they're supposed to tell you, lead into some ideas about the game. I got nothing, man. What do you want me to do with the Achy Bones Wyvern PL pick? They picked the Earthshaker just to protect their own PL. What the hell is going on?
I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was a bit, panel is supposed to be like, the ones that break it down, then the casters, we just talk about the game.
We
apparently we're having to break down these
we have to
wacky
use our brain. Oh my god, unbelievable! I wasn't prepared for this. It's
okay. So let's break it down.
Are we?
We're gonna try. Fryboys lineup looks not as psychotic as I first thought. With the Shaker going to pos 4.
Sure.
I don't hate it. It does feel like kind of a free lane for Spectre, though. I don't think Wind Ranger presses you out that much. Shaker is not going to be doing a whole lot in lane. You can, I believe you can dagger over the Fisher, so Fisher blocks are not going to be that useful. So this PL pick is just bizarre, though, for me. Because first of all, you had the Naga available to you, which I think functions in a similar way to the PL, but is just better. Against these heroes, you pick it into Wyvern and Tiny. These are two heroes that I think that Naga is much better into as opposed to PL.
Okay, I need you to think for me about the Pronouns draft because as the game starts here, a light bulb has just ticked off in my head. I know what Fryboys are doing. You ready to hear my hypothesis?
Go for it.
This is the firing range draft. They're all gonna stand at max possible distance, sticky bomb, Earthshaker Fissure for the setup for the power shot, long range Aghanims PL shoot you with the little yellow sperm thing, and then they just set up with the X marks. That's all they do.
Nice.
They just hit you. My bad. Sorry to disrespect the good nation of PL lovers like that.
Yes.
But it's the firing squad. It's the firing squad. They don't want to get too involved. They're just gonna keep the distance. Earthshaker isn't gonna get up in there. He can't do that against a Spectre, against a Queen of Pain. Just not gonna work out. So they're gonna play range.
Sounds great. Perfect.
Still
Only
sucks.
problem is you have a Tiny who's going to blink Ava, get onto your backlines. You have a Spectre who's going to press R, who's going to get onto your backlines. You have a Quap who's going to blink, get onto your backlines. You have a Curse from the Wyvern who's going to completely destroy your formation, going to put all of your heroes together for a big, I don't know, avatar.
Yeah, no, but that's why you're not standing together. That's what I'm saying. You try, every little person takes up the little firing squad position, and most suspectors gonna be able to start shooting down one. Ooh, reactive taser. Ooh, wind run. Oh, I have doppel. I am a Kunkka. I don't die.
Achy Bones.
He's dead.
First blood.
He hurts.
Nicely done by these two.
Yeah, Yambura and Rem turning it on.
This is the second time, is it? Didn't he sort of die to first blood in game 1 as well?
Uh,
I have a vague memory of him suffering. Is all.
yes,
Yeah.
he did, because it was the Naga and dying that time around.
Yes, correct. They put they didn't even need the tombstone for that one. That was rough. But okay, first blood going the way of Fryboys, and I am completely, I'll be honest, uninspired by these drafts. I'm not too excited, but we'll see how things go here. I'm sure, just like in game 1, it took us a while to figure out what's going on, and it's going to sort of we need some time. Okay, please be patient with us, and I'm sure all the 7K, 8K MMR players in Twitch chat can tell us exactly what we're missing.
I don't think so. I think they're just as confused as as we are. Having had a quick peek at Twitch chat, I don't think they know what's going on either.
Okay.
I do think that Pronouns' draft is a little bit easier to execute on the team fights. You have the curse to sort of, as a kind of reset, but also as a bit of setup. It gives you something to focus on. You have the spectrality that you can play around with the tiny jump. That kind of gives you like an avenue to at least find a pick off to start the fight. Meanwhile, on Fryboys, it just looks it looks messy. I can't really like think up a good sort of flowchart for how the team fights should go for them.
Yeah, it feels less like a team fight and more like a, hey, let's try and cast as many spells as possible and hopefully it results in a pick-off kind of situation, right? Yeah. It's I think one of the panelists mentioned as well, the Wind Ranger offlane, it's a bit of an uncommon selection, but it's even worse into the Spectre just because that Blade Mail is always going to be a factor. You really want Wind Ranger to sort of function as a pseudo anti-carry of sorts where you're just able to pressure a singular useful target out of the fight. It might just have to be, the Queen of Pain, but that's going to be awkward because she can just always blink away. To see how that interacts here. Maybe Zor switches things up, maybe, get a diffusal, just burn the mana on some of these heroes. I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. One
thing for Zor, though, is that I think he's going to have pretty much license to just free farm in this lane. The trade-off, I think, is that Pingu is also going to be able to free farm. So I don't think these are two lanes that are particularly going to exert any sort of pressure onto their opposing core. So it does mean that both of these heroes are going to get the farm, going to get their items. I will be interested to see how Zor chooses to build this up because, as you mentioned, the focus fire onto the Spectre is going to do more harm than good in a lot of cases. And I mean, there aren't a whole lot of great focus fire targets. I mean, the Wyvern can save with the Embrace, which makes it a little bit awkward. The Quap can just blink away in a lot of instances. Maybe the Venge is going to be the target, but
I mean, even if you're going on a target that isn't Venge, you can just get swapped out, right? And then suddenly Zor has to commit even further in the fight to try and get that kill. Okay, LGTK with the setup of the Pingos, it's actually a lot of magic damage. Spectre dropping a little low. Needs to find a tree to tango, but can't even make it there in time. Taking advantage of Destiny heading off to try and stack and pull this small camp. Great recognition from Fryboys to capitalize.
All about lane position there. You see the lane position pushed up, very close to this Dire Tower. It allows LGTK to sneak around, get the first enchant totem hit. Once he hits level 3, it's a big power spike on the Shaker where you both have the Fisher, the enchant totem, and the Aftershock. Maybe able to turn around with a kill here though. Nice Fisher to cut them off. Beautifully played by LGTK.
He is fine with a capital F.
He is.
Yes.
That
Maybe
F
not
is
so much
capital.
Anymore. Okay, but LGTK might be dead with a capital D at this point. We're using auto capitalization on the iPhone. That's why we're
he's got a Lotus to play around with. I think he should be fine here.
This is kind of awkward. Destiny is still trying to chase him down.
He's 2 mana short. Oh, he's actually gonna go for the courier instead.
He sacrifices the courier for his life.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Destiny needs to be careful because Zor can just come over with a shackle and a kill, but okay, just preemptively cuts that tree with the tango. Nothing too crazy. Rotation in the mid lane. Frugo is coming through to try and punish onto Jed. Wants to get Shaggy that advantage, but now should still be fine. Beautiful toss back.
Nice toss.
Is it gonna be enough though? You want to get that Tidebringer punch, but you didn't activate it. Maybe it was waiting for a creep to come by so we can attack off it, but a little too late. And the Mbura, and not so fashionably late to the party.
That was beautifully done by Frugos. Maybe we're gonna try again. Only has the toss available.
Lol. It happened again. It happened again, and Yambura is dead. I mean, this is just Frugos just did the walk up and kill you strategy. Very effective.
I really loved how he played the initial gank on the Kunkka as well. He knows that Shaggy's really low, and he still is. Shaggy has to be very careful here. So he can't just go in for like an avalanche toss right away because Jed will just turn on Shaggy. So he sort of wears him down, uses the avalanche first, and then the toss afterwards to get him in tower range and use those tower hits to help bring down Jed. So
yeah,
2 nice kills for Frugos, showing why this Tiny has really become one of the most popular position 4s. The ganking potential is very good, and also the scaling of this hero into the late game is another one of its big strengths, I think.
Yeah. He still tried to stick around to help out Shaggy
Pingu
to kill that rune. A bot side, don't even have time to speak about that. Yambura in with the jump, blows up the Spectre. And, you know, we talked about this late game matchup being a little bit rough for the Wind Ranger, but for now, Power Shot is the king in this lane, just doing so much damage.
Once again, it's this lane position. It's forcing Pingu to get out of position to contest these creeps. It allows LGTK to come around from the bot side. Yambura also makes the rotation in. I'm not sure if he twin gated or whether he just like whether he just sort of walked over, but yeah, they gank from behind, and it's already 2 deaths for Pingu in a lane that, you know, we feel like maybe he should have been able to get a little bit more out of. He's still doing well in the last hits department, but Zor has 14 denies.
Yeah, I mean, LGTK is just going to come back over, and Yambura biding his time. They were patient with it and ready to get the punish onto Destiny. Blast off not even needed, and they continue to wreak havoc in this bot side.
Yeah, they're doing more with less here, Mikey. Yambura sticking around, maybe Destiny not quite respecting the techies still being here. And it's not even reflecting poorly on the PL. He's not being contested down here, or up here, sorry, at all. This Wyvern core not able to maybe output the pressure that they were expecting. He's 2 levels ahead. Okay, make that 1 level ahead on Achy Bones, but already reached the 6. This is going to allow him to jungle nicely. He doesn't really even need to, you know, be in this lane anymore.
Yeah.
But any sort of pressure that he can apply to Achy Bones and shove him out of the lane is obviously going to be very nice. And with the 6, it's going to make that way easier to achieve.
Mid lane tossback, but Jed has the full combo and the help of LGTK. Earthshaker in an excellent position to capitalize. And maybe even though we were a bit confused, we're seeing why this pick was so prized by them. They're able to chop down Frugos as well as Shaggy, trying to capitalize and punish Yambura, but a bit too tanky, especially if that bolt buff is this Kunkka. They can't jump any further. And this mid lane skirmish goes very poorly for Pronouns.
It's a 4K lead at the moment for Fryboys. I mean, it's funny what you talked about at the start of the game. You said like, oh, they don't really have a team fight. They're just kind of throwing out spells, and that's all they've been doing. There hasn't really been any sustained effort against them from Pronouns.
Whoa,
Fryboys have just been staring down a hero and chucking their spells out, and it's been working.
Yeah. Zor a little bit late on that shackle shot, was trying to wait until the last moment, but Pingus luckily was able to use the Q to get into the tree line, which just kind of caused a little bit of confusion. It is nighttime after all, so the fog is very powerful here. Not able to connect on the kill, but he saw the threat that can come out before he finish up that blade mail. On this top side, Rem in some trouble. Has the Lotus, and oh, beautiful shadow step up to the top. Pingus capitalizes and gets that kill on his counterpart.
Huge. I was just about to mention that one of the other drawbacks of all 3 lanes kind of being lost is that Pingu doesn't really have any targets to go on when he hits the 6, right? But the opportunity presents itself. Rem getting a little bit too overconfident. Oh, Jed on the top lane as well. Actually going on in both lanes here as he's able to find the Spectre with the ultimate.
Yeah.
The what's it called? The Ghost Ship.
Yeah.
Use the full effect to take down the Spectre.
Yeah. Thank you, Pop-Tart, for confirming. He just needs to make sure at this point he doesn't know what we know. We're just idiots. We're just making making shit up. The spirit vessel, some might say.
Yeah. Kunkka's ultimate HMS.
The SS Bertha. I don't know why are ship names called. Why are ships called that? It's so strange.
Well, I don't know about SS. I know HMS is Her Majesty's ship. That's a British thing.
Do all the ships belong to Her Majesty? I mean, right now the mid lane's belonging to Pronouns. The way they're running all over it. Nice avalanche on the 2, and Pingu's into the fray with the shadow step. I swear to God that just came on cooldown. As Jet gonna be run down here. The side of Pronouns just swarm their opposition, and there isn't really a response for Fryboys. Like you mentioned, the weakness of this draft is even though they can lock on and use those spells, if you manage to get on top of them, there's nowhere really for them to run or cover each other.
Yeah, and there's no real big team fight. It feels like when Pronouns can, get the heroes in the right position and actually take a team fight, they're going to win almost every single time, especially before, you have this Earthshaker Blink, before you maybe have like a Kunkka Act, these things that can help enable your team fight. Feels like Pronouns are going to, toss back from Frugos, making it happen once again. He's been an absolute beast on this post so far.
Look, I don't know about you, but I need you to take over for now. I'm gonna open up my Microsoft Word and type out an application form for Frugo so that he can sort of try for an interview with the gym as a juggler. Okay, because this guy, the way he's tossing them out and managing this game, you have no idea where that was going, right?
So with the gym, do you mean like the?
No, I mean the surface.
The carnival. Yeah.
The carnival. Okay. Yeah.
I was looking for the right word. We both
messed up.
Got it wrong.
Doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Rem in some trouble. They continue to converge here. Yanbura, nice little bodyguard play. In comes the blast off onto Frugos. They want to get a bit of revenge on this Tiny, but there isn't really any follow-up, right? You just kind of use your main slew of spells. Still has like 15 wand charges. He's a-okay. And Pronouns are starting to fight back a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, Pingu very nearly signed his own death warrant there.
Nice.
Ulting in under the tower with some Techie's mines on top of him. Very nearly was an embarrassing play there, but he's going to be fine. Has the Blade Mail now finished? Looking for that Radiance next, so the standard Spectre build. He's going to cop another ult to the face, though. HMS Bertha.
Yeah.
Straight to the dome piece, but he's fine.
Just like the iceberg in Titanic, he wins.
Yes. I like how the Titanic and the iceberg is presented as a simple one-on-one like fight.
Yeah, what do you mean? They played each other. They played each other in melee, and the sort of tech was
Frugos
on the iceberg
once again.
Yeah. Nice though, infused raindrop. Yanbura infused raindrop, so much value, and they gotta punish this overextension. Achy Bones and Frugos go down. Dude, Yanbura is a beast. Double bracered up on a Monday afternoon.
Yeah, the double bracer, the raindrops, allow him to survive all the way through. And they don't just allow him to survive, allow him to turn that fight. Getting off some sticky bombs, getting off some proximity mines, and they take a 2-for-0 trade off of what looked like a pretty signed, sealed, and delivered gank there.
Yeah, and one of the sort of understated components of that entire situation is, the Techies, he's not just planting mines, he has those Seeds of Serenities that he's putting into the ground under him, allowing him to get that regen, power regen. Yeah. Oh, that's what, the active. Oh, do you know, I just found this out today. Do you know what the active of cheese is called? It's hilarious.
Fondue.
Yeah, right? What the heck?
Yeah.
Why couldn't it just be like munch or something like that,
I assume you know what fondue is, right? Have you had fondue before?
Yes, Benji. I'm not completely uncultured. I don't like it though. I'll be honest. I prefer. I'm a chocolate. Okay. I'm a chocolate fondue
I agree
type.
I agree with you.
Chocolate fondue. I feel like it gets a bit too much, and I feel like it ruins the enjoyment of cheese, because if you're looking to enjoy cheese, like you want to sort of have it with like something that's a bit plainer instead of coating an entire thing with fondue. You feel me?
Yeah. Yeah, when I was in France, I had they had this thing on the menu called, it was just like meat fondue, and I was like, wow, it's like blended meat with you melt. Turns out no, it's just like a pot of boiling water, and then you put the meat in and you cook it, which I'm pretty sure is like, isn't that just,
you've just described hot pot.
Yes, I was gonna say, isn't that just hot pot?
Yeah,
but it's meat fondue in France.
Crazy. Love the French. Back to the game here, 6-9, very nice. 4K
Very
gold
nice.
lead up by Fryboys. Their calls still have very much managed to stay at the top despite some of the aggression from Pronouns. It looks like they're setting up on this high ground. Ooh, Shaggy. Might just run into some bombs here. Yanbura will show himself swap back as well. They're looking for the setup on the Kunkka, but the Blade Mail actually returns quite a bit of the damage. Oh no, Destiny's in trouble and it's gonna get exploded, but they lose their mid later for it. Trying to bait a jump up to the high ground, but Shaggy blinks past it. The bombs are gonna go off onto creeps. Not what you want. That LGTK waiting behind the trees to try and get the surprise jump. Rem is in the fray as well and has the Aghanims complete.
completed. Huge Echo Slam, but the Winter's Curse back the other way. It's gonna do in Yanbura, as well as the Echo Slam Deliverer. Damn, Frugos tanking quite a bit of damage from Rem, but that's what the Cold Embrace is for. Mr. Achy Bones has been the MVP of this fight.
Oh,
nice
this is the
jukes
wrong
from
one.
Rem. Very, very smart plays. Frugos, can he find the real one? Looks like Nighttime Vision saves the PL's life for now. But losing your Kunkka so early on, that was not the move from Fryboys.
Yeah, losing your Kunkka early on, and then it's again what we talked about the team fight difference between these two lineups. It looks like a nice Echo, it looks like going to get multiple kills, but the Curse comes in, an Embrace comes in, and all of a sudden Fryboys kind of look like they're at a loss for what to do. Lose a couple of heroes, and the thing that saves Rem is he tries to double gung it down to the low ground, and he gets the bad spawn, which means he is still up on the high ground. And Pronouns just don't expect it. They chase the ones on the low ground, and another kill comes in. Shaggy finding the Earthshaker, so kills starting to flow the way of Pronouns now.
Yeah, I mean, after that engagement, things are a lot more even, and Achy Bones, who had a bit of a rougher early laning stage, but very much able to recover. Net worth-wise, it's not looking too cute, but if he can continue to land curses like the one he just did, you know, this is going to be signed, sealed, and delivered, like you mentioned. A British Postal Service style.
Okay, I've got some info from Jeeves in the chat. HMS are the Navy ships.
Yeah.
And it's not Her Majesty, it's His Majesty now, of course.
Ah, okay. Yes, of course. Shout out Charles or whatever. Wait, isn't Charles in a little bit of a pickle at the moment?
He's in a little bit of a...
Okay, we'll leave His Majesty's name.
What I absolutely love is referring to Cantor as a little bit of a pickle. You have such a way with words, Mikey. Oh, goodness. All right, back to
bot
the
sides are in a little bit of trouble, looking for the setup, but they've run out of stunts for now. But they do have a Spectre in their team, which is just going to allow them to Shadow Step on this poor little baby.
Wind running 2?
That's not going to matter.
1 second too long.
Yeah. Benji, you ever have an op and then you're just kind of mad at them and you shout at them and they die? That's literally what happened just there.
Not usually, but it was what happened in that scenario. You are right in that assessment.
The crazy thing is you could also classify that situation as a little bit of a pickle Jed in a very big pickle, the type that you put in a Whopper at Burger King. And yeah, I mean, suddenly Fryboys, they're losing control of this game very quickly.
They are, and Frugos now has the blink. I'm not sure how long he's had that for. I assume it's a relatively recent pickup, but his playmaking potential, if it wasn't pretty big already, it's gone even better now. Shaggy, I paid the price here.
Cold Embrace,
save him.
Frugos again. Nice. I mean, able to blink away. Shaggy is unstoppable right now, and Yanbura comes in with the blast off, but nothing to be found. These supports are left alone to die. 5 members just surrounding you and circling you like sharks, and you gotta wonder, Fryboys. We talked about the sort of weirdness of their draft, not really having a conducive team fight, but they're continuing to give these engagements to Pronouns, run in 2 to 3, try and get a pick off. The defensive maneuvers between the Cold Embrace, the tosses, the swaps, the stuns. It's just too much for them to deal with. They don't have enough gas in the tank bench.
Yeah, and they're fighting 4v5, which is kind of the thing that you sign up for when you pick PL. This is not a hero that you really feel comfortable fighting early on unless you get a really good lead. And he's gone for the Ags first, which most people consider, even though it is pretty good in team fights, if you go at first item, it's more of the farming focused build.
Yeah.
While Pronouns, they're able to fight with their full 5 at any time. The Spectre can be farming anywhere on the map and join with just the click of a button. Frugos is around just finding great Abatos at the moment. They always have an Embrace to save, a Curse if, too many heroes show up on the side of Fryboys. It feels so difficult for them to take a fight, and you can see them kind of at a loss for what to do. Like in the last fight,
straight in, finding Rem.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta juke your socks off if you try to get out of this situation. He does it again. Nicely done, but they find the real one. Scream back out and no way to escape. The tips come through, but Rem, it is a rough one. I mean, Frugos, laser focused, making use of that high ground vision to get the jump on the PL. This guy is insane. He has single-hand... I'd argue to say everybody else on Pronouns is playing well, sure, but Frugos almost feels like he's single-handedly clawing them this advantage by his little grubby hands.
Yeah. And now that Pronouns has an advantage in this game, they can push it to no end. Look at the catch that they have. You have, this Quap that's able to blink in, get the dagger off, slow heroes down. You have a swap, and a magic missile that can come out from long range. You have, of course, Frugos, blinking in, Avid tossing, and you have the Spectre that can connect on any hero at any time, at anywhere on the map. The catch that they have to really punish these heroes for being even the slightest bit out of position is kind of bonkers, to be honest. And they're making full use of it. Loving
Alan
right now.
The Alan cooking
Alan
right
Cook.
now, that's for
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
Alan cooking.
The one sort of, I guess, downside of this lineup is that they're lacking a bit in terms of the objective pressure, right? You can get these kills, sure. You find another one onto Zor. It's a nice little chunk of change, but what do you really find out of it? The entire time, apart from that sort of kill onto Rem, they haven't really been able to slow down the PL. And I'm just wondering, do you think there's a time where the PL just becomes unstoppable? Do you sort of reach a point where you get something like the Mage Slayer and then you're sort of a lot more tanky and you're ready to join these fights? Or is it just struggle city for Fryboys in the later stage?
I don't think there's a point where you become unstoppable. I do think, however, there could be a high ground angle, or Frugos.
A little bit awkward, clips himself here, blinks in, actually gets swapped down. A little bit of charity work. Destiny is going to give up his life, but they have laser focus on trying to take this Tiny down. X marks him back into place, but LGTK just gets stunned up by the magic missile. A nice sonic wave onto 2. Avalanche will still keep them in place. And Rem, he's dropping a little bit low. Beautiful Echo Slam, but the curse comes through just in time. They lose the Tiny already though. And Destiny, he's still clipped. It's such an awkward fight for Fryboys, but it looks like they're getting the upper hand for now. Dropping low to the Blade Mail of the Spectre and continuing to jump forward. Godlike a Shaggy Zor finally back into the fray, trying to focus fire onto Pingus. But Jed, he doesn't really have the HP to be squaring up like this. This isn't really your fight. You're running out of Ghost Ship buff, and Rem, he's running out of illusions. Just gonna get worked down. 2 for 3 exchange there. If you don't count the earlier kills as well, Fryboys, it feels like they're just continuing to bleed out as the important cause of Pronouns all stay alive.
Oh, you could, if you just looked at the numbers, you can maybe read that as an even fight, maybe even go in the way of Fryboys, but it really isn't. It's such an awkward fight for Pronouns, and they still make it work. The curse comes out a little bit too late, even on the Echo, and they still manage to take trade 2 for 3. They take down the 2 big cores and the Conquer and the PL. The Venge is clipped for half the fight. They lose Tiny right off the jump. He doesn't really get any good initiation. That was kind of the perfect scenario for Fryboys, and it feels like they still lost the fight.
Yeah, it was so weird with both supports clipping themselves, and then you just see Fryboys between the Techies and the Wind Ranger. They don't want to commit focus fire for the bench, so instead they just slowly plink away with auto attacks onto her, and that takes a whole 15 seconds. And the entire time, Achy Bones and Shaggy are just able to dip in and out of the fight, and Shaggy's becoming a real problem. Top of the net worth right now, neck and neck with the Spectre, Mage Slayer, Witchblade, and Kaya Sanj completed. A lot of additional HP thanks to the Pupil's Gifts and Strength Treads as well. The EHP on this lady is going through the roof.
Yeah, one huge item to mention as well is this Axe coming out on the Winter Wyvern. Going to be the pure damage, the health burn coming out from Arctic Burn.
Yes.
Going to be able to be channeled pretty much infinitely as long as the mana allows it. So against the Conquer, that's going to be huge. Pretty much just the Conquer, but it is just a nice item nonetheless to be able to have that 100% uptime pretty much on the Arctic Burn.
Mm-hmm. Now, all they need is to just make it so that Splinter Blast applies auto attack damage through a talent, and that'll be pretty lit. You just get a snap fire effect coming out from Wyvern. You know what I'm saying?
That would be cool. Maybe you should. Also, maybe you should interview for a job at Valve for like a game designer.
What is Shaggy on about?
You always in nightclub while playing.
Who is in the nightclub? PPD asking the right questions. That's why it's the
Decitiny, of course.
Decitiny. What are they on about?
Yeah. I have no idea.
I mean, regardless of whether it does feel that way, and I mean, regardless of whether they're actually in the club or not, Pronouns are absolutely boogieing all over their opponents right now, and it's not looking pretty. 8k gold lead, even though the early game once again did look pretty decent for Fryboys. I don't know whether it's good enough.
Sorry, I just took a huge swig of water because I thought you were going to talk for a little bit.
You're just like the HMS Bertha.
Yeah, the HMS Bertha, of course, Conquer ulti.
Very famous for taking big swigs of water.
Yeah, I mean this game, I feel like you need a lot of items on this PL. Like you saw
You do.
that fight. Oh, another thing about that fight is that it was the Ags plus defusal timing, and you still lost the fight and you still lost your PL.
It feels like a little
so
late,
sort of
doesn't
multiple
it? Like,
experience.
especially for a PL that relatively was untouched, at least for, let's say, the first half of this game so far. He managed to get his eggs at a decent timing, joined the fight, didn't work out, went back to farming, got picked off once, and since then, it feels like he is just a few steps behind from where he needs to be effective in these fights.
Yeah, the Radiance coming up from the Spectre is not going to help that in any way as well. So it's like a tough game. And you mentioned about, is there a time where PL becomes unstoppable? I don't think so, but I think that you may have to just play for the high ground. You know, you're gonna have this Conquer. You got this Conquer Axe online now. If you can match that with, you know, some nice Aghanims Qs coming out from the Phantom Lancer, it could be a tough way for Pronouns to try and break this base. They don't exactly have building hitters, as you mentioned earlier on. So that could be the angle for them back into this game, because I don't see the sort of 5-on-5 team fight really working out for them, especially not for a little while.
I mean, all this time and Pronouns can just continue to accumulate that Earth. Looks like they found LGTK. One thing about the Earth is that it gets completely shaken up here as Frugos just finds him, lifts him off, and sends him flying. Godlike for Shaggy right now.
There are many Earths, but there was only one Earthshaker.
And his name is
he's
Tiny.
now dead, so there are now 0 Earthshakers.
Oh, no,
Tiny,
not
okay.
the
Here's the thing. Tiny is not
qualified to shake the Earth?
Earthshaker. No, he is the Earth.
Sure.
Look at him. He's like rocks and tectonic.
No, so all I'm telling you, if Tiny started twerking right now, you wouldn't call him Earthshaker? Huh?
No.
Would he not then? He's shaking, though.
No. Very different things. Don't be silly. It's very serious.
This isn't a nightclub.
This is serious, man. Yeah, we're not a nightclub. That's Venge's job.
Yeah, true. What's your go-to nightclub song? Mine is wait, what's that song?
Go-to nightclub song.
No. There's this song dun, 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 dun. Is that work hard? Is that work hard, play hard?
Yes. By did we all get kicked out of the game?
I believe so. I'm out of the game.
That's
I mean, we're all spectators here. It's okay. We're moving back in, everybody. We'll get right to the action. We worked too hard and played too hard. David Guetta just ruined the airwaves a little bit.
He did it.
And somehow
they didn't like us talking about our favorite nightclub song.
My bad. No, it has a connotation. You know, I'm sure that's why Bench disconnected earlier as well. And right now we're back into the mix. Pingo's in some trouble. Left all alone here. Where's your team, homie? Echo Slam out and the firing range able to just shoot away for an extended duration. They take down the Spectre. What is how they found that?
I don't know, but he was definitely all alone, wasn't he? Teammates could not be further away. And yeah, we talk about the team fight of Pronouns. It doesn't exactly work when you're solo on the enemy side of the map. So it feels like a freebie there for Fryboys. It did take them a lot to take down that Spectre, though. You can even see when they're 5v1, committing the Echo, they still had a tough time of bringing down that spectral, ghostly lady.
I think the weird thing for me is that wasn't done earlier, and I'm not trying to sort of dismiss the difficulties that Fryboys have had this game. But the classic way of dealing with the Spectre is you always know she's gonna be farming on the other side of the map, right? So we haven't really seen any big smoke moves from Fryboys to try and capitalize. It's mostly been maybe Jet or Jet +1 trying to make it happen, but we already know the Kanka alone doesn't really pack the damage yet until you get a bit of that torrent damage talent or the AoE, and now with the Aghanims, but it's a long way away, right? At least from those early stages where you're making those attempts, it felt like they didn't do enough to really slow down the calls on Pronouns, and this is kind of the situation that you're in right now. Staring down the 7k gold lead at the 26-minute mark, and Pronouns are just going to waltz into the Roche pit.
Yep, it doesn't look like there's anything to stop them there. And I think you mentioned about, they haven't really made this move to the Spectre until this point. I think part of it is just that they haven't really had the opportunity to. They've always been, subject to a gank from Pronouns. They've been sort of split around the map trying to seek relief from the kill squad coming out from Pronouns, and they haven't really been able to collect themselves and make this sort of team smoke move to find the Spectre until this very point. And you can see how effective it is, but less effective now that Pingu has 2 lives thanks to the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yeah, all it really took is David Guetta. So if we put more sort of a
If we keep talking about our favorite club songs.
No. I mean,
you said go-to club songs. You know, you do know that you don't decide what songs go on in the club, like the DJ does.
I've never been to a club.
You don't really get a say in it.
Okay, well,
Oh,
thanks for
Jed.
ruining the mood. David Guetta would never do this to me. Jet, he's gonna pop up the sort of a torrent storm, but it literally doesn't matter. Just collapse upon him anyway. This time it's his turn to be found all high and dry by himself. The rest of the squad of Fryboys, they literally weren't here at all.
Yeah, and there wasn't even a response like, "Oh, we should go save him." It was like, "He's dead."
Okay, well,
and he was indeed. And you know what Jed rhymes with? It is indeed dead. So they put the pieces, they put 2 and 2 together in that situation.
Nice. Basic English comprehension type beat. Pingus. He's all over it. And with this Aghanims, like you mentioned, ready to start putting the pressure out onto these towers in a slow and steady way. It's not really the glorious push that you're hoping for, but it will do. And Fryboys, as you can see from their position on the map, they are not interested in participating. Maybe for a high ground push, like you mentioned, that's the timing that they could be playing for. Manta complete on that PL and now working his way towards the Eternal Shroud. So just to get a bit tanky so he can survive this situation. And okay.
Zor and LGTK are in the spot jungle, but I feel like Pronouns aren't really gonna go this far deep into it. They're just looking to push out this wave and keep moving forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what exactly they were trying to stick around for. Maybe a solo pick-off. They're hoping that someone presents themselves and it's an easy Echo Slam target or something like that. But
I think they're kind of just trying to farm. There are limited places right now that Fryboys can get farm on heroes not named PL of Conquer. And
True.
Just trying to exploit the map for all it's worth. And this is kind of what, ever since the New Frontiers update, there are a lot more places to farm. It's not as closed off as it used to be. So you do have these sort of pockets where it's almost impossible that any hero is going to find their way down there.
Yeah, one might even say there are new farming frontiers.
I would also say that, I think. Oh, Nemesis Curse for the Wyvern?
Monk Curse? That works with Winter's Curse, right?
Well, I would assume so.
Double curse stuff? Smile.
Yeah, it's just it's just a passive, right? Oh no, wait, hold on.
What are we holding for? There we go. Shout out Pop-Tart. When attacking a hero, apply a debuff, increasing the damage received by that hero. So you need to auto attack them first.
Yes.
But you take 8% more damage from all sources. So.
Yeah, but I feel like Eggy Bones is not going to be taking a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, hasn't really.
And even if he does, he's got Cold Embrace for himself.
So true. Worst case scenario, Destiny gives him a swap.
Exactly. Yeah. It's isn't it crazy what happens when you build a draft around team fight, Mikey?
Turns out you win the team fights.
Turns out team fights a little bit easier to execute.
Then whatever the hell Fryboys have cooked up. I'm still unsure. I'm trying to put the pieces together and figure out at what point their draft sort of plays together and comes online. The PL, like we mentioned, he just trying to get that little bit of survivability still.
Well, Mikey, you said you're trying to put the pieces together. I think Fryboys are too in real time. They're trying to figure out what their draft actually does. And I think it must be this high ground defense. All outer towers now gone. There's not an easy way for Pronouns to hit high ground outside of winning a fight and then being able to slap down these towers. So I just feel like that's going to be the Pingu, Orchid done onto the Shaker. Soulburn going to finish him off.
That's some revenge for last game, LGTK was all over that man. You know what I mean? He's like, you smell you. Jet once again rhymes with dead, but he is not fine. Sad man or Shaggy will come in and claim that kill. I always found Queen of Pain funny because it's literally shouting at your opponents until they die. And that's exactly what happens. Just gives it a little shriek and Jet is gone. Still trying to set up for this high ground fight, but now you're out for 50 seconds. It should be more than comfortable to start punching onto this tower. I say that, but they're still really biding their time. Okay. Well, Icky Bones is going to start working on this tower. Rem is nowhere nearby to try and start throwing out those Aghanims Qs like you mentioned. It's gonna plink and prod, it seems.
Yeah, and this is pretty much zero risk right now for Pronouns. Rem's finally here, but it's already a tower pretty much gone. You don't have buyback on the Skunker to try and pressure out. And one thing I do want to mention is that the Wind Ranger is the only hero on the Dire team with a BKB. Obviously, you don't really go on PL. I feel like the Kunkka could benefit from him, but he's instead going in for this Eternal Shroud, which I guess fulfills a similar role. But you're going to have, this Wyvern Arctic Burn on top of you. You've got all of this damage coming out from Shaggy, and yet now has the Parasma as well, which is just an insane amount of magic damage. You've got Venge Stun. You've got.
I mean, maybe that's exactly why he's going Eternal Shot, right? Because the problem is the damage and not so much the disable. BKB with the change to it, it really only helps you against the debuff immunity. It doesn't really block any of this magic damage coming out in space.
The thing is, there's a mix of both.
Set up, Echo Slam. They found Achy Bones. This is a huge target. You need to try and turn around with a curse, but they're collapsing onto this poor Wyvern. Do they see her? That is the question. Throwing out the curse, the Phantom Lancer illusions are starting to work out onto that Kunkka as Achy Bones still trying to aggress on the Zor. Shaggy was able to kill Yambura off on the backline, but now Achy Bones in some trouble. Popping the BKB is this Wind Ranger turn around with the power shot. But oh no, they're a little bit occupied by Pingus. Jet is already dropped so low, and only now is throwing out the bolt a little bit too late. HMS Bertha waves you goodbye. Achy Bones might be going down, but Shaggy, he's still looking fine here. Can he contest up against the PL? It's starting to become a little bit of a problem as they've run out of damage to deal with Rem. It's PL against the world right now, and with that Avalanche, they should be able to sift out the real one. Can they finish him off? Starting to punch away again and again. You need to blink out with that shot as well. He'll turn invisible, but they have vision of him. Frugos with the setup. Pingu's finally coming through. Manta off that silence. Shaggy, he's playing on a knife's edge right now. Routinely blinking away. They're going to catch sight of him thanks to Daytime, but they want to focus down the Tiny first. PL just needs to turn around and punch. Rem, he's actually doing it here. Claims up the gem. Needs to escape, but Destiny hot on his heels now. Dusted up and burning down, nowhere to run. As at the end of the day, Pingus is able to stand supreme. But I feel like Fryboys got a lot more out of that fight on the back of Rem than they were really supposed to there.
Yeah, Rem putting the team on his back a little bit. It was a nice opening to the fight. The Echo Slam maybe doesn't hit exactly what you wanted, but you take out the Venge at the start of the fight, and the curse is pretty much wasted. It was a really nice job from Fryboys after they find the Venge of just completely delta splitting, right? Making sure that this curse was not going to completely destroy, a hero or set up for Shaggy to come in or the Spectre or something. And as a result, the fight gets really split up. And Fryboys hold their own a lot better than I thought they could. And a big part of that is Rem. He just finally got down, but not before taking Shaggy with him and the Tiny to boot.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, actually, we didn't get to see it on screen, but the Phantom Lancer Illusions actually did a considerable amount of damage in that Winter's Curse to Jed, which is why we saw him rock up with, like, a fresh little 100 HP. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't really comfortable. And that entire time, it feels so awkward to try and Winter's, like boat before the Winter's Curse, right? And by the time he showed up, it was a bit too late. So, Jed, finally has that Eternal Shot completed, but again and again, we were sort of looking at this Kunkka as a team fight factor, but he hasn't really been able to stand his ground and survive for much of these fights. A lot of control basically going down the drain as Yambura will just give his life for the Tormentor cause as is usual at this point, just for Gale Force. I don't know how important that's going to be, though.
Yeah, it could be nice for the high ground. He has a Lincoln as well now on Zor.
Okay. Much needed as Jed being aggressive on in this top side. Frugos. This is a very good addition to put onto his portfolio for the juggling application as he tosses the Kunkka up into the sky, and Jed doesn't actually have a buyback. Now we'll see whether Pronouns wants to take advantage of this and try and push the issue. Of course they do. Shaggy on the front lines with a shield room. This is very quick work of that first lane of frags. Rem is here though. Just start pumping out some of this damage. Shaggy, he'll be okay to just stand his ground and punch away. Hey, showing some respect there. I feel like you can't you just go up. I guess the PL illusions are starting to become a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, and I guess they don't for sure know that this Kunkka doesn't have buyback, so maybe playing it a little bit safe, worried about a buyback team fight into, the Torrent Storm, Tidal Wave pulling them back in, the HMS Bertha as well. But They're taking it back off, and also Roche is available. So probably looking at that, thinking that the Congo's going to come back up. We just want to go back, secure Roche, and make the next high ground push even easier for us.
Yeah, I wonder whether you give Aegis over to Shaggy because he seems to be the primary one tasked with hitting these towers. Oh wow, they work it down real quick. I believe that's that Bloodthorn damage, huh? Or was it just yeah, Bloodthorn complete? Ooh, that guy melted.
Yeah, he did. It is going to be on Pingu though, so looks like that's going to be the person that they entrust with perilously walking up the high ground and banging away on these towers.
Yeah. Kind of less of a demolition squad and more of a little mini spectral hammer that's gonna slowly chip away. It's kind of like if you take a little bit of a toy hammer and hit a wall enough times, eventually there'll be a small crack. But the Spectre's not really teched out to take these objectives, and Fryboys, they've established themselves a little bit of a foothold on this cliff area around the outskirts of their base. This could be the teamfight that they're looking for. Once again, I mean, LGTK, he's been foiled a lot of the time in his Echo Slam so far, not really finding the connection that he needs, but it's all down to that big teamfight ultimate. Can he get it off the way he needs to? Rest of the squad of Pronouns will show themselves. Destiny in some trouble. He will Winter's Curse out on the PL, but it's essentially wasted. Big setup as well. LGTK a bit off the mark with the Echo Slam, but it's not going to matter. Controlled up the Torrent Storm. This might be the team fight that Fryboys were looking for. They're starting to get the members of Pronouns low, and already 2 members out. Pingu's starting to get a lot of pressure as Zor just working down Frugals, not allowing the Tiny to continue his juggling act. Now you have to run. Shaggy, he's used the cheese already. You turn around the Bissell and finish off Zor, but another fissure comes through, controlling onto this poor Spectre. Hold him in place. He's able to just sneak his way out. Are you kidding me? Nighttime vision is a real disease. And yeah, Aviana's Feather, like you mentioned, just hovering. That's kind of weird. I feel like that should be Spectre's natural sort of situation.
Yeah, and one thing to note about this fight is that the Winter's Curse comes before the Echo. The Winter's Curse is not that great. It kind of just holds back the PL a little bit, but no damage is really done. You get no other heroes in it, and then the Echo Slam comes afterwards. Yeah. And it includes the Wyvern. Gets blown up pretty much at the start of the fight. And another important thing to note is that this PL now does have level 25, so that doppelganger is on a very low cooldown. They're maybe running a bit out of answers for Rem.
Yeah, that is definitely something they need to be
try
worried
killing
about.
everyone except for him, I feel like, in these team fights.
Mm-hmm. And I think one thing to be concerned about as well is if we take a look at the Queen of Pain, her BKB duration is dropping very, very low, right? It's at that 7 second. We already saw how tricky things can be if you sort of commit yourself into a team fight and you're running into all this control. They're setting up the Pingus up here. There is a blast off available as well as just that long range fissure. They're slowly but surely working you down. Go ship as well, Pingus. Where are you gonna go? You might just need a shadow step your way to safety, but your first life, it looks like it's gonna be forfeit. The rest of the side of Pronouns are coming over. Need to watch for that Winter's Curse. It's onto the Kanga again, but it's kind of inconsequential. Jed, he is gonna go down before being able to contribute. The buybacks come through. Fryboys, they need to fight. Achy Bones in some trouble. The PL full focus out onto this Winter Wyvern. The Cold Embrace will buy you some time as well to swap, but you can't really fight into this big bad PL. Take a look at the sheer amount of illusions. He'll kill off the band through her Aghanim's and look for more. You found that the techies on the backside, the Bissell Blade up, but the reactive Taser is just keeping you at bay. They're buying so much time for their members on the side of Fryboys. Buyback on the Earthshaker as well to rejoin the fight. Achy Bones, you need to get this Wyvern, and you finally get him down. Jet did buy back, and he's getting worked by Shaggy, who's able to find himself a double kill and blink back out to safety. It's really just Rem against the world, but LGTK supporting from the sidelines with an Echo Slam. Fine Shaggy, but doesn't have the vision. The lingering AoE damage will work down that Queen of Pain, and as the dust settles, LGTK delivers. Comes through with the voice line as well, and that was a much needed fight from Fryboys. It's costly, but it works out in their favor.
We talked about it. They don't have an answer for this PL, it feels like, Mikey. They do their best job of trying to kill every other hero. They manage to find the techies. They find the Conquer twice, but he just does too much damage. You can't really ignore him. He sees his target in the fights, and this Wyvern. And Achy Bones is having a real tough time, shaking him off. They try and save him with the swap, but I feel like for Rem, he has so much catch. The only way to dissuade him from going on these heroes is to put some pressure back onto him, right? Put a bit of threat onto his life. And it feels like they just kind of have not a whole lot at the moment. So he's free to do whatever he wants, to tail whoever he needs to, and to chase whoever he wants to the ends of the earth in these fights. There's nothing really stopping him at the moment.
Yeah, this is tricky business here because, I mean, you look at the side of the Pronouns, when their supports go out so quickly, LGTK just is allowed to play the side of the fight so nicely. Beautiful
my
blink
God,
away. He's just gonna get melted. It's the illusions. They almost work him down the last time. He just dead, man.
That was solely illusions.
Oh man.
Okay. That's really rough.
You have a
really...
PL problem. You have a damn PL problem right now.
Yeah, and the item choices have not really been in answer to the PL because you haven't really needed to answer him so far. You know, there's no Maelstrom on. Oh, you do have a Gleipnir now on Shaggy, but feels like he's not being able to right click that much in these fights. And even so, it's kind of past the point where that is, you know, a good answer to the PL.
Yeah.
At this point, he's so tanky. He's getting doppelgangers off at a rate that he almost has too many illusions to care.
Did you just Sonic Wave a creep wave? Okay.
Yes.
It's low cooldown, I guess. You're not too worried.
Yeah, 35 seconds.
Yeah, not too bothered. Now, things have suddenly sort of been put in a weird spot here. Achy Bones, he's just attracted the ire of this PL, and the Winter's Curses just haven't really been landing the way they need to. On the flip side, LGTK, even though they've been a bit just kind of scrappy around the sides, the Echo Slams, the connections, he's making it happen with these fissures from the sidelines as well. Now, Jed, he really needs to watch himself because he's really trailed off in terms of the net worth, right? He only has his first 2 items and the Eternal Shroud. He's desperately trying to work his way towards a Lotus. His Kunkka, it could reach a point where he just gets killed off before he's able to contribute to the team fight, and that will be a big problem. But Aghanim Scepter finished up by Yambura as well. That's going to be a lot of AoE magic damage just being dealt to everyone from Pronouns just standing around.
Yeah, it's been a tough game for Jed, but I mean, you're still a Kunkka. You can still get, you know, your abilities off in the fights and help set up for your other heroes. And it feels like a similar thing to what we saw in game 1. We joked about at the start of this game that, you know, Fryboys are kind of figuring out their draft on the fly as they find Destiny here. Gonna go down once again.
Yeah.
Is the Illusion gonna be able to make his way out of there?
You know, I always sort of, I used to have this little joke with my friend in my pubs. You know, sometimes you play some duo queue and then you clearly sort of got someone who's picking a hero because it's the meta, or they see it in pro games, or they're like, oh, Thompson picked it, haha. And it's always a question of, you know, if you don't know what's going on, you just need to buy enough time for them to learn how to play their hero. And that's kind of what it's happened with Fryboys, right? They've sort of trial and error, you know, research and development, a little bit of kinks on the way to this stage that they're at now, but they're now able to fully navigate the fights, put LGDK in winning positions where he's able to contribute with the stuns and set up that firing range like we mentioned. Rem, he's reached the point of basically not unstoppable purely, but he is a huge problem. The doppelganger cooldown is just supplying him with so many illusions to work with, and they are shredding the Pronouns members apart.
Yeah, and it feels like you talked about them sort of, you know, figuring out on the fly how to best execute these team fights. It feels like very similar to last game where it took them until maybe 45 minutes into the game to figure out what they need to do in the tiny. Going on to Zor,
Cat, BKB popped by Zor. Needs to get out, but the Illusion is just holding back everybody else. Now you will be able to take down the Echo.
That's a huge pick-off.
I keep calling him the Echo Slammer. It's
okay,
Rem,
he
you need to get
back. Oh, Rem.
You might just have to stand your ground and fight if Rem is in some trouble here. It doesn't look like the Echo Slammer.
They found a
Earth Shaker has buyback,
no.
but he's able to get out. The cooldowns are a bit too low. They see Rem trying to juke away into the tree line. Can they finally get this kill? Reactive Taser. Is it enough? Rem desperately trying to get out the last bit of damage. They find the real PL. So on the back of LGTK getting a little too frisky on the high ground, they end up losing their carry and their support. And would you look at that? Roche coming back up in 20 seconds. How convenient for Pronouns.
Such a massive kill for Pingu. He's in the minefield. But he knows what to do. He knows just to stay still, and it literally doesn't matter whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's going to walk out just as Roche respawns, though. But yeah, Pingu almost griefed himself. He Abyssal Bladed the right PL, and then second-guessed himself. He then moved on to a different one, but luckily they're able to find the kill of Rem, and it is a huge kill. Looks like they may try and force the buyback here. It's a situation where you can sort of get a 2-for-1. you can push, maybe force the buyback, and then head back and get Roche, because you know we'll free spawn in that time. They can jump straight into the techies.
Yeah, they found techies, but guarding Greaves able to purge off some of that nastiness. The Minefield actually doing quite a bit as Destiny forced to stand still and not be able to help out. In some trouble. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. The tier 4 towers beating into that Spectre, and that's 1k gold going Jet's way. You need to watch yourself on Shaggy now. Dropping half HP, the Winter's Curse coming through, but you've tossed the Wind Ranger out of the area. Now Jed, with the tidal wave, he'll buy back on Yambura and try and contribute to the fight, but your Admiral is already dead. No more HMS Bertha, but Zor starting to lay in onto Frugos. The stun from far range and the Echo Slam finds both supports as Techie's desperately trying to work down the frontliners. He's gonna end up dying back, it seems like, but Zor, it's gonna buy him some time to get it back into the fray. But is this really the fight that you want? Hiding away thanks to the status cap, the Sonic Wave as well, connection finds it. The PL is finally back. But and now it's a 1v3 situation. All he can really do is hold. The chase, it's not something that he can do. And the side of Pronouns able to walk away from that fight.
They held the buyback on Rem that whole time. You have to feel that maybe if he bought back a little bit earlier on the initial jump, that they could have turned that fight into a bit more of an advantageous situation. But it's kind of him versus the world now. And you have all 3 buybacks available on Pronouns of these said heroes.
Whoa,
Achy
Rem,
Bones,
he's taking a lot of damage from Achy Bones, but he does show himself Cold Embrace. Gonna buy a lot of time, have to disperse her out of there. Actually decides to turn around, try and square up onto Shaggy. Is this really the fight that you want? The buybacks are available on Fryboys, but similarly to how he held his, they're not using any of them. Shaggy's just gonna kill off that PL, and in those last 3.5, 5 minutes, it feels like Fryboys, they figured out their draft and then they promptly burned the script. I don't exactly know what their plan was, but it's clearly not working out.
No, and yeah, 2 awkward fights where all heroes have buybacks and they just choose to let the alive heroes duke it out. They're like, we're not going to pop them. We're going to just watch you guys.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. This is some great entertainment on the sidelines. Rem, what?
And that feels, again, feels weird. You buy back, you burn the huge buyback of Ren, and you don't even angle it in a way that you can potentially find a fight out of it.
Or defend the Rex. You wait until the Rex dies, you're like, yeah, now's the time. Look, Fryboys, clearly they're operating on a little system that we're not completely aware of. We don't really know what's going on in the minds of the shot callers. But what we do know is that it's not really working out for them. 22k gold lead at the 15-minute mark. The gold is less of a problem. It's just that, like we mentioned, Zor, Jed, they are starting to fall behind. This was the problem that we saw in game number 1 as well, where these cores slowly become a non-factor and it feels like it's Rem against the world. Now, Rem, he's in a bit of a better position to take this engagement. Now, Frugos will show himself. Shackle shot doesn't latch. Already hidden away thanks to that Trickster's Cloak. Where's the rest of the team, though? Shaggy looking for an angle as Galeforce comes in. He just blinks in brazenly, not afraid of a thing as Achy Bones looking for a target will flop around in the tree line, but the retreat is sounded. You lost your bench, though. Looks like Rem has cleaned her up, and they trade out for LGTK. The buyback immediately on the bench, and they recognize that this might be the fight that they have to stand their ground and fight for. The PL is just fully focusing on trying to deal with the bench, gets that dieback, but the Jet Torrent Storm is not going to come out because he's already dead. Both not affect the HMS Bertha in the grave. The mass buybacks come out now as Mbura. He's out of the picture. They're on to the PL. They find the real one. They're just doing so much AoE damage that he can't get out alive. That is a dieback on your PL. And this feels like the beginning of the end here. Pronouns only losing their Venge. And you die back, you don't care, you just have a full HP illusion back into the fray. You gotta wonder what the game plan is for Fryboys before they burn that script, because damn, it was looking pretty decent for about 5 minutes, and then it all went to shambles.
Yeah, and love how Destiny plays. He knows that the PL is focusing him, so he burns as much of his time as possible. He dies once, buys back to you get the 2 extra lives, and you said it looks like the beginning of the end. I think this is just the end. LGTK. Echo hits on to nothing. He's going to go down. No buyback. Zor tossed up into the air. They're all going to go down. And Pronouns, they're going to complete a 2-0 over Fryboys in this upper bracket quarterfinal.
Nasty, nasty work there. Patience and discipline. That's how I would characterize this team. Clean drafts, solid strategies, nothing too zany. And Pronouns, they're able to sweep it away. And I think it's just unfortunate, because I do feel like the score doesn't really tell the full story, right? I think Fryboys, they put up a pretty significant attempt at trying to go blow for blow, and they did for a majority of both these games. It just wasn't really enough. as they will take a tumble. And Pronouns, really respected them, right? We watched their first series the first time we cast as well. We're really impressed with what they brought to the table. And hey, maybe Eagle's onto something. Maybe this man does have a plan after all.
I mean, the one thing you can say about this team is they're definitely well drilled. You can see the very clear decision-making process. It feels like they communicate very well. They make the right moves at the right time. I mean, I know some people were saying they were doing a lot of preparation coming into this series, and it definitely paid off. Very, maybe not convincing at all times, but a strong 2-0, we'll call it. For Fryboys, I still have, I believe, opportunity in the lower bracket, but it felt like this game 2, the draft didn't really come together the way they hoped. They tried something a little bit out there, didn't quite come off, but still plenty of opportunities to right that ship for them. In these playoffs,
I'm just a little bit suspicious isn't the right word, but just scratching my head a little bit, because I feel like in both these games, it was very difficult for me to see how Jet really contributed to the greater picture. I can see why the pick comes through for the Kunkka. I can see what the Tiny was intended to do, but it feels like it's lacking that lethality that you see from some of these other mid laners like Shaggy, who goes 23, 2, and 26. That is an insane scoreline for a Queen of Pain up against so much potential control, the stuns, the X marks. You think about the Kunkka being able to nail the Queen of Pain in the mid lane, and traditionally it's a really good lockdown against this very elusive target. Just never really was the case, as Pronouns are able to just overwhelm their opponents. I think even on individual skill level, it was a clear slight step above.
Yeah, and I think a symptom of both these games for Fryboys is that felt like Rem had a little bit too much to do in both of these games.
It did.
Naga just sort of had the whole game on their shoulders. Same thing with the PL. Wasn't able to pull it off, but again, chances in the low bracket for them, so they won't say goodbye just yet.
Yeah, not over just yet. Maybe in the future, if you're going to put Rem in that kind of position, you can't really afford to give him a hero that doesn't 1v5, right? PL, Naga, they don't really work in the traditional way of a big bad sort of be-all end-all late game carry. Maybe that's something they can work towards. But yeah, a lot going back to the drawing board there for the lower bracket for them, but Pronouns, they'll continue on. And that is it for me and Benj, though. We'll throw it back to the panels, as I'm sure they have their thoughts about the series. Let's welcome Wesley and Bart back on.
Thank you. Thanks to our wonderful casters for not only this series, but the previous series. We're cooking in the casting department and our NADCL playoff bracket. And, this is just the first weekend of a few, as the playoffs are just kicking off. But for the series, Bard, what are your thoughts taken away from the 2-0 by Pronouns?
Well, we weren't able to really make sense of the Fryboys draft there in game 2, and neither were they. I feel like the PL kind of got 6-slotted and then just does what any carry does when 6-slotted, kind of take over the game. But the other 4 heroes, I feel like really, not even like the player skill. I think the heroes just weren't able to do a whole lot this game. So Pronouns pick it up, 2-0.
Yeah, it felt like neither the Wind Ranger or the Kunkka really had a game. Shaggy just kind of ran away with the mid lane in a matchup that isn't nearly as decisive as in game number 1. Like Necrophos versus Tiny is as clear as day who's going to come away with that. But with this Quap Kunkka, it's not like an impossible matchup, it feels. But once again, Shaggy just seemed ultra dominant. And then if we compare these two ranged offlaners, the Winter Wyvern and the Wind Ranger, the Winter Wyvern just seemed to have way more impact, do way more damage. So pairing up these cores.
I feel like we saw Pronouns struggle a tiny bit there in the mid game. Like our caster said, there was about a 5-minute period where they looked a little bit shaky, but I think they were able to take a step back and really analyze, like, okay, this PL is the only hero who matters. So, like, let's just ignore him, kill everyone else, save PL for last. And they were able to finally kill him off, deal with some of those illusions with the Quap and the Wyvern and the Tiny. So I think it was just an outdraft by Pronouns and then an outplay from there.
Yeah, like they said, it felt like Rim was having the entire team on his back both games.
Yeah.
It was like he had to 1v5. I mean, this last game he was actually close. It felt like this PL could have actually 1v5 the game at some point, but
You know, and you just have to wonder if the PL was a Naga instead, which was in the pool, would things have gone better for Fryboys?
Yeah,
I
it's
won't.
hard to
I
say.
I'm tempted to say yes. I think the song would have been enough for them to like reset fights and get a good torrent storm off onto like 3 or 4 heroes. But the PL pick, bit unconventional.
Yeah, there's a lot of unconventionalities in that series, but at the end of the day, the scoreline has been drawn. Pronouns move on. Fryboys are not out; they just drop down to the lower bracket. Pronouns are going to go and face the victors of our first series of the day, Sporkface Killers, in the upper bracket semifinals, and in the lower bracket, the Honor Vanguard, who lost earlier, is going to face Bullish on Gaming, and Fryboys are going to knock down to face Continuum Esports. So make sure
Are
to.
we able to pull up the bracket so we can look a little bit closer at that?
Yeah, we can take a look. Oh, we have an interview. Oh my gosh, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Hello, Shaggy.
I don't think he's here yet.
Oh, he's here, right?
What?
Yo.
I can see you guys.
Hello,
I can only
Shaggy.
hear Bart though.
Am I the only one not seeing Shaggy?
I don't know. I see him here.
Yeah.
Shaggy, game 2 there. 23, 2, and 26 on the quap. Very impressive stuff. What were your thoughts around like that mid game? There was one point, maybe like 20 or 25 minutes in, where you guys got team wiped. How were you able to sort of regroup from that?
I don't remember. I think I don't know. I think we probably just said something about Roche. That's usually what teams do. I think when you get team wipe, just move on, think about the next objective or play or something. I think we knew we were still stronger than them, but we just had to. I think the fight we lost was because they had vision and we didn't, and our jump was like weird. They like started the fight on us, I think.
Yeah, makes sense. And I really need you to use that high IQ brain of yours to explain to me, what were you thinking in that draft? You know, they had the Windrunner, a common carry, and then they followed it up with a PL Earthshaker. Just seemed that I didn't know what to make of it. So what were your guys' thoughts when you saw that PL come out?
I mean, we didn't really know what he was gonna play. I think Rem plays like everything, but maybe Illusion Heroes we should have banned. Play the Naga game 1 as well. Yeah, I mean, we weren't too sure how it was gonna work out in the mid game, but I think the spec pick was good. We were looking at spec even before we saw the PL because like good lane versus Windranger buys Blade Mill, and then versus PL it can go Radiance and can somewhat deal with it until later, and then it was kind of the same as game 1, like in a lot of ways. It was just my hero that had to deal with the PL, and then game 1 my hero that has to deal with the Naga. But I need like a lot of farm, so.
Yeah, and that game too, like your team was able to make space for you to get that farm. You know, you have the Tiny, the Venge, 2 supports who like to rotate a lot.
No, I don't think it was my team making spec. I think it was just us fighting like all together and stuff with spec haunt. I think if anything, the enemy team just gave us like too many freebies on the map. Like, I think the Shaker TP top at some point to farm his blink, and then he died, and then we went mid and killed a guy as well, and then it just started snowballing because we have like easy pick off compared to them.
Cool, makes sense. Wesley, are you able to hear Shaggy now?
Yes, Shaggy is with me now.
Alright.
Yeah, thanks for joining us for the interview. My question, I guess, about just sort of like dealing with these illusion heroes in general. You had to face both the Naga in the first game and then the PL in the second game, but we're not really seeing sort of like maybe sort of classic illusion counters like Zeus or Ember or Leshrac or something like that. What are the sort of thought process in the draft in the current meta to try to deal with these sort of illusion heroes?
Okay, ideally, I think we would have wanted Ember, but it was banned both games. So then the next best ones are like, I don't know, just heroes that can buy like Maelstrom, Shivas, deal some magic AoE damage. Like I think most mid laners are kind of fine where it's at. And then besides that, if you can have a guy that buys Radiance, I think it's probably good. Spectre or Alec. We were looking at Spectre or Alec for the last fix, but Pingu doesn't play Alec, so we just went with Spectre.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So more sort of focused on the itemization.
Yeah, like
rather
Radiance,
than-
Mjolnir, Shivas. I think those 3 items. If your heroes can buy them without griefing their game, it's like good versus BL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then talk to me about Necrophos a little bit, because I know this is a hero that you're.
Hero's awful.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
Yeah. The
So-
early mid game, the first game was so hard. They had I think they had 2 Eternal Shrouds. They had a Maid Slayer. They had a pipe as well at some point. They had 2 glimmers. I was just doing like no damage, and in hindsight, I should have honestly just like not gone the build I did. I should have just bought like straight up like Radiance into Travel into Heart Eggs, because I really needed like Radiance, Heart Eggs, all 3 of them to actually do damage. But yeah, it was a very hard game. We had, I don't know, the Naga had an early Orchid, which made me buy this shitty Yule's item, which I like never like to buy. And yeah, and then afterwards he bought a Nullifier as well, so then I had to sell the Yule's for a BKB.
I see. So you feel like in the current meta, it's these sort of like Mage Slayer, Eternal Shroud things that make Necrophos really bad.
Yeah, he's also just not a good mid laner, I think, because like he's very long cooldown. You have 1 sight every 2 minutes or something, and like if I don't have sight, I'm just like gonna farm in 90% of games, unless we're like stomping already. But
Well, you had a good lane versus Tiny, so I guess that was enough.
not really. I mean, I had a good lane, but then they were still able to like fight back and do what their draft wanted for a long time until I had like. Yeah, it really was the Radiance Heart Axe. I think once I had those 3 items, then I can actually outcarry the Naga. But
yeah, the Death Seeker, you became super
yeah,
hard to kill.
needed Shard as well. And they had double save as well. We should have probably banned Venge in that draft because they just had save versus both Sight and Doom, and they had a Stampede as well. It was quite hard to play.
Game 1, I feel like you guys struggled a lot until you decided to start dooming other heroes besides the Undying. What was the thought process on why the first like 3 or 4 dooms were focused on that Undying?
Okay, so the idea was supposed to be that we doomed the Undying because Tombstone, like, it was a big issue for us that game. So I told my team we're either dooming the Undying before Tombstone or we're like all hard committing on the Tombstone, like, because we can't run away from it. They have like Stampede and Blinks and stuff. It's too hard to run from their heroes, and they had a Disperser as well. But I don't think it ever quite worked out that way. I think every Doom mistake he goes through on the Undying was like after he already used Tombstone. So yeah.
Yeah, we were thinking maybe it was because he had a pretty early Ags, so he was stealing a lot of strength, and you wanted to keep your heroes tanky. But
I think the eggs was annoying, but like no one was actually thinking about it. Like I just looked at the
Yeah.
Undying, I pinged his eggs. I'm like, okay, it's just another item. Like that's it.
yeah, it seems like once you guys got that refresher, especially on the Doom, and you started dooming like the Naga or the Tiny, it definitely helped a lot in
Yeah.
fights.
At some point, we recognized that Tiny's like dealing way too much damage, and we just have to doom him. And even if we can't kill him because he gets saved, we still have to doom him anyway, so we can remotely team fight.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't really have any more questions. Wesley, you got anything?
I asked all I wanted to ask. Thank you, Shaggy, for coming on. Congratulations on the victory. Good luck against Sporkface Killers. Maybe, I guess, looking forward to that matchup really quick. Any thoughts about facing Sporkface?
I mean, I think we'll probably win if Babitic doesn't show up. Like I don't know what's happening. I think he didn't play today, if I recall. So
yeah, you should email his teachers to give him extra homework or something.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Just homework?
I don't know.
Actually, I do have one more question. Is Destiny really playing from a nightclub, or what's going on with that?
Okay, it's not a nightclub. I think he's playing at a LAN cafe. He like barely said a word in all the games. At some point, he stopped being able to hear us on Discord as well. So he was like really playing solo. And then I don't know, he had like ping issues as well. So he had to pause like every, I don't know, 10 minutes or so. There was a long pause, which was I think probably better for us because it just gave us time to like think about the game more.
Gotcha. All right, well, yeah, next week playing against Sporkface, the #1 team coming out of group stage, but it sounds like you're confident as long as Babitic isn't there. So
Yeah, as long as Babatich isn't there.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Shaggy. Thanks for coming on. Congratulations on the win. We hopefully speak to you again next week.
All right, thanks, guys. See ya.
See ya.
See ya. Well, that'll wrap it up for the opening night of NADCL Season 6.
Yeah,
a
we
lot
can
of
take
good
a look.
games today.
They really were. I was pretty impressed by the quality of our series today. You know, sometimes you head into these NADCL games, you're wrapping up early, but you know, we had a 2-1. Even this 2-0 from Pronouns and Fryboys was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, it
No
felt
complaints.
close. So, yeah.
All right.
Are we able to take a look at the bracket? See what tomorrow is going to look like?
So tomorrow it looks like we have Degen Dinos versus Yodi Brody Nexus, and then Cope versus Chompers. Is there one of these matchups that you are more excited for than the other?
The Yodi Brody Nexus team, I feel like going into NADCL, I feel like they were a really strong contender. Didn't do too great in group stage, but I'm interested to see if they were able to, get some practice in and really turn into the team that they could be. So I'm really looking forward to that one versus Degen Dinos.
Yeah, I believe Yodi Brody Nexus won last season, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, correct.
And they have some super notable names: Scourge McDuck, B God, and then DNC, our British Sand King expert. But then this Degen Dino team has Skyward, has Bloody Nine. Should be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a good series.
All right. That'll be it for NADCL Season 6. We're heading into our playoff brackets, and already the first day has been super exciting. We hope to see you all here tomorrow to join us for Yodi Brody Nexus versus Degen Dinos, as well as Cope versus Chompers. I've been Wesley Affair. I've been joined here by Bard, and we hope to see you tomorrow and throughout the rest of our playoff brackets. Have a good night.